Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, also known as Senate District 14. Today, we have 3 public hearings this morning. We have 1 work session this morning, and this afternoon, we have a public hearing. For all those watching, we will go in this order for the morning: LD 1980, LD 1957, and LD 1985. So we are gathered for a public hearing, which means it is our time as a committee to get input from the public on the bills that we will hear today. We typically take proponents, the sponsor, lawmakers, proponents of the bill first, people who are opposed to a bill second, people who are neither for nor against a bill third. This isn't an electronic meeting on Zoom. It is being live streamed. It is being audio streamed live. It will be recorded and will be up on our YouTube channel when we finish our work shortly thereafter for the day. But before we get into everything, I will begin with committee introductions, starting on my screen with Representative Riley.
Good morning. I'm Representative Morgan Riley. I represent House District 34, which is part of Westbrook.
Representative McCray.
Good morning. I'm Jay McCray, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Representative Kinney.
Hi, I'm Marianne Kinney. I represent House District 99, towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity in Mobile County.
Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative Supika.
Good morning. I'm Representative Laura Supika, and I represent House District 126, which is a portion of the beautiful city of Bangor.
Senator Miramont.
Good morning. It's Dave Miramont, Senate District 12, which is Knox County, except for the town of Washington.
Senator Farron, are you here? Would you like to introduce yourself? Seems the senator may have stepped away. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, beautiful West Scarborough, where we do have garages, but I am not allowed to use mine. Thank you.
We also have with us this morning our committee clerk, Karen Montel, and our analyst for today's work, Sam Prower from OPLA. For people who are attending, if you are familiar, you will know that the chat function is only to be used throughout the work of today for technical issues, maybe a question about order, but all substantive comments should be reserved for public hearing as they are not part of the public record. I will also share with you, for full transparency, since this came up in a discussion we had this morning with Kennebec Valley Chamber of Commerce, we are in what I call crunch time. So we have a recent guidance from the presiding officers, President Jackson, Speaker Fecto. I will read just a few excerpts of it. To ensure that the legislature's work is completed by statutory adjournment and to assist the committees in their work, we have established the following guidance, which is the same as was provided on February 28th, 2020 to the second regular session of the 129th legislature and was provided on February 28th, 2018 to the second regular session of the 128th legislature. Beginning March 1st, yesterday, for all bills referred to committee that have not yet been scheduled for public hearing, the newspaper advertising requirement is waived entirely. Notice of all public hearings and work sessions must continue to be posted on the legislature's website and in committee rooms and sent by email to interested party lists with as much advance notice as possible. Committees may meet on additional days that are not authorized committee days. Veterans and Legal Affairs meets on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday when we are not in session. Committees are reminded that they may hold work sessions on any bills in their possession at any time following public hearings on bills. Committee clerks must attempt to notify sponsors and interested parties if possible. So we are to be voted out all of our bills on March 11th, and on March the 25th, we should have all of our bills reported out of committee, which means they would be ready to be sent upstairs or downstairs to the bodies for a vote. So I just want the public to know, we will do our best to notify you. This is the fast moving time. We ask for you to stay involved, up to date, sign up for IP lists, interested party lists, if you haven't done that already on the committees, or to follow the bills that you are all following. So with that, I will open the public hearing on LD 1980, an act to create a small nonprofit raffle operator license presented by President Jackson of Aroostook. And I will promote him to our panel to present his bill. This is a makeup day, and we did have a little bit of technical difficulty this morning because this was all scheduled for Friday, but I think we're going to be okay. Bear with us in case some things happen that we do not expect. Good morning, President Jackson.
Morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Troy Jackson. I have the honor of representing the good people of Northern Mercer County in Senate District 1 and serving as president of the Maine Senate. And I'm here today to present LD 1980, an act to create a small nonprofit raffle operator license. LD 1980 is intended as a fix to last session's LD 671, an act to allow the sale of raffle tickets online, which passed last session as emergency legislation. LD 671 was meant to ensure that in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, small nonprofits could responsibly, affordably, and easily run online raffles. For many nonprofit and community organizations around Maine, these raffles are a critical part of annual revenue and budgeting. With the pandemic limiting in-person gatherings, LD 671 was an attempt to ensure that nonprofits could continue their important work online. Unfortunately, this bill had unintended consequences of creating cost barriers and administrative burdens for nonprofits. LD 1980 amends the issues presented by LD 671 by creating a licensing and fee structure, as well as reporting rules for nonprofits that are doing charity work under $75,000 in gross receipts. These raffles are not comparable to large-scale gaming operations. They're run by small organizations trying to fundraise for things like scholarships and advocacy and engagement by Maine sportsmen. They shouldn't be beholden to the same complex and costly rules as commercial game operations like casinos or some of the real legitimate problems of illegal gambling and things like that, real corrupt stuff. I know that happens and that is like unfortunate, and everything we can do to stop that is obviously very much something that we all should be working towards. But at the same time, I don't think these smaller people that we do know in our communities should be held back for other people's unsavory areas. I don't even know if that's the right way. This bill was developed with feedback from stakeholders as well as from the Gambling Control Board. Some of the folks testifying today include representatives of organizations that would be impacted by this, as well as the Gambling Control Board. I hope that you'll hear from them about the urgent importance of fixing the impacts of LD 671. I hope you'll support this bill that small nonprofits can continue to do fundraising, to do such important work in our communities, even after the pandemic is over. And again, I just want to say, I very much look forward to the committee and the Gambling Control Board's work on this. The way this bill is drafted right now may not be the perfect fix, but I think there is a fix out there somewhere for, like I said, these small mom and pop outfits that we all have across the state that are honest and sincere and want to do everything they can, but some of these complex decisions are making it almost impossible to do it online. So with that, I'll take any questions and look forward to the committee's work on this.
Thank you, President Jackson. Are there any questions from the committee for the bill sponsor? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, Mr. President. I had a phone call on my bill that's coming up in criminal justice in a little bit, but this is going to fix what we had done last session. I heard you say 671 or 671, which I think was your bill.
Yes, it was.
Yes. So this will help like the Shriners and people like that, correct?
Yes, I've had a bunch of conversations with the Shriners, Sportsman's Alliance. I mean, quite honestly, just small operations that a lot of us don't really even know except for our own communities. I mean, 671 has been very problematic for them. And I think in some regards, they felt like the legislature was coming forward with something different that was going to help them, and then felt, that it didn't. So I don't think that was any of our intention. But again, I understand, the real problem of, people trying to scam the system. I mean, I get that. I mean, we're always going to have that. That's the unfortunate part. I just feel like we have to come up with something that helps these smaller outfits, even though we know there'll be people that'll try and break the rules. That's why keeping the receipts and things like that for a number of years is important. But anyways, to your point, Representative Kinney, yes, this is to try and fix 671.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor from the committee? Seeing none, we will now take testimony from any lawmakers who are present. If you are present and you are a lawmaker and you wish to testify on this bill, please raise your hand. I will begin to promote, therefore, members from the public and from the department to testify in favor of the bill. We have signed up today David Trahan to speak in favor. I am promoting him next. And let me find the rest of the sheet here. 19, there it is. Nope, that's not it. So David Tran will be here. Milt Champion, the director of the Gambling Control Unit, will be here, and James Bennett from Cora Shriners will be here to testify in favor of the bill, not necessarily in that order, but I'm moving through some technical difficulties myself. Chairman Chiazza, do you have a question or a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I assume we're still using the 3-minute rule. I didn't hear that at the beginning, so I just wanted to make sure I'm not accidentally pulling the hook on somebody unnecessarily.
You are correct, sir. I failed to mention that at the outset. Participants who are not lawmakers have 3 minutes to present their testimony. And Mr. Chiazza will keep a clock. He'll put his phone up, tell you where you are with your time. And of course, there could be questions from the committee, which would allow you to extend your testimony beyond the 3 minutes if it's required. So with that, good morning, David Tran. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from and what organization you represent. And after that, you have your 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative, and I hope I don't mess this up. Chiazzo? And distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, I'm David Trahan, Executive Director of the Sportsmen's Alliance of Maine Institute for Legislative Action, testifying in favor of LD 1980, an act to create a small nonprofit raffle operator's license, creating a manual raffle. We are also in support of the amendment that you'll be hearing later from the Gambling Control Unit. Before I finish my testimony, in full disclosure, I did help Senator Jackson draft this piece of legislation, and I'm also a Shriner. First, thank you to Senator Jackson for sponsoring this important bill on behalf of the many small nonprofits around our state that depend on raffles to raise money in support of their missions. As initially written, LD 1980 was designed to create a new hybrid in-person internet raffle. And that's a new and very important distinction, a combination of in-person and internet raffle. The proposed bill contained a transparent and accountable system that could be audited by the department when necessary, but more importantly, provided a way for small nonprofits to raise money during the pandemic and when conditions for do not support in-person activities. We think the department's proposed amendment achieves the intent of the original bill and encourage the committee to support LD 1980 as amended. In addition, I will be speaking with Mr. Champion after and before the work session on a few minor changes to the language to improve the bill. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you for being here today. Next up, we'll hear from Mr. James Bennett. Mr. James Bennett, if you'd like to introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, and you can begin your testimony in favor of LD 1980.
Thank you, Senator Hickman and Representative Chiazzo and distinguished members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Jim Bennett. I'm a proud Shrine Mason and a member of the elected leadership team at Cora Shriners, and I do appear today on behalf of our illustrious leader, Potentate Robbie McKinley, who unfortunately could not be here for work. Some of you may know me in my other role as a longtime municipal official, city manager, and as current president of Maine Municipal Association, but today I appear strictly as a member of Cora Shriners. I am again before you to ask for your assistance on behalf of the 1,500 Shrine Masons of Cora. LD 1980 is intended to allow nonprofit organizations in Maine the ability to sell raffle tickets. As you may recall, I appeared before you last year to ask for the same assistance. Cora is really most appreciative of Senator Jackson's assistance in the committee's work, as well as the state's support during the pandemic. While the changes last year were anticipated to address all our requests, it did not quite achieve the results that I believe we all expected. As such, Cora Shriners are very supportive of the intent of LD 1980, and most specifically, the proposed amendment by Director Champion. Simply stated, Cora Shriners are just requesting the ability to conduct online sales of raffle tickets. All other aspects of the raffle, including the manual drawing, would remain exactly as the law exists today. To be clear, Cora is not interested in any kind of automated raffle that uses a random number generator or any computerized system to select the winners. We believe Director Champion's suggested amendment achieves those results and are supportive of those change. In addition, Director Champion's amendment simplifies the approval process for online raffle tickets since it's the only mechanism that occurs online. The ability to use online sales is critical. When I obligated myself into the Shrine Mission for caring for children needing medical attention in 2002, we had over 5,500 members. Our costs, both locally and that of our hospital system, have grown exponentially since that time. And this ongoing pandemic and our reduction of our members no longer provides us the ability to achieve the same results in terms of our charity work by simply doing it in person. It's not an overstatement to testify before you that Cora's future is highly dependent on this change in the law. In today's world, everything is online. Even the dreadful task of grocery shopping can be done online, thankfully. The state has recognized this reality with its own lottery system, allowing online sales, even for the Moose Lottery. Please assist the good work and the important work that we do as Shrine Masons in Maine, as well as the other nonprofits, by extending us the same too. I would thank the committee and would really encourage you to adopt the language in the proposed changes that's Director Champion has suggested. Thank you. Certainly glad to answer any question, and Attorney James Bass is also working on our behalf as well.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for being here today. Representative McCray has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. I was privileged to work with a young girl who benefited from the Shriners' support. But could you tell me what kinds of charities you're supporting through the lotteries that you want to use or are using?
We only have one charity. The Shriners only have one, and it's to support our hospital system. It would shock you the amount of money it takes each day to do that. And so the fundraising we do some for our own fraternal costs, supporting our buildings and our own operations and our own members. And then our members, all the work that they do is used to be able to support our hospitals. Primarily, our donations go to the Boston Burn Center as well as the Worcester Hospital.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from the committee for Mr. Bennett? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today, sir.
You're welcome.
Next up, we'll hear from Director Milt Champion in the Gambling Control Unit. Director Champion, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. I guess everybody can hear me pretty good?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Milton Champion, Executive Director of the Gambling Control Unit with the Department of Public Safety. I'm here today on behalf of the Department of Public Safety to testify in favor of our draft of LD 1980, which is an act to create a small nonprofit raffle operator license to creating a manual raffle. this bill allows for eligible organizations to use approved, and this is a correction that I have to make because we're not going to actually license the payment system. So the bill allows for eligible organizations to use approved gambling control unit payment management systems to sell raffle tickets online, and the winner is drawn from a container. This process will be different from an internet raffle where a winner is selected by an internet raffle system using a random number generator. While internet raffle operators are held responsible for the operation of internet raffles, eligible organizations are held responsible for manual raffles with the use of a payment management system. I did offer some amendments to the bill as submitted. We do have a few more changes, and I felt like we could work through those through the work session if so desires. I would like the opportunity for Sam to look at this as well from a legal standpoint. We just didn't have the time for that. And then I am also contemplating a possible physical note because we've been operating now from about 2008 to 2015. We had 2 inspectors overseeing all charitable events and all charitable gaming. And one of those gentlemen retired in 2015, and we've actually been operating with 1 person for the entire state of Maine. So I think with all these, and I hate to use the word expansions, let's say additions of different charitable gaming and that sort of thing, I think it might be the time to bring on at least 1 more inspector to help us out with that, like 1 do the south side or South Main and 1 do north, that sort of thing. And then the only other thing I'll do say before I close is just the understanding that the Gambling Control Board oversees the regulation of casinos and advanced deposit wagering. The Gambling Control Unit under the Department of Public Safety supports the board. But in addition to that, the Gambling Control Unit oversees charitable gaming, which is what we're discussing today, and fantasy contests. All right, and with that, I'll thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Champion. Are there any questions from the committee for the director? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Champion. I wanted to ask you if you've asked for more staff through the budget process?
No, I have not.
Are there any other questions for the director from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, Director. We will see you at the work session.
Thank you.
Next up, I will call upon Dan Walker to testify on this bill. I don't know exactly which position you are in. I see you signed up as neither for nor against. Don't have anyone signed up in opposition to the bill. So whatever your position, Mr. Walker, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, members of the VLA committee. My name is Dan Walker, and I represent the Oxford Casino. I testified today neither for nor against LD 1980, as we support the intent of the bill, which is to create a small nonprofit raffle operator license for certain nonprofit corporations, and to allow these raffles to be operated through the internet, and to allow for the payment for the sale of raffle tickets by credit card. However, we do not support the use of the random number generator for small nonprofit internet raffles, nor for the use of random number generators in internet raffles as defined in the larger law that was passed last year in Title 17, Section 1831, 7B, and also in more detailed in Section 1837-B. So I think I just heard from Director Champion that he's not promoting it for this version, but we'd also want to just raise some issues around the use of a random number generator in general for internet raffles. Last year in LD 671, now Public Law 2021, Chapter 136, this authorized the sale of raffle tickets online. In doing so, the bill created a system of certifying internet raffles. Among the requirements of an internet raffle system is that it must, quote, select the winning chance or chances in an internet raffle by means of a cryptographically strong random number generator. This session, Director Champion has proposed an amendment to LD 1980, which requires a random number generator if the eligible organization seeking to hold a raffle wants to accept payment through a payment management system. So random number generators are used in slot machines and other electronic gambling machines. Our worry is that persons may manipulate this law and create multiple electronic online raffles based on random number generators. The law allows persons operating raffles to hold multiple raffles in section 1837A6. And the law also allows raffles to be, quote, conducted in a manner in which there are multiple winning chances. So combined with a random number generator, we wouldn't want to create a scenario where the entity was operating a number of, quote, raffle slot machines. Raffles clearly serve a very important purpose in Maine to help charities raise funds to support their missions and worthy efforts. Since the pandemic, charities have been hurt by the ineffectiveness of person-to-person sales. Many sales have now moved to the internet, and raffles should also be allowed to take advantage of the effectiveness and convenience of internet sales. However, the inclusion of a random number generator as a requirement for internet raffles is rife for abuse. So as this committee looks to amend this law to create a small nonprofit raffle operator license, please amend LD 1980. And we would ask the underlying law, or at least start a conversation about amending the underlying law to not require a random number generator in an internet raffle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Those are all the people I have signed up to testify. If you are an attendee to this meeting and you wish to testify on LD 1980, please raise your hand at this time. Are there any questions from the committee for work session requests? Seeing no further comments from the committee and no further participants wishing to testify, I will close the public hearing on LD 1980. Let me just do a few administrative tasks here before opening up the next public hearing. Let me make sure the bill sponsor is here. Yes, I see the Assistant Majority Leader. There she is. With that, I will open the public hearing on LD 1957. An act to promote equity and increase opportunities in the cannabis industry by removing restrictions related to convictions for drug offenses and to replace the term marijuana with the term cannabis in the Maine revised statutes, presented by Assistant Majority Leader Representative Rachel Talbot Ross of Portland. Good morning, Representative Talbot Ross.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I proudly represent House District 40, which is part of Portland. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this bill, LD 1957, an act to promote equity and increase opportunities in the cannabis industry by removing restrictions related to convictions for drug offenses and to replace the term marijuana with the term cannabis in the Maine revised statutes. As you well know, cannabis became illegal in the United States in 1937 under the Marijuana Stamp Act. Over the decades, prohibition provided a powerful tool to stigmatize and punish people, in particular, marginalized racial groups and poor people, without any regard for personal choice and autonomy for use of a natural substance for which there has never been a documented overdose or serious negative health outcome. Initially, the plant and its intoxicating flowers were referred to using its formal botanical name, cannabis. But the term marijuana became popular in the early 20th century because anti-cannabis factions wanted to underscore the drug's Mexicanness and play on anti-immigrant bias. Since then, the term marijuana has been intentionally and systematically associated with certain race and ethnicities in America, specifically Black, and Latino Americans. In fact, despite similar rates of use, the overwhelming majority of those arrested, imprisoned, and suffering the lifelong effects of drug convictions are African Americans. Specifically, according to the American Civil Liberties Union, despite roughly equal use, Black Americans are 3.73 times more likely than white Americans to be arrested for marijuana-related offenses. Proudly, here in Maine, Maine has been a consistent leader in pushing back against these racially biased and ineffective laws. Over 20 years and 5 years ago, respectively, Maine voters chose to legalize marijuana for medical and adult use. Since then, medical and adult use cannabis has become the largest agricultural crop in the state, surpassing blueberries and potatoes. Maine-owned businesses continue to come into the light to participate in these legal markets, supporting thousands of direct and ancillary jobs, generating substantial tax revenue, and providing quality products to patients and consumers. However, despite relatively progressive laws and attitudes towards cannabis in Maine, the ongoing use of the term marijuana, combined with industry barriers for people convicted of drug-related crimes, continue to disproportionately harm those who should most seek to bring into the legal market, specifically brown, Black, and poor people, the very people who should be most offered the opportunities these markets provide here in the state of Maine. It is time that we take the next step. LD 1957 helps to counter the ongoing effects of the drug war by rejecting the term intentionally used to make this plant appear dangerous and foreign, and returning to the scientific botanical name, and by opening the market to all individuals willing to follow the laws and regulations that Maine people deem appropriate. It is no secret that the drug war has been largely counterproductive and dramatically biased in its intent and impact. Decades of legalization have positively changed the lives of thousands of Maine people, providing medicine for individuals suffering from cancer, seizure disorders, chronic digestive issues, and offering alternative to deadly opiates to address pain and addiction. And for those who grow and sell cannabis, it has provided a chance for people to open independent businesses, diversify their farms, and provide for their families and communities, all while bringing an already widely available commodity into the taxed and regulated marketplace. It is vital that we recognize and attempt to repair the damage caused by decades of biased drug enforcement by welcoming all Maine people into our vibrant and growing medical and adult use marijuana markets. We must ensure that the benefits of this legal reform are felt by the individuals and communities most harmed by the war on drugs. The goal of social equity laws, as embodied in this bill, LD 1957, is to ensure that people from communities disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition and discriminatory law enforcement are included in the legal cannabis industry. The changes in this bill before you today do just that. LD 1957 is yet just one small step to rebalance the scales, allowing more Mainers to participate in the vibrant and growing market, even if they have been convicted of a crime, providing meaningful opportunities to generate enough wealth to operate independent businesses, to own homes, educate their children, and have something for themselves. I urge you to support this message, and I'm happy to engage in any questions that you may have moving on. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. Questions from the committee. Senator Meermont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, Representative. I guess the question part is, have you ever read Chasing the Scream, the First and Last Days of the War on Drugs? And why I say that is because I tried to get all the folks on the marijuana committee to look at it a little fast. But what your testimony highlights is there's actually a book that was well researched, and it starts in 1915 when someone trying to get more money for a department in the federal government tried to say that just what you're talking about, with the Mexicans were coming across the border and impregnating white women by having them smoke marijuana. And I know we've heard that more recently, but it actually was over 100 years ago that it started. And it goes into a lot of detail about how when these laws of criminalizing and punishing, I mean, way out of scope to the crime, if there's even a crime, are dropped, or someone who's quite rabid about doing that sort of thing starts looking at the problem and maybe has it about face, and they're in a position of power, like the mayor of Toronto, of Vancouver.
Senator?
It turns, yes, I'll get to the point. It turns around. Yes, it turns things around. It saves lives. It brings people back into the community, and that community is Maine, where we need people. We need people to participate in our daily lives, in our communities. This bill is exactly what we need to do that. And I already did put the question in this time, so I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator.
The question to repeat is, have you read a particular book? Can you give us the title of the book again, please, Senator?
Chasing the Scream, the first and last days of the war on drugs. It's not by,
Thank you.
Very well researched. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Talbot Ross.
Yes, and I thank you for the question, Senator, and I truly appreciate you bringing that book and its contents to light. I have read it, and I would encourage the members of this committee, particularly as you have done, to read it as well. I was actually turned on to the book by a colleague of ours, Representative Charlotte Warren, who I believe has also encouraged members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee to read that book. So I appreciate the question and the reference. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Representative Piazza, followed by Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Talbot Ross, for bringing this bill before us. I did have a kind of a specific question around the administrating on school grounds. I noted that you're removing the reference to who is permitted to have a disqualifying drug offense. I didn't see what that disqualifying drug offense was qualified as. So can you be specific? I would assume you're referring to cannabis-related drug offenses, or you're relating to any, is it in reference to any drug offense? And if it's just cannabis, I'm wondering how I didn't see that clearly defined here. I'm wondering how we can parse that out. Or did you mean to cover any drug offense as I read this?
Thank you, Representative Casio. I am, in this bill, we're talking about the qualifying drug offenses as defined under Title 22, Chapter 558C, and definitions for the medical use of marijuana, and then in Title 28B, under subsection 102, definitions under the Marijuana Legalization Act. And so in each one of those titles under the definitions, it does list what qualifying drug offenses, and it's federally, I'll read it to you. Disqualifying drug offense means a conviction for a violation of a state or federal controlled substance. And so it would not be limited to cannabis, if that helps answer your question specifically.
Thank you.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you. Representative Chiazzo had the same question I had, and I think we'll have to work this through work session. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor from the committee? Seeing none, Representative Talbot Ross, you are welcome to stay as we go about having the public hearing on your bill. I'm going to move to other lawmakers who have signed up to testify. I am promoting Representative Lynn Williams to the panel at this time, and Representative Charlotte Warren. And just a reminder, lawmakers can take as much time as they'd like when they testify on a bill. and then we will move to the general public unless any other lawmakers show up to testify before we move to the general public. So welcome Representative Warren, welcome Representative Williams. I'm going to go first to Representative Warren because her camera is on. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Hickman, and good morning, Representative Chiazzo, my seatmate. And good morning to all members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Charlotte Warren, and I'm here today to offer support for LD 1957. In my real life, I'm a social worker and an educator, and working alongside the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, Senator Mearmont, you'll be interested in the fact that we are preparing to launch a book group for the state of Maine in partnership with the Maine Humanities Council around Chasing the Scream. We hear a lot of people quote Johann Hari, who's the author of that book, who says that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection. And that is actually the foundation for a lot of the work that we in this state and folks across the country are trying to do to move us away from the failed war on drugs, not just because the failed war on drugs started as a racist policy and remains a racist policy, but also because it doesn't work. Because it does exactly the opposite of what we all want. It does not increase public safety. It does not assist those who are struggling with substance use disorder. It in fact does the opposite. It disconnects our friends, our family, our partners, our children, our aunties. It does not connect them. So I'm here to say, let's please get this right at the beginning of this industry in Maine, right? At the beginning of this new, very powerful industry, large income generating industry. Let's not wait and go back and have to fix this later. In fact, we already are having to do a fix. We already started this new industry off with outdated professional standards that don't stick to what the research and data say to us. So really, I am just here to echo everything that Representative Talbot Ross said. In my 8 years on the Criminal Justice Committee, I've spent a lot of time learning about the drug war and how we can actually start to make change. And I would just like to see us make sure that we fix this industry mistake right now. And don't attach this new industry, recreational cannabis, and the longtime existing industry of medical cannabis to a failed drug war. And I think that this bill allows you to do that. And that's why I'm here this morning to lend my support. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Representative Williams, the Zoom is yours.
Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Representative Lynn Williams, and I represent House District 135, which includes the towns of Bar Harbor, Lemoyne, and Mount Desert. I am here to share my enthusiastic support for LD 1957. I once again come before you on a cannabis-related bill, as I have done before. As you already know, I have been working in the medical cannabis field for more than 20 years, since I moved to Maine from Northern California. I've sponsored and testified in support of a number of bills before this committee, both as a state rep and before that as a lobbyist for the medical cannabis profession. I am also a decades-long member of NORML, and I'm so pleased to see through their submission of written testimony on this and other bills, their increasing involvement on Maine cannabis issues. I feel very strongly about LD 1957. It is so much more than just one more cannabis-related bill dealing with rules. Rather, it does two things that finally are coming to the forefront in so many areas of our lives and our professions: equity and language. I am pleased to be a co-sponsor of this bill and want to thank Representative Talbot Ross for bringing it forward. I work with many small medical marijuana business owners and a few small adult use business owners, and occasionally someone who I believe, after having conversations with them and hearing about their dreams and plans, would be a successful business owner, just to be barred from achieving that dream because of a non-violent drug-related crime in the past. This bill would right the wrongs the laws have created. In many cases, these folks are being punished for acts that are no longer considered criminal, and we need to right that injustice. The war on drugs is a failure, and we need to make amends to all who have suffered professionally and financially from that failed war. In addition, as Representative Talbot Ross explained, this bill will replace the word marijuana in the statutes with the scientific term cannabis. As the representative noted, in the early 20th century, the word marijuana came into use because it was thought that the implication that marijuana was from Mexico or another Spanish-speaking country would keep Americans from using it. We see how well that worked out. And I'm very pleased that we are moving forward to erase this racist term from the industry. Thank you very much for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the committee for the co-sponsor? Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Williams, good to see you today. I heard you say something that I want to make sure I heard correctly, that some people would have a drug offense on their record that in today's world would not be an offense, but it would still be showing as something from the past. Is that what I heard you say?
Typically, when someone is applying for either a caregiver card or an adult use license, a criminal background check is done. And if there is a past conviction of a crime that is no longer a crime under current statutes, they would still be barred from the license and or the caregiver card. I believe, and I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that there is a time frame when it comes to a caregiver license, but I am not sure that there is a time frame when it's related to adult use. And that's not only the license for the owner of the adult use business, but every investor to the business also receives a criminal background check. So again, things that are no longer crimes are still being held against these folks.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Are there any other questions? Did you have a follow-up, Representative Wood? You good? Okay, great. Any other questions from the committee, Representative Williams? Seeing none. Thank you for being here, Representative. We will see you soon, I'm sure. We will now, if I do not see any other lawmakers present who wish to testify, and I do not, we will now move to taking public comment in favor of the bill from the public. I see hands are going up. I will promote people in the order that the hands are raised instead of in the order that they are on the list, because we may miss some. So we're going to begin with Derek Shirley, followed by Michael Cabetta, followed by Evan Sumner. And attendees are moving through the wormhole. They will be here momentarily. I ask that as I promote you to panelists, please keep your camera and mics off until you are called upon to provide your testimony. It will help with technical issues. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And a gentle reminder that again, the chat is to be used for technical questions only. If you are going to testify, you can provide any clarifying information and answer any question that you have heard prior to. So with that, I will ask Mr. Derek Shirley to turn on his camera and his microphone. I believe yes, there he is.
Hello,
Good morning,
my name is
Shirley.
Hi, how you guys doing? Hello, Representative Hickman, Chair Chiazzo, respective members of the board. My name is Derek Shirley. I'm a resident of Gray, Maine, and a proud felon for 4 ounces of cannabis, a podcast host, and a board member of Maine Cannabis Coalition. Out of anything I ever spoke on, this particular bill really means the most to me, and I support 1957. In 2013, I was arrested for 4 ounces of cannabis. Anything over 28 grams or 1 ounce of that time was a felony charge to intent to distribute an illegal substance. So that means if you had an ounce or more cannabis, you were facing the same charge as someone that was selling crack, meth, coke, or other illegal substances, even though you just had a personal stash of cannabis. After taking a felony charge for intent to distribute an illegal substance because I would not, quote, cooperate with authorities, my life was completely changed. I had to drop out of college, help to pay for legal fees. I can't own a gun to go hunting with my dad or protect my family. I could never find any sort of real job being a felon just with a high school degree or diploma. Anyone that hired me knew they were taking an air quote risk of hiring an ex-drug dealer because my charge says intent to deliver an illegal substance. I could not find places to live because people were scared that I would sell drugs out of their residence. And this was all because of 4 ounces of cannabis. I tell you this not to say woe is me. I tell you this because we have to make paths for people like myself. I am one of the lucky ones that made it out and I am fine. But there are still 40,000 people still in jail for cannabis-related charges. And somehow there's a cannabis billionaire. So understand my frustrations as a cannabis felon for 4 ounces of cannabis disqualifies me for being a caregiver or even a caregiver assistant. I have tried and was denied. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here, Mr. Shirley. Perhaps we will see you at the work session. Next up is Michael Cabetta, followed by Eben Sumner. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, my representative Barbara Wood, and members of the committee. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine, a statewide organization committed to advancing and preserving civil liberties guaranteed by our state and federal constitutions. On behalf of our members, I urge you to support this bill because it would remove an offensive term from Maine's compendium of laws and ensure that cannabis legalization laws are fairly applied. In 2016, the people of Maine decided to make landmark progress on cannabis legalization. Their decision to join the growing number of legal states has been profoundly transformative. By merely acknowledging and systematizing what was already going on all over the state, we've allowed Mainers to generate employment, tourist revenue, and massive economic benefits, all while ensuring that children use at lower rates. In sum, we have improved our communities. The only issue is that some of us have been left behind. Although possession of small amounts of cannabis was decriminalized in Maine as early as 1976, it remains a federal crime and many states still impose criminal penalties for it. The racial disparities in who is arrested for cannabis possession in Maine are staggering. A study that the ACLU completed 2 years ago found that Black people in Maine were 4 times more likely than white people to be arrested for cannabis possession in 2018. In York County, Black people are more than 12 times more likely than white people to be arrested for cannabis possession. These disparate arrest rates do not reflect a disparate rate of possession of cannabis or use of cannabis. Instead, these rates reflect a racially disparate rate of police interactions with the public. By allowing people with federal cannabis convictions to participate in the cannabis market, this bill would ensure some fairness for people in Maine who got caught doing something that was common and widely conducted before we collectively decided to take a new approach by ensuring that people with other drug convictions can take part in the illicit drug trade. We offer paths out of poverty and into prosperity and employment for many in Maine. This bill's other reform to replace the term marijuana with the term cannabis is long overdue. You've heard that official use of the term marijuana has roots in the federal government's attempts to create an association between cannabis and people of color. You've heard that the term marijuana was not commonly used in the United States until the 20s and 30s. During that time, those attempting to enshrine prohibition tried tying use of cannabis to Mexico and Mexicans by referring to it as marijuana in an effort to stigmatize and racialize its use. Removing this word from our state books would ensure that Maine does not replicate offensive terminology. Thank you, committee members, for your time and attention. I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cabetta. Questions from the committee, Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Cabetta, for joining us again. Good to see you again. A quick question from the ACLU's perspective, and I don't need an answer right now, as I'm sure you'll be back for work session, of course. I think it's pretty clear that, you know, penalizing people for past, sorry, that's your timer, you did great. For past challenges or past convictions, let's say, that are no longer prevalent or applicable, I think is very, very valid. Looking at the definitions of a disqualifying drug offense, though, that casts a very wide net on any drug conviction. So I'm wondering if the ACLU, what the position of the ACLU would be to try and target those convictions that are outdated, if you will, or no longer applicable, versus casting a wider net on any drug conviction. And again, I don't need your answer now. I know that's putting you on the spot, but I think that's something I'd like to have that conversation around the work session to see if that's something we can be amenable to.
Thank you, Representative Chiazzo. I do have an answer for you now. That's rooted in our understanding of what leads to not just convictions for things that are no longer crimes, but convictions for things that are still crimes. And that's largely poverty and despair and the disconnection that's discussed in Chasing the Screen and that you just heard about from Representative Warren. We favor offering paths for people out of poverty, and that includes participation in the illicit drug trade, which is the cannabis market. And we do not think that it's wise to restrict participation to people who never had a conviction for crimes that are still on the books. We think that the people who get arrested nationwide and in Maine for trafficking drugs that are still legal should be able to participate in the illicit drug market. And I can go into more reasons if you like, but they're very similar to the reasons articulated in my testimony.
Are there any other questions from the committee? So just for clarity, Mr. Cabetta, your position is that any disqualifying drug offense, no matter the drug, should not inhibit someone for applying for and be considered for a license in either the adult use or the medical marijuana program?
Absolutely.
Are you familiar with I don't know the name of it, but the program in Oakland, California, that sets aside certain licenses, a certain number of licenses for people who have been convicted of what we are calling disqualifying drug offenses? And if so, do you have any opinion on that?
Yeah, I believe the city called it the Equity Permit Program. And there was a set aside of something like 50% of medical cannabis use licenses for people with certain cannabis convictions. It's a good start, and it's a great program. I don't know if any study has been done of its impact, but I'm sure its impact has been very positive. I think that our approach to drug use and drug sales generally has been deeply harmful and misguided as a state and as a country, and that includes the over-criminalization of drug use that's still illegal. And using the legal cannabis trade as a path out of using and selling different types of drugs is a completely viable way to rehabilitate the parts of our community that have been harmed by substance use disorders of many different kinds.
Thank you, Mr. Cobbett. Are there any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Next up, we will hear from Alicia Melnick. Excuse me, Evan Sumner, followed by Alicia Melnick. I apologize for that. Evan Sumner, you have been waiting patiently. The Zoom is yours. Please introduce yourself, where you're from, if you represent anyone, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiasso, and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee of Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Evan Sumner. I'm a resident of West Baldwin. I'm a founding member and legislative chair of the Maine Growers Alliance, as well as part of the Cannabis Commission of Maine. I'm also a SHABER participant in the Seed to Health group and operate one business in the medical program and another business in hemp manufacturing. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in complete support of LT 1957. And thank you specifically, Senator Miramont, for the book suggestion. I've not heard of that book, and I look forward to reading it. As you know, this vehicle promotes equity in the state's cannabis programs and removes the severely outdated law prohibiting Mainers with a previous drug offense to work in one of the largest growing industries in our rural state. Since 1999, Maine has been a legal state for medicinal and 2016 for adult use cannabis. I believe it is long past overdue to remove these prohibitions and allow Maine's citizens the opportunity to add value to their own lives and to our burgeoning industry. A drug conviction can be extremely hampering to an individual's progress out of poverty, and it also removes the opportunity to progress as a human. And we've heard stories today. I think this bill is a good start to fixing these issues. LD 1957 also replaces the nomenclature in using the term marijuana cannabis. As an industry leader and educator, the word marijuana is appalling to me and my colleagues. One of the first things I discussed with my adult ed students is the derogatory nature of the word marijuana. The term itself comes from Mexican Spanish. It's pejorative and even racist. The term was used as propaganda tool linked to US campaigns in the 1930s to demonize the plant by associating it with Mexican immigration. Became a household name along with its attachment to the Reefer Madness movement. I think you all would agree with me that we should do everything in our power to not perpetuate racism. Our neighbors to the north, Health Canada, which is the cannabis governing body, has removed this language as far back as 2016. Many states with legal cannabis have also left this word behind, including our closest neighbors in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont. It pains me that Maine's governing department is called the Office of Marijuana Policy, and that we have not made this simple revision, especially since we are considered the best medical program in the country, time and time again, by Americans for Safe Access. We need to refer to this plant by its specific scientific name and not continue to perpetuate the negative terms stemming from the beginning of the war on drugs, changing the narrative from criminal context to its true botanical and medicinal nature is a low-hanging fruit, and showing Mainers that our governing body is as progressive as the program it governs. I know I've just run out of time. If I could take 10 seconds to say that I've been speaking with some colleagues and hearing that it might not be possible to change the term in statute due to federal reasons. I'm not familiar with the reasons, but perhaps Mr. Prower could help with that. And if that's the case, then at least we could make changes to the department and how the department addresses Mainers through the website and correspondence. Thank you very much for the time and extra time to speak with you today. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Sumner. Are there any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next up, we will hear from Alicia Melnick, followed by Jared Bornstein. Good morning, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, Chair Piazza, Chair Hickman. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today in support of LD 1957. And I just want to give a heartfelt thanks to Representative Talbot Ross for her continued support of equity in this legal market. My name is Alicia Melnick. I'm an attorney at Bernstein Scher and a resident of Portland, and I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. Mark Barnett has also submitted written testimony, but was unable to be here today. The Maine Craft Cannabis Association believes that LD 1957 is an important step for reform and fair cannabis policy in the state of Maine, and urge you to pass this legislation. The crucial element of this bill removes the prohibition on issuing a license or registration for persons convicted of a disqualifying drug offense. As you've heard, this change addresses the unjust stigma surrounding drug use in general and the unfairness of commercial cannabis regulation by allowing access to participation in the market for folks with a drug conviction in their past. As you've heard, those folks are disproportionately poor people, people of color, and particularly African-American males. Just to respond to a couple of things that I think have come up and should be addressed. The intent is, if you look at the law right now, someone has to have been convicted of an offense and served any probation, incarceration, or supervised release, completed 10 years or more before they apply for any license or registration. It's no secret that Maine is in the throes of an ongoing substance use crisis, and that many Maine people have been caught up in the criminal justice system as a result of addiction to opioids and other substances. We have many Mainers coming out of our jail and prisons with convictions on their records that are seeking to build a better life for themselves and their families and seeking to sustain recovery. This is a market, as we've heard, that provides opportunities around the state in rural Maine, in urban Maine, to people with very diverse backgrounds who either want to farm or operate their own businesses or assist others in operation of their businesses. To prohibit people who have a conviction 8, 9, 6 years ago for something just feels like a barrier that is unnecessary and doesn't really serve a clear public health or safety purpose. As I've come before you in the past, I just urge you consistently to try to apply rules and regulations to this industry that are fair and promote real public health and security. Anything beyond that feels like an unnecessary barrier that, again, is just going to disproportionately impact the very same people that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. Other states and cities, including Massachusetts and Oakland and Los Angeles, as you've heard, have actual clear social equity programs in place where they provide training, support, and sometimes even designated licenses for those folks that have been disproportionately impacted. But I think that the best way to do that in Maine is to just keep our barriers to entry to the market low, and this bill does just that. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Melnick, for being my go-to person when a lot of these issues and topics. And again, I hope you don't feel like I'm picking on you, because that's not my intention at all. My concern centers more, not so much around somewhat on the definition of a qualifying drug offense, but specifically as it relates to allowing medical caregivers on school property. So I'm wondering if there is any concern about this being a potential loophole, or if there's any kind of conflict between what school or school policy may be in terms of allowing certain people on the campus versus what we would provide as an industry. In other words, would the schools themselves still have the ability to prevent people with convictions with medical marijuana cards from coming on campus if they so chose? Or would this law prevent them from prohibiting someone from practicing, if you will, on school property, which my understanding right now, they are not restricted for doing that from the medical marijuana standpoint. Is that correct? If they have a caregiver, I see you kind of have a furrow brow. Maybe my question wasn't quite concise enough. So
I'm not sure I'm quite clear. There is the ability for, in a very limited circumstances, my understanding, to provide medication for qualified minors, minor patients within a pretty regimented process. I don't, if the question is whether, if this law were changed, someone who had a drug conviction that they completed 5 years ago could potentially be an approved caregiver to provide medication for a minor. I would have to look in detail to just see how those two things intersected, and might ask for some help from your wonderful analyst.
Yeah.
But I guess my question back to you might be the same, which is, what is the concern if that person has gone through the process, as Senator Hickman raised? All this would remove is that complete bar from even being able to apply for a registration or a license in the adult use or the medical markets. It doesn't give you an automatically allow you through to receive that license. Other things are considered, and the other convictions are considered. I would say that it's important to understand that, that other crimes that really are about misleading folks, or there are other crimes that might be appropriate to continue, but this is really just for convictions of disqualifying drug offenses. But I will look into more to see how this intersects with being on school grounds, and potentially be able to come to you with a more complete answer.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And again, for clarity's sake, I'm trying to see if there's any kind of conflict there, and if there is, how are we going to address that? I'm not looking at that as an excuse to say we shouldn't do this. I want to make sure that if this does happen, we don't create another issue where we've got a conflict with local schools. I mean, they're drug-free zones, and I know there's all kinds of stigma attached to all of that, but I want to make sure that we take that into consideration as we move through this process. That's all. So I appreciate you looking into that, and look forward to working with it on the work session too.
My pleasure, and I appreciate that there's more concern around youth and on school grounds. Absolutely.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Melnick from the committee? Senator Mearmont.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The end of that conversation confused me. We're talking about the only people would be allowed would be a caregiver to provide for a patient who maybe needed the medication and forgot it or something at a school, because it prevents seizures or something that could be a lot more harmful. We went through a period where the allopathic profession was prescribing antidepressants to children, and it caused an epidemic of suicides, which is a side effect of those drugs. But we didn't ban them from the school, and we're not going to ban healthcare providers from helping their patients in a school. That's all I heard from that, so I wasn't sure where the clutter around the edges was coming from in my thought here. Can you explain what I'm missing about that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I believe I'm on the same page, that I think that if someone has gone through the process of becoming a registered caregiver or a licensed, well, in this case, it would just be a registered caregiver, and they are abiding by all the appropriate laws and regulations for doing so, it would be your decision as policymakers whether that created any concern for you all, that registered caregiver would be able to provide that approved medication to that young person. So yeah, I think to the extent that Representative Chiazzo's question was about making sure that the specific portion of the law that applies to minors in an educational setting, that's addressed so that there is no conflict, I think that's important to do. But whether or not there is a specific carve out where if you were to allow, were you to eliminate these disqualifying drug offenses as a barrier, but were to leave them in certain circumstances, that would be your choice as policymakers. But I would agree with you. I don't quite see that would create any specific dangers on its face.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you.
No, thank you. From the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Melnick, for being here. Before we move on to more public testimony, we have been joined by committee member Representative Corey. Please introduce yourself, sir, if you care to.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Coy. I represent House District 25, which is part of Wyndham.
Thank you. And next up, we will hear from Jared Bornstein. Good morning, sir. The Zoom is yours.
Good morning. My name is Jared Bornstein, and I am standing in for Susan Meehan, who is the chairperson of the Maine Cannabis Coalition, whose mission it is to protect Maine's medical cannabis program. From Susan, thank you, Representative Talbot Ross, for this long overdue bill, one of my dreams. Thank you to the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee for hosting this hearing. Last year, I asked Senator Hickman how we can make this happen, and here we are. Marijuana is a dirty word, laced with vehemence from the Jackson administration in the late 1930s, America. While I am basically and usually a law-abiding citizen, I often wish I were not. I often wish I had learned about cannabis and seizures several years prior to 2012, maybe hundreds of thousands of seizures earlier. On record at her worst, Cindy May had 24,000 to 40,000 seizure events a day. Would Cindy May still be with us had I stopped her seizures sooner? Had I broken an archaic law sooner? Had strains of cannabis been ready available from my neighbor's gardens sooner? I wish I had much sooner taken to heart Martin Luther King's famous quote that I wear upon my arm: "One has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws." I also propose that this bill takes it one giant step further and wipes clean the records of anyone in the Maine prison system currently doing time for this plan. You see, I could have been them. When I did find out about cannabis, that it could help seizures, we lived in Connecticut, where the medical program was only run by pharma-like dispensaries, and where they wrote children out of the law upon medical legalization. One of only 2 states of the 21 with the programs at the time. Despite dozens of my family begging the Connecticut legislators for our Cindy May's life, Connecticut wrote Cindy May out of the law. Before financially and emotionally tearing our family apart at the seams, we tried cannabis with Cindy May in our suburban Connecticut home. Nearly instantly, she went seizure-free for 90 days, which was unheard of since her seizures began at 10 months old. Cindy May rarely had a 24-hour seizure-free time. We called it a breath of life, and the only way we knew to administer it at that time was by blowing vaporized smoke into her airway. We would get notes from school: "Keep doing what you are doing, amazing." Yet we could have been jailed and our medically fragile child taken from us for stopping her seizures. In fact, we initially kept Cindy May's daddy in the dark to ensure that one parent would stay free were I arrested. On day 45 of seizure freedom, the grower, Jason, was arrested. On day 90, we ran out of medicine, and Jason was on parole. On day 92, we were in status epilepticus in the PICU in Rhode Island. By day 100, we were in Maine. No other strain was as miraculous for Cindy May as was the Carmelicious grown organically in a Connecticut closet. Protecting mother plants and artisan strains matter as well. Please take this to heart when you hear other cannabis bills this year. We need to stop demonizing this plant. We need to stop jailing people for this plant. We need to make illegal access safe and easy to protect our families from illegal access from criminals lacing product with deadly pharmaceutical drugs like fentanyl. Kill the stigma, pass this bill, and start making it right. Cannabis is a plant-based medicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bornstein, for reading Susan Meehan's testimony into the record. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Supika.
Thank you very much, Senator. Mr. Bornstein, I was wondering if I could ask you how this bill will affect folks in recovery, and if from your experience, do you see a double standard in law enforcement's approach to substance use disorders?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you so much, Representative Supika. I think it's a really positive step forward for people like me who are in recovery from substance use. In April, I will celebrate 8 years separated from heroin, frankly. And I'll just, I guess, tell a short version of the story. You know, you all see me in the state house. You probably assume that I could go get a caregiver license if I wanted to. It probably, that equation is in your mind. Okay, yes, he probably could do that. And I can, but I truly believe the only difference between me and somebody with a felony drug offense is the wealth that I grew up in, the privilege that I have from the color of my skin. I was in a few really hairy situations, one specifically where I was pulled over for doing 87 in a 65. And the police officer, I had illegal substances in the car, paraphernalia. The police officer pulled me out of the car. I mean, I looked like crap, frankly. I'm surprised this happened, but pulled me out of the car, asked me what I was doing. I gave some BS answer, and I ended up leaving that interaction, no search, no further questions, and I didn't even get a speeding ticket. I got a ticket for disobeying a traffic control sign, which is running a stop sign, for doing 22 miles an hour over with illegal substances in the car. And had that, I really believe that, again, the only reason that happened is just because of the type of car that I was driving. It was registered, it was inspected, all the things that my life has given me, I guess, as tools, allowed me to evade a felony drug charge, which would prevent me from being a part of this program. And I really believe that in my core. And I guess I'm here. I know a lot of people who, through recovery and the community, who are not able to take part in this. And it's really, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because these people are just looking for jobs. And, we have this whole, there's abolish the felony box on applications, that I think we really need to take a hard look at applying to cannabis as well, because in a lot of cases, these people are felons. You heard from Derek Shirley. These people are felons for doing the same thing that people are doing in large scale. I mean, there's people selling hundreds of pounds of cannabis a week here. 15 years ago, they would have been felons and they'd be barred from doing what they're doing today. So, yeah, really, please take that story to heart. If you have any questions further, I'd love to address them personally with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bornstein, for sharing your story. Do you have a follow-up, Representative Sapika? Okay. Are there any other questions?
No, thank you.
Are there other questions for Mr. Bornstein before we move on? Thank you for being here, sir. Next up, we will hear from Amber Patterson, followed by Alice McMahon.
Hello, good morning, Senator Hickman and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Amber Patterson. I'm a resident in Fayette. I'm a caregiver, and I really wanted to come forward today to speak about LD 1957 due to just the enormity that it plays in my life. Before all of this, of course, I was a child, and I was a child raised in a cannabis household. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I have to send that to voicemail. I was a child raised in a cannabis household where, unfortunately, when I was 14 years old, due to the laws of the land, I was taken and placed into my grandmother's house. And, it took 17 years from that time for me to make it to Maine, where we have a different type of safety. And it really does come down to our legislative body taking good care of its citizens and making sure that people are aware that this is a medicine, this is not a drug, this is not something that is illicit, this is not something that parents should be having their children stolen from them for. This is something that so many people throughout my life have been affected by, all the way down the line from that very first moment when I was 14 years old and the SWAT team came into our house with guns drawn. These were people that treated me as if I was a criminal when I was a child. This is green prejudice, and it's been that way for years. I was so grateful to come here where we have a different sense of freedom. And then I took my daughter to school where I had a teacher tell another teacher who told a separate teacher that my daughter smelled like marijuana. Now, that she said that because she knew what I did, not because my daughter smells like marijuana. She is not raised in a house where there's cannabis actively available. She's not watering plants. You know what I'm saying? She's separated, but because they know what I do, they project that. And I had to go to the superintendent's office and get a superintendent's agreement. This was on the heels of a couple of other things that teacher specifically had done that were inappropriate during different, instances through school, and get her removed because of the cannabis prejudice that I was experiencing there. So I think that this is a good move to get people in the right mindset. I told the superintendent in that meeting, cannabis has been legal here for 22 years. This teacher has been a teacher for 20 years. There's no reason that I should be treated that way, or that my young 4-year-old daughter should have been sniffed by several teachers to ensure that she may or may not have smelled like cannabis. It was a ridiculous situation that I'm very fortunate I was able to get that superintendent's agreement, get her put into an alternate school where I'm very open with all of the teachers, just like I am with you guys, because I want the stigma to end. And the only way to do that is to show that we are regular people out here working and living and raising our families. Thank you very much. I think that's about it for me today.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. And
Thank you.
I just must say that I'm sorry that your daughter has had to be sniffed by teachers.
It's beyond ridiculous. And I'm just grateful that I found my voice. And a lot of it is from coming in front of you guys. It's really taught me to speak up.
Sounds like it looks like we have a question from Representative McCray for you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Patterson. I wanted to say thank you too. I worked in schools most of my career, and I'm sorry that happened to you. And I really appreciate your advocacy. That's part of what I tried to do to help people advocate. So I'm glad you were able to do that.
I know the superintendent had said to me in the actual meeting, she said, why don't you stay here and teach this teacher and really drive it home to her? And, at that point, I decided it wasn't worth my daughter's sanctity and feeling safe at school. And I told her, the best lesson is for me to walk away from you guys as a relationship, just like any bad relationship. There's somebody better right down the road. And that was proof. She's got an awesome teacher, and I'm so grateful for where she is right now. So thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Patterson? Seeing none, again, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you. You too.
I'm off to work.
From Alice McMahon. If I've said that correctly or incorrectly, I apologize. Followed by Arlie Krause. Welcome.
Hello, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Alex McMahon. I live in Lewiston, and I'm here today to offer support for LD 1957 on behalf of MEDCO and on behalf of NCIA. I've testified to this committee many times, and you may have noticed that I have always used the word cannabis, except when referring to statutory references such as marijuana products or the Maine Medical Marijuana Program. This has always been a quite intentional choice of words. The word cannabis is the scientific name or genus of the cannabis plant, and therefore the accurate word. The word marijuana is a word invented by the United States government to generate a stigma around cannabis. According to Oxford Dictionary, the word marijuana may have originally come from the Aztecan word mayawan, meaning prisoner. The word marijuana first appeared in literature in an 1873 book titled The Native Races of the Pacific States of North America, and initially referred to a type of tobacco used by what the book refers to as the wild tribes of Mexico. It wasn't until the 1930s that the use of the word marijuana became widespread. It is generally accepted that the word was chosen by opponents of the cannabis plant as a way to make the plant sound foreign and scary. This, of course, was the beginning of nearly a century of stigmatization led by Harry Anslinger, head of the brand new Federal Bureau of Narcotics, a precursor to the DEA. Anslinger was a known racist and propagandist, saying such horrible and inaccurate things as marijuana is an addictive drug which produces in its users insanity, criminality, and death. and referring to minorities as degenerate races. Many states succumbed to the widespread disinformation campaign initiated by these awful opponents of cannabis and began passing laws prohibiting cannabis. This disinformation campaign was carried out until very recently in American history. Nixon's domestic policy chief, John Elrickman, was famously quoted as saying in an interview, quote, "You want to know what this was really all about? The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did." End quote. The word marijuana officially became a piece of federal law with the passage of the Marijuana Tax Act of 1937, which effectively made cannabis illegal in the United States. This lasted until 1969 when the Supreme Court ruled the act to be unconstitutional, only for cannabis to be prohibited again in 1970 by the passage of the Controlled Substances Act. To no surprise, racism has been evident in the enforcement of these laws. Not only is the word marijuana evidence of racism, many of the charges attached to drug law offenders today are also evidence of racism. Maine was the second state in the nation to legalize medical cannabis here at the tail end of the unethical and failed, yet somehow still ongoing drug war. The state of Maine should continue to set a positive example for the nation and transition from the word popularized to create a stigma to the accurate scientific name. With our modern understanding of the racist motives of the drug war, there's no reason to continue to vilify users of psychoactive compounds or those people who have been caught with such compounds in the past. Let's scrub these atrocious relics of racism from our law books. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. If I've said that correctly, I'll try to get it right before we finish our work this session. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I thank you for being here and for providing that very harrowing history lesson to all of us who are paying attention. We will now hear from Arlie Krause, and I will ask if there is anyone else in the attendees who wishes to testify in favor of LD 1957. In favor, please raise your hands before we move on to opposition. Good morning, Arlie Krause. The Zoom is yours.
Good morning. My name is Arlie Krause. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I'm a registered cannabis caregiver, farmer, and business owner in Warren. I'm a founding member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, a member of Seed to Health Learning Health Alliance, and the chair of the Adult and Medical Marijuana Committee for the town of Warren. I have recently been appointed to the State of Maine Marijuana Advisory Commission as a caregiver representative, and I am a founding member of the Cannabis Council of Maine. I have been a caregiver in Maine for over 10 years. I'm here today in support of LD 1957, an act to promote equity and increase opportunities in the cannabis industry by removing restrictions related to convictions for drug offenses and to replace the term marijuana with the term cannabis in the Maine revised statutes. I just want to, before I begin my testimony, I want to thank my colleagues for their extremely moving testimony and just say thank you. Marijuana is a word with racist connotations carried forward in time along with the stigma towards people using the plant. The term marijuana has been linked to campaigns in the United States during the Great Depression of the 1930s to vilify the plant by association with Mexican immigrants. Americans looking for a reason for the catastrophic downfall of the economy. And at this time, a large influx of immigrants and the use of cannabis by jazz musicians, many of them Black, viewed as inferior, took the position of scapegoat. At this point, a national agenda to associate violence, immigration, lowlifes, musicians, and others was undertaken by the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, and this began a 3-decade-long campaign against cannabis. The term cannabis, which is taken from the Latin name for the genus of the plant, is a scientific, non-stigmatized word, which should be the nomenclature we choose to use instead of marijuana. Although still restricted and referred to as marijuana at the federal level, many states, such as Massachusetts, have begun to refer to the plant as cannabis, not marijuana, when naming state committees and commissions. This is a positive shift which could happen in Maine. According to several studies by the American Civil Liberties Union, Maine Black people in Maine were arrested for cannabis possession at approximately 4 times that of white people, even though reports show that all races use cannabis at nearly the same rate. Also, as of 2018, arrests for cannabis possession comprised 20% of all drug arrests in the state of Maine, even with the legalization of medical cannabis in place. Past disqualifying drug offenses for cannabis use have obstructed people left in a gray area of the law from entering the legal, medical, and recreational cannabis market as employees, business owners, and other opportunities for progress in life. The expungement of marijuana convictions is a necessary progressive change by eradicating disqualifying cannabis drug offenses and allowing people a chance at a level playing field in this day and age. Thank you for taking the time to reflect on this important topic, and it is my hope that you will consider passing LD 1957. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Krause. Are there any questions from the committee for Arlie Krause today? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I saw Mr. Paul McCarrier's hand raised, but there might be some technical issues because for some reason he's not able to be promoted. I'm going to allow Mr. McCarrier to talk from where he is. And if you wish to provide testimony, Mr. McCarrier, you should be able to do that momentarily if this works. We do sometimes have technical difficulties with Zoom. It's not allowing me to allow him to talk. So with that, I'm going to promote Mr. Matthew Bayless, whose hand is raised, to testify in favor of LD 1957. Welcome, Mr. Bayless.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1957. Been before this committee many times. I've met you all personally, and I'd like to reflect a little bit on my own history and how it relates to this bill. I've been a cannabis activist since 1993 when I was arrested in high school for cannabis. You know, I was a hippie. I was a reefer kid in high school in a small suburban town in Massachusetts, and it basically made us the hunted. Before I left high school, because I had a target on my back, I was arrested 4 times. You know, I've been involved in cultivation for 13 years, but before that, I was involved in distribution in the illicit market. And the only reason I'm alive and not in jail today is because I'm a white man. And it's as simple as that. And as a licensee today, I square with that every single day. And that's why I continue to show up and need to voice how important bills like these are. You know, it's by the grace of God that I don't have a felony conviction. And if I did, I wouldn't be involved in this market. And I don't know where I'd be without cannabis and without my job and my company. So striking convictions, you know, and removing and allowing more access into this industry for people that, you know, weren't as lucky as I am or came from communities of color or persons of colors is extremely important. And, you know, the change in nomenclature is also very important because the word marijuana does have racist roots, and all the stigmas that are still attached to cannabis are deeply rooted in racism. So again, I'm completely in favor of 1957. I think you've heard a ton of excellent testimony today and history. And with that, if anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bayless, for being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, it looks like we have fixed Mr. McCarrier's technical difficulty. Mr. McCarrier, if you are able to unmute and or turn on your camera, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Paul T. McCarrier. I'm a resident of Monroe, Maine. I own one mill in Belfast, Maine, and I'm a member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. I was also a member of the Office of Marijuana Policy's Marijuana Working Group. As everything has been said before, I support. I believe that this is a really important measure, especially changing the terms from marijuana to cannabis, getting rid of the disqualifying drug condition as a matter of background checks. There are a lot of people who are disqualified from this industry that shouldn't, based upon laws that are rapidly changing. I do believe we will see a movement on the federal level before 2024, especially with the banking, and we should make sure that people are not cut out of the access for that. On a practical standpoint, I believe if this measure does move forward and become law, it could also lighten the burden of the work that the Office of Marijuana Policy has to do with regards to background checks. The industry has a lot of people in it. The industry has, I think, over 10,000 participants at this point. And if each one of those has to go through a background check, think about how much staff time that will save the office to not have to do 10,000 background checks every year. I think the Office of Marijuana Policy has definitely improved on how they've been processing applications and how the online streamlined process is going. We'll see how that works out. But from a practical standpoint, I believe passing this bill could just make it easier for not only people to participate in the industry, but also for the Office of Marijuana Policy to continue to administrate the industry. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCarrier. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here and for providing your testimony. Sorry, we did get through the technical issues, so that's appreciated. Is there anyone else present who wishes to testify in favor of LD 1957? Seeing no hands, is there anyone present who wishes to testify in opposition to 1957? Seeing none, I am now going to promote to our panel Gabby Pierce from the Office of Marijuana Policy to testify on the bill. Good morning.
Good morning. My apologies if there was confusion. I'm Gabby Pierce. I'm the Policy Director for the Office of Marijuana Policy, and we had just intended to submit written remarks to provide information regarding how those background checks are used during our application process. So that's pretty much all we have for you today.
Thank you. We will see you therefore then at the work session. I apologize
Indeed.
for putting you on the spot, but you handled it brilliantly. Is there anyone else present who wishes to testify on LD 1957? Please raise your hand. Going once, going twice, all public comment having been taken, I will now close the public hearing on LD 1957, and we will turn to Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask a question for the analyst for the work session? I'd just like to better understand excuse me, the background check. It seems to me that the department would still do background checks, that the purpose of the bill would be to remove the specific type of felonies. So my question is, would still background checks still be done? We had testimony that other crimes would be considered.
So we will definitely have Mr. Pryor look into that and provide an answer at the work session. Thank you for it. Are there any other questions we would like for Mr. Pryor to clarify at the work session? Seeing none. Thank you. I will now open the public hearing on LD 1985, an act to improve testing requirements for adult use marijuana, presented by our very own Representative Piazza of Scarborough. Mr. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning still. I am still Chris Chiazzo, and it is my pleasure to introduce LD 1985, which is an act to improve testing requirements for adult use marijuana. I'll start off by telling you what the bill does. It basically provides an exemption for the required testing of adult use marijuana or a marijuana product if the marijuana or marijuana product has already undergone mandatory testing at the direction of another licensee, and the marijuana or marijuana product has not undergone any further processing, manufacturing, or alteration that would result in increase in the concentration of any contaminants for which testing is required. So that's a mouthful. So I will just surmise it and say, basically, we've all been having conversations with various members of the adult use industry. I've had several conversations with the Maine Cannabis Industry Association, as many of you have, over the course of the summer, trying to figure out or help remove some of those administrative barriers and regulatory requirements that are prohibitive to some extent. So what this bill seeks to do is ensure that the product is tested, at least it has to be tested before it hits the retail market. The question is the way it's working now is every time a product is transferred between processors, so example from a grower to a processor for an elixir or something, it must be tested prior to that transfer. So what this does is this puts the burden of testing on the retailer, if you will, to make sure that it's been tested before it hits the public. Now, if it's just a flower product, it still needs to be tested. Perhaps the cultivator tests it. If it's a processed product, then as long as it doesn't change phases, it has to be tested at least one time before it hits the retail market. This really is a kind of a narrow approach. It's under Title 28B, Section 605, which is the section regarding additional testing, which is not required. This just qualifies that and clarifies that. There's already a statute in there that says it doesn't need to be tested again. However, because of the clause in there that says moving it, and I'll give you the exact, because it says it has to be tested prior to consumer or prior to being transferred to a consumer or to another licensee. That's been interpreted to mean multiple testing has to be done at multiple times. And so the goal here is very, very simple. It's to still maintain that consumer protection, if you will, making sure that any contaminants are tested for, that they're not exceeding whatever limits that we put on. And it's so for consumer safety, but it's also removing that burden of frequent and multiple testing between transfers, which does a lot of things. One, it drives the price up, and two, it also decreases the time and puts some real barriers into product moving back and forth or coming to market. So there will be an amendment, I think, coming from MCIA that also is related to Section 602, which is the definition of mandatory testing. All it really does is makes that one simple change that it's not required to be tested between transfers of licensees. It still is going to be required to be tested before it hits the retail market at least once. So in other words, if a manufacturer or an elixir purchaser decides to purchase flower from a cultivator, it doesn't need to be tested, but they're running the risk that if they're going right to market after that, they'll have to test. And if that product is contaminated, then that'll impact their production facilities, if that makes sense. So I kind of freeform that a little bit. I know we've got a lot of time. There'll be people from MCIA, I'm sure, that are coming to testify afterwards. But again, you know, the bigger picture for us, as we've talked about as a committee, I really think it's important for us to look at streamlining regulations and look at simplifying things and while we maintain the consumer health and the consumer safety portion of it. And I think this strikes that balance. So happy to answer any questions as best I can as to the whys.
Thank you, Chairman. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor from his colleagues on our committee? Seeing none. Are there any legislators present who wish to testify in favor of LD 1985? Seeing none, we will move to public comment, and we'll hear first from Melina Dumas. Welcome. Please introduce yourself, who you represent, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Melina Dumas, and I'm an attorney with the law firm Drummond Woodsum based in Portland, Maine. I'm here today on behalf of Maine Organic Therapy, one of the registered dispensaries in Maine, and Curaleaf Maine, which has several active and pending adult use licenses. We're in support of LD 1985 and want to thank Representative Chiazzo very much for bringing this bill forward. While it's a difficult task to balance the interests of a diverse stakeholder group, legislators do have an obligation to protect both businesses and their consumers. Representative Chiazzo's bill is a perfect example of how it's possible to appropriately balance varying and important interests. businesses' desire to minimize costs, and consumers' desire for access to safe, consistent products. Specifically, it illustrates how the legislature can help protect consumers from harmful chemicals and additives while also minimizing unnecessary burdens and costs on the industry. As Maine's marijuana industry continues to mature and evolve, we're seeing concerning news reports and studies relating to marijuana that contains dangerous chemicals and additives. It's important to take this context into consideration as potential changes to testing requirements should be carefully considered in order to avoid unintended adverse consequences. We support this bill because it's narrowly tailored and does not erode the protections of mandatory testing. However, I wanted to take just a moment to provide some information for your consideration as you think through these changes. Marijuana draws in and concentrates contaminants from soil and water. That means that if a licensee, even if a licensee that's using organic practices, is cultivating marijuana in soil or using water that contains heavy metals, such as arsenic, it is concentrated in the marijuana flower. One of the public health and safety crises in Maine this past year has been the discovery that farmland across the state is contaminated with PFAS, forever chemicals, that are contaminating food and likely marijuana cultivated on these lands. Without testing, products contaminated with arsenic or PFAS are unknowingly consumed. Testing data confirms that there is marijuana being produced by medical and adult use licensed companies in Maine containing high levels of arsenic and other dangerous heavy metals. Luckily, at least in the adult use market, because of testing, those products never reach store shelves. Without testing, it's impossible for consumers, either in the medical or in the adult use market, to know whether the products they are purchasing from state licensed stores, products they rightly assume are safe, actually are. There are also increasing reports and studies in cannabis markets across the country regarding myclobutanol, which is an effective component in some pesticide sprays to kill fungi such as powdery mildew. When myclobutanol reaches 396 degrees Fahrenheit, it turns into hydrogen cyanide. And that's why it's so dangerous when it's present in smokable products. Prolonged exposure to hydrogen cyanide is connected to various cardiovascular, respiratory, and neurological illnesses. So in conclusion, we support this bill because testing will still be imposed on adult use marijuana during the phase where the analytes would potentially be present. Marijuana flower will need to be tested for harmful chemicals and pesticides before being transferred out of the cultivation facility to another licensee, for example. However, it will not be necessary to test for certain analytes again prior to the next transfer if there is no longer any danger that those harmful chemicals would be present. So thank you very much for taking these comments into consideration, and I hope you'll vote in support of LD 1985. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? And if you could pronounce your name for me one more time, I'll try to get it right before the end of session.
I think you've been great. Melina Dumas. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for being here today. We will now move to take more testimony in favor of the bill from Arlie Krause, followed by Matthew Bayless. I'm trying to work out a technical issue with Matt Hawes, who will be represented by Jay Nutting today, but this is where we are right now. Welcome back, Arlie Krause. The Zoom is yours.
I can't find Just waiting for children to leave the room. Hello. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Arlie Krause. I'm a registered cannabis caregiver, farmer, and business owner in Warren. I'm a founding member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, a member of Seeds Health Learning Health Alliance, the chair of the Adult and Medical Marijuana Committee for the town of Warren. I have recently been appointed to the State of Maine Maine Marijuana Advisory Commission as a caregiver representative, and I'm a founding member of the Cannabis Council of Maine. I have been a caregiver in Maine for over 10 years. I'm here today in support of LD 1985, an act to improve testing requirements for adult use marijuana. This bill puts forward a common sense change which eradicates additional unnecessary testing if the cannabis has already been tested for contaminants. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you for your brevity, Ms. Krause. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you again for being here. We will hear next from Matthew Bayless, followed by Alicia Melnick. Welcome back, Mr. Bayless.
Thank you, Chairman Hickman. Good morning. Chairman Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Matthew Bayless. I'm an adult use cannabis cultivator I live and work in South Portland, and I'm also a member of Maine Cannabis Industry Association's Legislative Committee. I'm before you today to testify in support of LD 1985. The regulatory framework of our adult use cannabis program has more than its fair share of oversteps and redundancies that do not enhance public safety and drain our companies of valuable resources and bandwidth. LD 1985 is effective in removing one of the most glaring redundancies, which is the mandatory repeated testing of cannabis as it leaves a cultivation facility and makes its way to a manufacturing facility, where it's made into its final product and is tested again before it makes its way to market. And how this affects my company is that, you know, we're basically, we get flower to market, we package it ourselves, but with our trim, we work with a processor, a manufacturer. Right now, we have to test that flower and test that trim, and then that trim goes to the manufacturer. Everything's packaged there. They retest it, it goes to market. So with the passage of LD 1985, it would save us thousands of dollars in testing. That trim is essentially already tested because it's coming off flower that's already tested. And then once it goes to our processor, it doesn't go out to market until it gets tested. There are plenty of reasons why licensees may choose to test along the way, but as far as public safety is concerned, it is only necessary to test the product once before it is released into the supply chain. Testing is important. I do not cut corners, and being transparent is something I take very seriously. If I can adhere to the same level of transparency and save my company thousands of dollars a year in testing fees, I consider that a huge win-win. Cannabis operators right now need all the help we can get. Like all businesses, we are struggling with staggering inflation and supply chain woes, as well as other unique challenges to our industry, such as access to fair banking and access to capital. I kindly ask for your support of LD 1985 to give us some much needed breathing room, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that committee members may have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, sir, for participating in today's public hearings. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next up, we will hear from Alicia Melnick testifying in favor of LD 1985, followed by Alex McMahon and Jay Nutting for Matt Hawes. Welcome back.
Thanks so much. Senator Hickman, Chair Chiazzo, members of the Veterans Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Alicia Melnick. I'm a resident of Portland, an attorney at Bernstein Scher, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association in support of LD 1985. You've already heard this morning from people who are direct participants in the adult use industry about how this would benefit them in a practical way. The Maine Craft Cannabis Association, as I've been here before you already this morning, supports changes to laws and regulations that reduce costs and barriers to participating in the market without undermining public health and safety. We believe LD 1985 does just that by eliminating the need for redundant and duplicative testing in the adult use side. Thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate your consideration of this matter, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, welcome back, Alex. The floor is yours.
Hello again, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Alex McMahon. I live in Lewiston, and I'm here today to offer support for LD 1985. LD 1985 is a fix to the unnecessary redundancy in the current testing requirements. Right now, products are required to be tested multiple times for each analyte, even when the product is past the point at which the analyte could appear. For example, pesticide testing is required of harvested plant material, which has an obvious purpose. However, pesticide testing is also required after that tested plant material is made into concentrates, and again, when that tested concentrate has been made into an edible product. This is the case even though we all know there is no reason for anybody to use pesticides in the extraction process or in the edibles production process. This redundancy also exists with heavy metals, as if somebody is going to use fertilizer that's high in heavy metals in the production of their batch of gummies. This redundancy also exists with residual solvents, as if somebody is going to add butane to their batch of brownies made with tested concentrate. This redundancy also exists with water activity, mold and mildew, and the other analytes, all of which are equally nonsensical. Keep in mind, all manufacturing facilities are already regulated by the Department of Agriculture and are already held to the same standards as every other business in Maine that produces products to be consumed by the public. Products should only be required to be tested for each analyte at the stage that makes sense. Products should not be required to be tested again for each analyte as they move through the production stream in cases where there have been no increase in factors that could potentially lead to contamination. LD 1985 is a quick fix to pointless language that does nothing to increase public safety and only costs operators money for no reason. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon, for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next up is Jay Nunning on behalf of Matt Hawes. Jay Nunning, the floor is yours.
Thank you and good morning, Chair Hickman, Chair Chiazzo, members of the committee. My name is Jay Nunning. I'm a resident of Vassarboro. I'm employed by Main Street Solutions and appear before you on behalf of Matt Hawes, who is currently traveling and can't provide the testimony himself in favor of LD 1985. Matt is a resident of Bath and is co-founder of Novel Beverage Company, a licensed adult use cannabis beverage manufacturing company located in Scarborough. As the operator of a business that is licensed and regulated by both the Office of Marijuana Policy and the Department of Agriculture, I have witnessed firsthand the degree to which testing cannabis far exceeds the testing of any other product that we consume in our daily lives. As a beverage manufacturer, we list the ingredients that we use on the label of each of the products we make. You will find ingredients such as water, fruit juice, cane sugar, oats, tea, and others. The only difference between our products and those that you find on the shelves of stores and markets every day is that ours contains cannabis. For us, the manufacturer of these products, the cannabis is only an ingredient that we use. However, it is the only ingredient that we must test for a wide range of analytes over and over again. In fact, we do not test any of the other ingredients at all, not once. If the cannabis oil that we use to make our products has been tested for consumer safety analytes, such as pesticides, heavy metals, and microbials, then it is already the most tested and reliably safe ingredient that will be used in our products. There is certainly no need to test it again if we do nothing that might concentrate those analytes. The risk of subsequent exposure or contamination of cannabis in our facility is exactly the same as it is for all the other ingredients we use. That is precisely the risk that the Department of Agriculture is tasked with evaluating when issuing, reviewing, and maintaining our licensure as a beverage plant. The Department of Agriculture has reviewed and continually inspects our equipment and our process to assure that we maintain an environment safe to produce consumable goods. This is the same level of scrutiny applied to every other food or beverage products made in Maine, which we all consume on a regular basis with no issue. Testing is an expensive and time-consuming process. The full slate of analyte tests runs about $330. In the production of our beverages, we use an extracted distillate THC and can produce about 30 batches of beverages from every kilogram of distillate that we purchase. Testing that kilo of distillate costs $330. Whereas testing each batch would cost a total of $9,900. And we have large batch sizes for an edible producer. For many manufacturers in Maine, that is—
Mr. Nunning, your time has—
Time to wrap up.
If you could wrap up, that would be great, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely, would be happy to. I think Matt goes on to, and you can read in his written testimony, that this law and the change is fairly simple to understand. All cannabis is tested prior to sale, period. We think this is a worthwhile move and hope the committee will consider supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nunning. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Is there anyone else present who wishes to testify? We'll go to Eben Sumner next, but I'm putting a last call out into the attendees to testify in favor of LD 1985. Please raise your hand and I will promote you at that time. Welcome back, Mr. Sumner. You may turn on your camera and provide your testimony on this legislation.
Thank you again. Good morning still. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiasso, and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee of Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Evan Sumner. I'm a resident of West Baldwin. I'm a founding member and legislative chair of the Maine Growers Alliance, as well as a founding member of the Cannabis Council of Maine. I'm also a Shaper participant in Seed to Health and operate one business in the medical program and another business in hemp manufacturing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1985 today. Without taking up too much of your time, I agree with the points that have been made here today. Removing overburdensome and redundant regulation is the best way forward in limiting unnecessary costs to the producer or manufacturer, which will effectively provide a lower cost to the consumer. Thank you again. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sumner. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, is there anyone present who wishes to testify in opposition to LD 1985? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, I will call upon the department who did sign up to speak on this bill, neither for nor against. I think that I probably conflated the two bills on my screen earlier, but I think I've got it right this time. So we are welcoming back Gabby Pierce from the Office of Marijuana Policy to speak on its behalf.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiasso, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am still Gabby Barabee Pierce, the Policy Director for the Office of Marijuana Policy, and I'm before you today to provide testimony on behalf of our office, neither for nor against LD 1985. Our office, in coordination with the Maine CDC's Marijuana Testing Facility Certification Program, licenses adult use marijuana testing facilities and sets the detection and pass-fail limits for harmful contaminants in adult use cannabis and cannabis products. When our office was tasked with developing and launching the adult use marijuana program, we were keenly aware that testing had been a major challenge for other states' regulated cannabis markets. And we sought to learn from those lessons and launch a program that had sufficient testing capacity on day one. For the last 2 years, we've worked side by side with our licensed and prospective testing facilities to ensure we are requiring mandatory testing in the way that the Marijuana Legalization Implementation Committee intended. Throughout the rollout of mandatory testing, we have solicited and received feedback from our licensees, including cultivators, manufacturers, and testing facilities, some of whom you've heard from today, regarding the testing requirements, and made changes to the mandatory testing program based on that feedback to the extent that we were able to based on the existing statutory testing requirements. It is our understanding that the proponents of this bill are seeking to address one issue we've been unable to address, which is testing of cannabis and cannabis products that have already been determined to be free from some, if not all, harmful contaminants. While our office is generally supportive of efforts to reduce compliance costs in a manner that does not jeopardize public health and safety, we're concerned with the bill that, as it was written before we heard about the amendment, would not have a meaningful impact on reducing costs associated with mandatory testing and could introduce additional uncertainty into the very technical testing requirements. We are glad that the proponents have shared with us amended language that you've heard about here today, and we really do appreciate their candor. Upon review, it does appear that the amendment would address the majority of our health and safety concerns by requiring full panel testing prior to sale to consumers. We can certainly implement the language proposed in that amendment if that is the direction the legislature chooses to go. As always, we thank the committee for its careful consideration of the bill, and I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Are there any questions from the committee for the department? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? One thought, Senator Miramont, you have a question for the department? No, okay. Question for the committee, for the analysts?
For the committee, it sounded like that was the last person to testify. I wonder, there's no opposition. They're not in opposition. I'd like this. Can we move to work session and take care of this bill?
If you would defer Senator
I
Mayor,
will.
come back to that. I have a hand raised, so I'm going to promote Mr. Shirley to see if he would like to provide testimony on LD 1985 before we close the public hearing. And if there's anyone else present who would like to testify on this bill, also please raise your hand and we will promote you. Welcome back, Mr. Shirley. You may begin your testimony.
Yes, I didn't plan on testifying. That's why I have it was on the fence. But I just like to point out that we're talking about the full panel testing. I'd like to look at Pennsylvania as an example that it has full panel testing. Granted, it is medical, but as of last month, companies like Curaleaf actually have had vape recalls due to additives in their. So that's actually the new. That should be the new thing to focus on. It's actually big companies are actually getting big recalls, actually via the FDA. So I think that needs to be clear that full panel testing is not always going to give you the safest results, unfortunately, because we're still behind on SOPs across the board, medical or adult use, unfortunately. So you're going to have that, like in Pennsylvania, Curaleaf has many vape recalls due to additives. So I just like to say that. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Are there any questions for Mr. Shirley on his testimony? Seeing none, we appreciate your participation, sir. Is there anyone else present who wishes to testify on LD 1985? All public comment having been taken, I will close the public comment on LD 1985. Senator Miramont?
Yes, I would like to move that we go into work session. And
second.
It's been moved by Senator Miramont. It's been seconded by Representative Riley that we move directly into work session on this legislation. Is there any discussion of the motion? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had internet problems, so I may have missed it, but I just wanted to see if we talked about what the amended language was. There seemed to be support for it, but if we talked about it, I missed it.
So we are still trying to make a motion to debate going into work session or not. And I will say that if the bill sponsor would like to mention the amendment as a part of our conversation, that is perfectly in order. Representative Piazza?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are in receipt of an amendment, and I know Sam has prepared a couple of comments on it as well. So we certainly can speak to that in work session. I think it's pretty straightforward, but certainly I would hope that we would get that information for the committee before we made any vote decisions. So, but we have that.
Thank you. Representative Corey.
Thank you. I'm generally not very comfortable with heading straight into work session, so I'll be probably opposing this motion. I always like to see the analyst's analysis prior to any kind of vote I take, so I won't be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Are there any other questions or comments, discussion on the motion to move directly into work session? Seeing none, the committee is ready for the question. Karen, please call the vote.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Senator Miramont, yay. Senator Farren. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
For the same reasons as Representative Corey, I'm going to vote no today.
Representative Kinney, no. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
No.
Representative Corey, no. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph absent, and Senator Farren. Senator Farren absent. 7 in favor of the motion, 2 opposed to the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. With 7 members voting in favor and 2 members opposed, the motion prevails. I will now open the work session on LD 1985 and ask.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Real quick, I think you need to have, we need a minority report, I believe, and I defer to Representative Corey.
On a motion to move directly into work session, there's no report.
Oh, it was directly into work. I'm sorry. I thought, no.
It's all good.
I've had phone calls. I'm sorry. My fault.
Okay. It's okay. And Karen, just to let you know, I believe that Senator Farren will be absent for the rest of the day. So, and if he comes back, we will see his name on the screen. So I will open the work session on LD 1985 and act to improve testing requirements for adult use marijuana. And I will ask Sam to present what he has. There was a discussion in our chair's meeting the other day that we might do this. And so I believe our great analyst is prepared to show us something. Sam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. I have what I'm going to call a preliminary bill analysis. It's not finished, but I'm sharing my screen right now. And I can send this to the committee once it's completed, but as you'll see on here, I noted I have not had a chance to really review any legal issues that could be present on this bill. I'm not saying there are, and I have also not had a chance to fully review any technical issues that could be present. But I think what might be useful for the committee right now is I provided a summary of what the bill does, and how that relates to the current law, and then also my understanding of the amendment provided by MCIA. And I'm sure Representative Chiazza can correct me if I got any of this wrong, but I figured I'd walk through those 2 components and at least the committee, and then answer any questions that I might be able to on the fly about pieces that might be confusing. Does that make sense as a process?
Yes, thank you, Sam.
Okay, so as I wrote here, so under the current law, my understanding is that testing is required before adult use marijuana or marijuana products may be sold or distributed from a licensee to either a consumer or another licensee. And this bill changes that requirement by exempting marijuana and marijuana product from additional testing prior to the sale or distribution, unless the marijuana or marijuana product has undergone further processing, manufacturing, or alteration that would result in an increase in the concentration of any contaminants for which testing is required. And I think that my understanding here is that the key distinction is that you're not going to be required to test every time between licensees. And so that's my understanding of what the bill as printed does. And then my understanding of the MCIA amendment is that it's going to remove the requirement for testing to occur when a licensee sells or distributes to another licensee. So if you're selling and distributing between 2 licensees, there's not even, I think, initial testing required in the first instance. It's only going to require that the testing happens before sale or distribution to a consumer. Basically, licensees are not going to have to test when transferring between each other, but it will maintain that requirement for a consumer. And then the amendment also makes the bill an emergency. And that's really all I have. And I will just note again, this is a preliminary analysis, and I have not had a chance to really go through and do a full robust review of the bill or the amendments. So if I got any of this wrong, please let me know. And if there are any legal issues or technical issues that arise between today, any vote you might take today and the next time we do language review or a work session, I'll be sure to point those out for the committee as well.
Thank you, Sam. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to table.
The move to table is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. That's a non-debatable motion. Committee is ready for the question. Karen, please call the roll. Whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Hickman.
Nay.
Senator Hickman, nay. Senator Mirmont.
No.
Senator Mirmont, no. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Reluctantly, yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
No.
Representative McCray, no. Representative Riley.
No.
Representative Riley, no. Representative Supika.
No.
Representative Supika, no. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 4 members in favor of the motion and 5 members, 5 members opposed to the motion and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. With 4 members in favor of the motion and 5 members opposed to the motion fails. Senator Mirmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass as amended by the amendment as read by the analyst.
It's been moved ought to pass as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Representative McCray, moved by Senator Mirmont. And Sam, are you confident that you understand the motion?
Thank you, Senator Hickman. I am, but I would ask, especially in this instance, just that I'm approved to work with the stakeholders and the sponsor, just to make sure that any changes that have to be made or might have to be made, I'm just able to work with them on the amendment before we bring it back.
You have the permission of the bill sponsor to do that. I saw him nod his head. Representative Corey, followed by Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting against the pending motion. I'll be voting against the pending motion because even the analyst said that his analysis is very preliminary to doing this. I would much rather, vote on a whole bill. And I imagine I would vote on this once, it's been thoroughly looked at and everything else, but I'm not going to make decisions on limited information sort of going forward. So I'll be voting no. It's not that I don't necessarily, agree with the bill, but I'm not gonna pull the trigger, on anything I'm not 100% sure of. Thank you.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too will be voting no. Part of it being I wasn't able to be here for part of the public hearing because I was in another committee presenting language for an amendment on a bill in another committee. And so therefore, I don't have enough information at this time to properly support this. And I would ask that when the language review comes, if it's something that I can get behind 100%, then I would like to be able to reconsider my vote at that time.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Kinney beat me to the punch. I guess I would ask, I totally respect the process concern. I guess from a policy standpoint, if we're okay with it, I would request a not to pass as amended vote, because I think it's good policy. I think it's pretty straightforward, with a full understanding that we can reconsider upon language review in any situation, like we always do, if people have concerns or questions about it. So I, like others, don't appreciate the fast movement often of bills. I think in this instance, it's very straightforward, in my opinion. Obviously, we need to hear back from the analysts to make sure. We have had zero opposition against it, including the enforcement agency. So I respect your positions. I certainly, it is an emergency measure, so I think having a unanimous report is important coming out of the committee. So I would hope that you would consider voting to pass as amended, and certainly we can reconsider again if you have concerns after the fact. But I understand either way. That's my plea.
Chair recognizes Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to state that I did support the tabling motion because most of the time I like to support my colleagues when they want to table, but I'm actually fine with where we're at with the bill, so I will be voting in favor.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Representative Corey.
Thank you. I'm on board with what Representative Kinney had said. Once I have the analysis, once I've had a more detailed look at this, if there is an opportunity to, reconsider it, I would do that. But I just think moving bills along at this pace is, I'm not gonna say what my opinion about that is because it won't be nice. So thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder to the committee, I know that not everyone was here at the beginning of committee. The presiding officers have sent out a guidance to committee dated February 28th, as has been the practice for each of the previous 2 sessions, whether we agree with it or not, that we are in crunch time and that committees are instructed that they may move on additional days that are not authorized days, and that we are reminded we may hold work sessions on any bills in our possession at any time following the public hearing on a bill. I will say that the only reason why I didn't support a tabling motion, which I normally would do, is to get this first vote taken because it's entered into the system and it helps move the work along. So even if we come back and reconsider later after the language review, we are still moving the work forward, and that is what we need to do in order to meet our statutory adjournment requirement. So with that, I will be voting for the pending motion. Is there any other discussion of the motion? Chairman Chiazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for speaking twice on it, especially as the bill sponsor. I also want to comment that, and it's not an excuse, but it's a factor. The analysts are doing a lot of work as well, and if we have a divided report now, they still have to create the report for that minority report, even if it's going to be reconsidered, which is why I would ask as a courtesy that you could support this motion. And obviously, anybody on the prevailing side can make a reconsideration motion if they're uncomfortable with language review or and at any point in the process before it's voted out of committee. So I would just ask you to take that into consideration as well.
Any other discussion of the motion? Is the committee ready for the question? Karen, please call the vote.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mearmont.
Yes.
Senator Mearmont, yes. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
No.
Representative Kinney, no. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
No.
Representative Corey, no. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 7 in favor of the motion, 2 opposed to the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. With 7 members in favor of the motion and 2 opposed, with 3 absent, the motion prevails. We will have language review when it is ready. Absent members have until noon on Friday to cast their vote. I have not updated that, but we do request people cast their vote as soon as possible, just in case there is no reconsideration. that is also possible, but we will likely do that if we need to. So with that, I will close the work session on LD 1985. It is 11:30. We are slightly behind schedule, which is fine. We have a work session that was scheduled for 11 a.m. on LD 1927, an act to authorize certain off-premises sales of adult use marijuana. We will take a bit of a break, but I also want to check in. Sam, you have a question for the committee on 1985.
Sorry, I didn't want to derail. I just wanted to double check. I'm assuming the minority report was ought not to pass on the last bill, but I just wanted to make sure.
That was my failure. Thank you, Sam. The minority report, moving too fast, is ought not to pass. Representative Corey.
Yeah, I'm in not to pass until we have the analysis. Thanks.
Representative Kenny, are you with that?
Sorry. Yes, I'm in, and that's part of, and where you point out, sometimes moving too fast, and that's part of why we're not to pass at the moment.
Okay. So the work session is closed. I know that the bill sponsor for LD 1927 is here. And if the bill sponsor is available in 15 minutes for us to take a short break, if you have no objection to that, please raise your hand if you do have an objection to that. But we are going to take a 15-minute break, not a full lunch break. I do want to have this next work session because we may need to caucus it. And then we can take a break before 2 o'clock. So with that, the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs will be at ease until 11:45.
Mr. Chair, are you still there? Nope.
I'm still here.
For some reason, your microphone, most of the meeting was quite clear, and in the last 10 or 15 minutes has become more garbled where everyone else is still clear. I don't know if something changed. I'm just pointing it out for when we come back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. How does the mic sound there, Representative Supika? Okay.
How does my new, I have a new mic system. Am I more clearer and louder?
Very clear, very loud and very clear, but not too loud.
I'll reserve that for certain discussions. Oh, that was the wrong button.
We technically can open a work session without a quorum and not vote, but I'm going to wait until I see 7 members present before we do open the work session. And while we wait, I will invite the bill sponsor to join us as well. The floor leader in the House. On the Republican side of the aisle, we're inviting Representative Dillingham, the bill sponsor, to join us. I think I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, Representative McQuaid, you're in 2 places. There we go, 7. So welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I know some folks probably took that 15, 18 minutes to wolf down some food. I'll do that on the next break. With that, I'm going to open the work session on LD 1927, an act to authorize certain off-premises sales of adult use marijuana, presented by Representative Dillingham of Oxford, a bill we previously tabled so we could work out some details, and I will pass this over to Sam.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. I guess I just, before I move forward, I do want to remind the committee that there's a pending motion from the last work session, and that was a pending motion of ought not to pass. And I guess I know that the committee has received an additional amendment proposal since the previous work session, and that was from Representative Kinney, and I'm happy to walk through that for her or let her introduce that to you, whatever she would prefer. And I can also give the committee a refresher on what the original bill does as well, if you'd like that. But just let me know.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for the reminder, catching us up to where we were. I think what we'll do is I'll call on Representative Kinney right out of the gate here to just go ahead and present her amendment to us, and then the committee can ask her questions, can also ask questions of the bill sponsor who is here, and we'll go from there. Thank you, sir. Representative Kinney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had discussed some of this with the sponsor, and we had come up with a few things, and I misunderstood one part with her, and I do want to amend on the limiting tinctures and solves. We had discussed in committee that we would also allow edibles, and I would add edibles back into that amendment. Beyond that, in committee, we had concerns regarding the capture of the sale. So there would need to be some form of camera to be able to capture that sale. And we discussed the idea that we don't want to necessarily catch a passerby in that video or picture. So there needs to be some kind of separation, whether it's blocking off with some form of a board or a side of a tent. That would be something I would want to see in place. And as I discussed before, I've gone to fairs and things, and I have tents, and they have sides that, and even little pop-ups can have sides put right on them. So I don't think that would be a big expense. I mean, if they're willing to go out and do this anyway, they have the funds to be able to do this, because there's usually going to some of these events. The idea behind back-to-back for the same event was with concerns that regarding
Representative Kinney, for some reason you are going in and out. I don't know exactly if it's because the dog is taking over when you're speaking or not. I really don't know. And my question is, did you have any version of this in writing at all for us to look at, or we're still in the conference stage, which is fine.
It was emailed. CM emailed it.
Okay. So
everyone.
I thank you. I guess I got an email, which is fine. Sam, if you don't mind sharing your screen with all of us while Representative Kinney is going through it. And if you go in and out again, Representative Kinney, I will ask Representative Dillingham to just talk about it as well, since I know you guys have worked on this together. Great. So let's try again, Representative Kinney.
Okay. You want me to start back at the top?
Yes, let's just walk through
Okay.
this point by point, because I think might have happened to you what's happening to me. So it looks like mine is fixed. I rebooted and here we are.
Yeah, and it's funny, I have really good internet, but sometimes I do blip out for some reason. I don't know. So I will say that the sponsor and I do not agree on some of these things. Well,
Okay.
She doesn't agree with some of this, so, and I'll let her speak to that on her own. And there might be some tweaks that we could make, and I'll mention that as well. So the first point was limiting the marijuana products allowed for off-premise sales to marijuana products that are tinctures and salves. And that was a misunderstanding on my part. She did want to include edibles, which we had discussed in this committee. So I would also add in the edibles, but it takes away from the smoking products that we were all concerned about, or that many of us were concerned about originally. Requiring the transactions to be recorded at a marijuana store. That's where having a tent with a side or having some kind of a blocked off section, but to be able to have the off-premise be still recorded, just like it would have to be if they were in a physical store. It's not that expensive to try to do some kind of the next part was the tent part, where having something to block it off so that the passersby, so that if a child were walking by or something, there are concerns around minors, in my opinion, to have them captured on a video that could end up someday being used in court. So I'd want to make sure that there was something when that recording is done that we're protecting the people that don't want to have anything to do with a marijuana shop. They wouldn't go into the marijuana shop, and I believe we've passed legislation that said someone under 21 can't even enter the shop. Prohibiting multiple permits back to back for the same event. There were a lot of concerns around Maine's agricultural fairs, which kind of says in the next part, saying that these permits couldn't be issued at an agricultural fair. And my concern here isn't necessarily at the fairgrounds, it's at the actual fair that is put on by the Fair Association. But if the fairgrounds wanted to have an event that wasn't part of the fair, that they could possibly have an event at another time, which I believe is something some of the fairgrounds would like to do at different times of the year. Gives them opportunities to be able to use the grounds for something else to help with their finances, because I know they struggled a lot, certainly during 2020 with COVID and not being able to have any of the ag fairs that year, and it cost them dearly. So there might need to be some clarification around that for me to continue to support that, because I have actually attended events at certain fairgrounds that were not during the agricultural fair itself, where the odor in the air definitely said that there was product being used at that event, which I think in general is illegal anyway. But I think there are events. There was an event that was held at one of our fairgrounds in the state at one time where they did have something similar to what we're trying to do here. And then I still want to keep the municipality approval, so that if they are, the municipality still had to have opted in first in order to be able to have that permit. So if a municipality is not opted in, then there would be no permit issued for an event in that town or municipality. And then the last one is just the owner of the property where the event was being held had to approve as well. So that would be a case of if they wanted to go to a fairground, the fairground would have to approve as well. I know that there were other members of my caucus that were very concerned about the fairs themselves when there's a lot of children present. And that's why the exception that they couldn't have it during the fair, but if they wanted to have it outside of the scheduled fair time, that they could host an event on site.
And the point, you missed the second to last point, Representative.
Municipality. That was kind of along the lines of where you have, if they have opted out, if the municipality has opted out, or, well, we opted out originally, but then they basically now they have to opt in to be able to have sales in their municipality. So this says that if a municipality is not opted in for sales, then they're not able to have that permit even at that point. The municipality would need to then opt in based on the adult use regulations, and then they could issue a permit. But if the town isn't opted out, then they can't issue a permit in that town. That was the idea behind the second to last.
Okay. Okay. Sam?
I wanted to jump in here because I did help Representative Kinney put this together, and I put it together in bullet points rather than statutory language, just because of the time constraints. I wanted to make sure the committee was clear on the concepts above anything else. And that second to last piece, and if I got this wrong, Representative Kinney can step in and correct me, but my understanding was this rose out of a discussion that happened at the first work session where municipal approvals being required for these before someone may obtain a permit for these off-premise sales. So, but we didn't designate in the original bill like what that municipal approval looks like. So this proposed amendment, to my understanding, and I could have been wrong, but to my understanding was to kind of have it at two levels of clarification here. One, the municipality has to opt in to allow the adult use facilities, and then two, they can also designate the form in which the municipality may approve the permits. So I think that was my understanding of what was asked for, and if I incorrectly put that on there, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Okay.
No, that sounds good to me. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Hey, thank you. Representative Kinney, you may respond.
Yes, that rings a bell now, and I do admit that when Sam and I were talking, I was and I wasn't making actual notes. So that thank you for the reminder.
Representative Corey. And Sam, if you don't mind, we can go back to you not sharing your screen, please. Thank you. And we'll put that up if we need to for anyone's clarity. But we do have that in email. I just found it, so we're good to go. I'm good to go. Representative Corey.
Yeah, one concern that I see with regard to towns that have opted in or opted out is that towns were kind of specific in the way they've sort of opted in. So like, for example, in Wyndham, what they've allowed is so many storefronts. So yes, they've opted into retail, but they haven't necessarily, not that we have a fairground or anything like that, but we haven't necessarily opted into all retail, sales. There's a permit that goes along with this. And that's certainly, I think, something a town could do. I think with regard to the agricultural fairs, and this won't come as a surprise to Marianne because Representative Kinney, because I've discussed this with her, is that each one of these fairgrounds has a board, right, essentially of people that oversee, or a group of trustees that oversee the fair. So if they don't want cannabis sales at their local fair, they can decide not to do that if it doesn't fit within their brand, or do you know what I mean, their ethics or whatever it is. So I probably wouldn't be comfortable with something that just bars agricultural fairs altogether, especially where we haven't heard from them through this process, through testimony or anything. But thanks.
Representative Dillingham.
Thank you very much. I do really appreciate Representative Kinney working closely with me on the issues that came up in the public hearing. And I'm going to go through that list and just kind of reference each one so I keep my thoughts in order. So again, yes, I always fully intended edibles to be part of that list. I understood what the concerns were was having something that's in that readily smokable form so that somebody could buy. And this is kind of out of my realm of understanding the different technical terms for marijuana, but I guess leaf, bud, or other ones that can be rolled and then smoked. And they're trying to remove that from these events. I understand that, and certainly support that part of the amendment as long as the edibles is added back in there. I think, the portion about recording the transactions, I want to make sure that it's comparable to if somebody is in store. I think that having myself, certainly at our local fair, running our sugar house on the fairgrounds, I certainly can see that there's ways to work around that. And for those individuals that are interested in doing this, finding a way to address that, and also have the security of individuals walking by simply with a drop side on a tent, and that's the direction you're facing when you have your transaction. You're not going to catch anybody walking by. I'm not sure on the prohibit multiple permits back to back from being used at the same event. I guess I envisioned the permit being issued for the time frame of the event, if that's what the individual approaches the municipality and the event organizer about. So I'm not sure why that's there, but it's not necessarily I don't support it. Just wasn't. I don't think and my intent wasn't to designate a one day permit versus if it's a weekend event, it's a Saturday, Sunday permit if that's allowed. Moving on to the municipality piece, certainly have no concerns there. When I was working on drafting language, I just never envisioned a select board or council ever thinking to allow the sale of marijuana at an off-premise at an event if their municipality hadn't moved to opt in to allow it anyway. But I have no issue making it very clear that it has to have municipal approval. It was in my language that there has to be municipal approval for those municipalities that are already allowing this. I do not, did I miss the fair one, right? Did I jump over that? Yeah, I do not support that piece. I've talked to my local chair of my local agricultural fair board. The only reason that this was even, I was aware that we don't have an off-premise for marijuana sales because they had approached me about if that was an opportunity. And speaking to the board chair, Representative Kinney did ask if he could be present. He can, he's at work. It was too short notice. But what he said was that he would want to have the option to take this to the entire board to see if this was something that they wanted to have. And I did speak with Barry Norris, who is the executive director for the Maine Fair Association. And he says, on behalf of the board, and he is out of state, but said he's welcome to anybody that wants to call him to verify the statement. But he said on behalf of the Fair Association, they support allowing the individual fair associations to make that choice themselves. And that especially as long as there's this municipal approval avenue, and then you have to have that fair association approval. They do support that versus just making it prohibited at the agricultural fairs. And I have his phone number for anybody who needs it that wants to give him a call. And then I did not, I appreciate Sam, the clarification on the forms. I thought maybe you were referencing the actual form that the municipality would use. And I think as I spoke with Representative Chiazzo, and most of you probably already know, on the off-premise for the beer, wine, spirits at the farmer's market, there is already a created component of what that form looks like that the municipality has to fill out to show that there is approval at the farmer's market for that to happen. So in my mindset, it was, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but I understand if, you know, if the committee wants to have the Maine Municipal Association weigh in to see if that form is still an adequate type form to use. And I have no issues with the last piece. Certainly, I'm all about local approval and landowner approval. And if it's somebody's land, that they should have the ability to say what they want to happen on their own piece of land. So I'm happy to take any other questions or any other input the committee members may have. And thank you very much, Representative Chiazzo and Senator Hickman, for letting me participate in this work session.
Absolutely. So, and thank you for participating in this work session to provide us clarity as we look at this. And so I just want to be clear that the only thing on the list that you don't agree with is to bar this from agricultural affairs outright.
Correct. I believe we leave it to those associations to make their own determination.
Thank you. Sam?
Thanks, Senator Hickman. I did, just going while the sponsor was going through that list, it did kind of prompt for me things that were clear to me when helping Representative Kinney put the list together, but maybe weren't clear for those who might not have been at the work session. So I just thought I might provide you guys with like a recap of just two points, if that makes sense. Okay, so the first is that the original bill as printed, and it's under subsection 1 of the bill, states that a permit issued by the department for the off-premises sale at a specified event may not be for a period of greater than 3 days. So the original bill limits these permits to 3-day permits. So if you have, let's say, an event that's 10 days long, you can only get a permit for 3 days of those 10 days in the event. However, the bill does not restrict the issuance of multiple permits for the same event. So that's where this piece came from. About multiple permits for the same event, because theoretically someone could apply for a 3-day permit and then another 3-day permit and another 3-day permit.
So Sam, if I can just pause you right there. So what the bill sponsor is suggesting would be that the permit that she would like to see us consider in an amendment would just be for the duration of any event, whether it's 1 day or 10 days. And if that is something that the committee considers, then the language in the original bill would just be rewritten to express that desire. Is that correct?
That's true. Yeah. Like I said, I was just providing the background of where that conversation came from.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the second piece I just wanted to provide again, the background discussion on was about the municipal approval piece. So one of the conversations that was had at the original work session is that although the bill requires municipal approval, it doesn't specify how that municipal approval happens. And that's what I meant when I said form. So, you know, is it an administrative approval at the town office, or is it a vote by the select board? Or is it something that's signed off on specifically by a town manager? And, you know, in each municipality, they're structured a little differently too. So I know there are parts of law where we've specified, like, you know, by the municipal legislative body or something like that. So that was the kind of form discussion. And my understanding was, when speaking to Representative Kinney, that the proposal was to basically let the municipalities decide how they wanted to happen in each of their own jurisdictions.
So Sam, my question there is, current law around opting into retail stores in a municipality requires what form of approval?
Let me pull it up, because this one is, it's kind of a double form, but it's basically that they have to adopt an ordinance that specifically allows for adult use. And the second piece of that is that a person may not even apply to have a facility in the municipality unless they've adopted the ordinance. So it's kind of that it's like 2 stages.
So the opt-in provision is the adoption of an ordinance.
Yes.
In current session. Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Representative Kinney and then Representative Dillingham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think Sam touched on this with the prohibit multiple permits back to back was initially, and I know Representative Doloff couldn't be here today. She's been sick. So I know that she had concerns about a longer fair like the Windsor Fair or the Freiburg Fair that are more than 3 days. And those types of events, because of the high number of children that attend, was part of the concern that she had. And I think other members of this committee feel the same way on that to a point, to protect them from this exposure. And so as Sam's pointed out, with a permit for 3 days, if they turned around and got a second permit for the next 3 days and another permit for the next 3 days, there would be the potential that they could have something at the fairs for the entire time. I liked the 3-day provision for the permit because it does give a chance for review. And another item that came up, and I think I was having a conversation with Representative Corey on this bill, where there needs to be some security of that product each night. So it's possible that either the storefront that is bringing this to the show, to the event, would need to remove their product every night, or it would have to be very securely, repeat the same word, to keep it very secure overnight so that there was no chance of theft or other malfeasance.
Representative Dillingham.
Thank you. So I will just speak to that part. And part of that conversation I had with Barry Norris and our local chair about, they wanted to know what was a concern. And I explained to them that I was told that there was concerns about children being exposed to this. And the response was that this is a legal agricultural product. As well as most of our fairs now do have beer tents. I've never been able to have the opportunity to visit one of those because I'm always working at my local fair. But those beer tents, they're not enclosed as far as, so children walking by cannot see visually what's happening. It's just required that you can't enter the roped off area unless you're of age. So I don't know, walking by and seeing a product on a table, what damage of exposure we're talking about for a legal agricultural product. But certainly if the committee feels that it's best to make sure that we kind of mirror the same laws we have for the actual brick and mortar, that you can't enter that tent unless you're of age. I think you can handle it that way. So to address maybe some current concerns there. The other part, going back to the municipal piece, again, I apologize, I wasn't clear. Knowing that I believe from, and I think Senator Hickman, you were on the committee with me when we went over this for farmers market. I think the municipal approval to allow the off-premise of the beer, wine, spirits at a farmer's market requires a vote of the governing body of the municipality. So to give that, I don't know, I would imagine it's either I'd have to look at that form, whether it's the board chair, or the council chair, or the town manager or administrator that signs off on that form. But I believe it is a vote of that body that says, yes, we're going to issue this permit. And so I think to be consistent, you would want to probably, if this were to go forward and pass, you would want to follow along the same lines so that there aren't different approval methods across all of municipalities of the state. But basically, yes, whatever that governing board is has to give approval by a majority for that permit. That would be my suggestion on that. I'm not sure if, I think there was one more item I was gonna respond to and I can't remember, so I apologize.
It's okay. So the suggestion that you have is that we copy language from the farmer's market statute to this, because I do have to say that the amendment as described right now, this could only be possible in a municipality that has already adopted into having a retail marijuana establishment by ordinance. So
Yes.
it could be considered in a municipality that does not already have an ordinance on the books to regulate retail sales of cannabis in the community. And so go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just, you finish and then I'll respond.
So what you seem to be saying, I just want clarity, is that in a municipality that has already got an ordinance on the books for retail establishments for adult use cannabis, that the approval for an limited off-premise permit would be the same process as is currently in statute for spirits, beer, or wine tastings at a farmer's market in a municipality.
Right, because I think that if you wanted to use the same opt-in, that requires a vote of the municipality. So of the individuals, it has to go to ordinance approval, which requires the citizens of the municipality approve that. I think if you're talking about issuing a permit along these lines, it's not applicable to hold a town meeting or a ballot vote every time you might want to be issuing one of these licenses. I don't think is workable. But as in the case for the farmers market, or even when a municipality that's not a dry municipality issues a liquor sales license, it is that already elected local governing board that issues the agreement. So they are elected at that municipal level to represent the citizens, to make these sorts of decisions. They're already charged with doing that. So this, in my mind, is the same thing. If a community has already opted in to allow these sales, then you're now charging that elected municipal board or council, whatever that a governing board is, to now decide, well, do we want to allow this permit and for this, whether it's at a fair, a festival, or a farmer's market, if they want to make that, allow that to happen.
Thank you. Chairman Chiazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Dillingham, for being here and for reaching out as well. A couple of things kind of strike me as we have these discussions. Can you help me understand, Representative Dillingham, where the initial 3 days came from in the initial wording? Was that just an intent to limit the exposure, or was that just a number that said most events are going to be 3 days or less, and if it's longer than that, then we want to make an exception for those?
I think it probably just came from when we were trying to develop the language and working with the advisors and giving them an example of a festival over the weekend. And and mindset might have been thinking Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and not, at that, when you create the language, maybe not thinking about like, oh, well, we have the Freiburg Fair that runs a Sunday to Sunday versus my fair that runs, I think we're Wednesday to Saturday. So, I'll leave that determination to the committee, whether they want to try to limit how long somebody can have their permit, if it's only partial time of an event. But my preference would be that if the municipality is going to permit and allow it, and the event organization, whatever that governing board wants to allow it, that it should be their determination on how long they want to allow the permit. And our language should just simply allow it to happen within the length of the event. I'm trying to, as I was sitting here and the discussion was happening, I was trying to think, is there any event that we have in the state through the summer that is a month-long event, and Off the top of my head, I can't come up with anything, but I think again, that would be up to that municipality that's hosting such an event to decide, what do we want to have there, versus us stepping into trying to create a morality basis around the event. I think it really is up to that local control, the event organization's determination. As long as they've already opted in, then they can make these determinations for themselves within whatever guidelines are set forth.
So Representative Dillingham, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Senator Hickman. I just have a follow-up afterwards, but please go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You might already be going where I'm going, so go ahead.
I hope so, but I was just going to make a statement. I think Representative McCrate's initial amendment addressed some of these concerns as well by, in terms of the product, the types of product, by eliminating the smoking related products. I think covers the first couple sections. My concern, being a representative of a town that has not opted in, was that I think it's important to give the municipality that option. I can't imagine, and every town does it differently. I can't imagine Scarborough having a vote every time a farmer's market wants to have an event or have a recurring event. But what I can imagine is the town crafting some kind of ordinance around how they approve those and making the marijuana substrate a subsection of that, and whether that would be approved or not, so that whoever applies for the application permit knows what those criteria are ahead of time, and it's not an up or down vote by the governing body, let's say. So I can see us trying to come up with some kind of language. It sounds like we're kind of coalescing around letting the municipality, the local governing body, determine how they want to approve it, but they have to have an approval step in there. Whether it's they do it through some method, whatever they're comfortable with, as long as they get to weigh in on that situation somehow. And then the last thing for me was, I think, in terms of the privacy and carding people and everything else, I'm comfortable, and I know this is a stretch probably for a lot of us, but I'm comfortable allowing the department to make those rules as long as we state that the transaction has to be in accordance with any transaction that would happen in the retail establishment, and let the department come up with whether it needs to be a separate booth, whether it can be body cameras, what kind of privacy is required. We can add that privacy expectation, of course, generally, but I'd like to kind of let if it's possible, let the department decide the best way that they want to try and enforce that. And I think there's already been discussion around, the use of body cameras. Is that acceptable? Maybe blinds, or an actual physical enclosure or something like that. So I would just kind of throw that out there and say, if that's it, I think that's what I'm hearing, and I hope we're not getting too off in the weeds too much.
We can get into the weeds, Representative. It's okay.
Could I respond, Mr. Chair?
Representative Dillingham, you may respond.
Thank you. So I think that to try to clarify as much as I can, what I don't want to see happen is that we make, if this passes, and it is a municipality that's already allowing this, that we create a process that is so time prohibitive or cost prohibitive that the municipality isn't going to even consider allowing this. I just want to make it that if they choose to do this, that we have clear guidance that makes it possible for them to do so. If that's clear enough. I would just hate to set time limits that aren't workable, or any sort of elections that cost the town more than they normally do for votes in their normal course of business. I think hopefully that's clear.
Thank you, Representative. All I wanted to say was, under the scenarios that you have described, a fair may apply to a municipal governing board for a permit for the duration of their whole fair. Could be, I want a permit for 2 weeks. The municipality's governing board might say, we'll give it to you for 3 days. And so you have a check within the local system and within the organization that may want to include this option at their fair. So I think I'm supporting you in this regard. I don't want us to prescribe too much about what the localities who have already opted into some form of retail sale of cannabis in their communities are going to allow for at an agricultural fair, festival, or anything else, unless it's just necessary for us as lawmakers to put something in statute that changes it. But I'm gonna definitely look at Title 28A and the farmers markets taste testing. We did have that up on the screen in our first work session, but I do believe that there is language in there that would suffice for the same flexibility that you're asking for this. And of course, the department still has the final say about whether they're even going to allow for these permits to be issued, because that is also true in the farmers market part of the law, if that makes any sense. Representative McCray, and then I'll go to Sam, and then Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The more I listened, the more confused I was getting. So I just wanted to clarify around the issue that we've been talking the most about. I think what I'm hearing is a municipality that has opted in would now have the ability to say yes for a farmer's, for some event. That's the main thing I wanted to clarify. We're not saying this is a separate opt-in, correct? I'm looking at both the chair and the sponsor.
Correct.
And I appreciate, I know process-wise, there's a vote on the table, a motion on the table and another amendment. But I appreciate the sponsor bringing up something about checking ID, some system that's the same as the retail store, because that was something Sam kindly wrote an amendment for last time that included that, and included, we're not talking about either smokable or the products, tobacco products, which are not, yeah, okay. That's all I have for now. I'm much clearer, thank you.
Sam?
Thank you, Senator Hickman. I was actually going to offer to share my screen and show the section of 28A about farmers markets.
That'd be great. Thanks, sir.
Okay. All right, can everybody see this?
Yep.
So as you can see here in subsection 4 of Title 28A, section 1368, it says that at least 30 days prior to the sale or taste testing of wine, spirits, or malt liquor, a farmer's market must obtain municipal approval to sell or conduct the taste testing. So that first sentence is really all that's in 28A. It must obtain a municipal approval. We don't say what form the municipal approval must take. I think you could read this to give the municipality flexibility. However, yeah.
If you scroll up on the screen in this section of law, that's the farmer's market approval, but you will actually see the conditions under subsection 3. That's where the municipal authorization is in this bill. And again, let me say this differently. These are in places that are not dry towns. So in some sense, the municipalities have already opted in to allow for the sale of liquor. So this is how both the farmer's market and the licensee who wants to sell the products or have them tasted and sold at the farmer's market, those are two separate approvals that the department has to approve one and the municipality has to approve the other. But in both of these cases, the municipality has already opted in to liquor sales in their town. And so you're right, we don't actually say the form, if you scroll back down to what you read to us, that the authorization takes. But I'm wondering, if we are not prescriptive here, why do we need to be prescriptive in the adult use cannabis law if we were to do the same thing? That's just a question for the committee, not for you, Sam.
I just want to just say one last thing. The only thing I would add is, and I think just from a drafting and analyst perspective, if you want to happen, want it to happen in a certain way, like guaranteed, you should say it. And if not, I think you're probably good going with something similar to what you have here. So that's.
And this, interestingly enough, has the private property permission as well. Yeah. Representative Kinney, followed by Representative Wood, and thank you, Sam, for that. And I apologize for my interruption. I thought we did have some authorization for the licensee up top in the statute, and we do, but that is the department approving the licensee for participating in the farmer's market. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, I'm going to try to follow what I've got written down. Regarding the beer tents, and I get the part about you can see what's going on in there, and that you only over 21 can enter and so forth. But the difference is they're not required to have a photographic evidence of the transaction. So my concern when we go back to the idea of protecting those that are passing by, that I want to protect them from that photograph, from that recording of the transactions. I'm uncomfortable if someone else is captured in that video, or recording of the transaction. And I want the recording of the transaction to stay, partially because adult use is relatively very new to our state. It is still federally an illegal substance. Not every state has legalized recreational use, or adult use as we call it. So I do have some very big concerns, and these longer events where this is so new, my concerns for that and why to limit it to the 3 days or to avoid some of these to do a back-to-back permit is because we're not enforcing a lot of the laws currently in place. The smoking of adult use or even medical use, smoking of cannabis is not legal in public spaces, yet it happens all over the state and it's not enforced. Sometimes it's hard to catch, but because it will dissipate, but I know I'm never impressed when I walk through that smell. I don't like it. And I don't like what happens. Just go to a concert, an outdoor concert, or indoor concerts too. But it is something that's not legal, and yet it still happens quite frequently. So I do attend several fairs. I do. Some of them I manage to attend as a spectator. Others I'm there as a vendor, and like Representative Dillingham, when I'm a vendor, I don't get to hit the beer tent either. I wish I could sometimes, because that's where a lot of your craft beers end up sometimes that are local, and I like to support that kind of stuff. But it is different. That's been legal for a lot longer, and there are some protections in place for that are not there. Well, that are there for recreational, for cannabis use, and this is relaxing those rules, and I'm trying to be mindful of the people that would have concerns. I know if my kids were still really little, I would have a hard time taking them to a fair where they're going to ride the carousel or the tilt-a-whirl or the gravitron and have somebody using a product or having that product with a great big banner saying what it is, and having my little child try to say, "What's that, mommy?" I'd have concerns. And I just want to be able to protect the people that are against this, while at the same time trying to help the people that are trying to run a business and trying to do something. I'm not trying to deny it completely, but I think we do have to be really careful. We do allow them to have stores, and I think we need to be considerate of everyone that's involved with all of this, and not just say, "Oh, this is great for business." And as far as the municipality having that extra step, I've done events in South Portland in the past. I have a mobile license from the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry to be able to take my products, my maple products elsewhere. When I would show in South Portland, I'd have to get one from the city of South Portland because they required an additional license at an additional cost. And granted, it was put on by the city, but I found out after I was already at the event that I needed this permit. So I think that requiring that they have to have some kind of approval from the municipality is not out of the question.
Thank you, Representative Kinney. I just want to be clear for anyone listening that this bill does not contemplate relaxing any laws on smoking anything in public. Right now, smoking anything in public is against the law. I want to make that clear, whether it's a vape or nicotine or flavored anything or cannabis. It's just against the law to smoke in public places in the state of Maine. And this doesn't relax that or change that. This bill also does not contemplate allowing for there to be any product available that could be smoked or the products that could be used to smoke them on display or for sale at any of the events. Representative Wood, followed by Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to double check. I think we said at the beginning of the work session that we did make a motion in the last work session ought not to pass. Is that correct? So that motion's still on the table. I know right now we're discussing Representative Kinney's amendment, which I was really pleased to see because I was struggling at the last work session with the confusion. And I think one of the things I said was, it just feels like we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. And there's so many different pieces. And so I was pleased to see it, but as we go through this discussion, I'm still in the same place. I still think we're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. I do, and I think you just said this, Representative Kinney, this is a new industry that we're just starting to understand how to handle it in a brick and mortar store, let alone out in an open space at an event. And I just think, we need more time. I want to help this industry, but I think this is a quick step to get there. I think that one of the pieces, Representative McCrate, you brought up about training to make sure that people know how to check IDs, enforcement. I know it sounds like we've got a lot of enforcement people through OMP, but they're just trying to, once again, get a handle on how do they enforce the new industry that we've just created a year and a half ago. And now this is a whole new facet of that is going to happen in a condensed time period, pretty much. So that's going to require a lot of enforcement. And then the last thing I want to say that I didn't really pay a lot of attention to in the last work session, I apologize, but I've just been rereading at the public hearing the testimony from the CDC. And their testimony really speaks to youth under 21. And I know, Representative Dillingham, you said it's a legal agricultural product. I get that. But we have a lot of regulations on tobacco, which is a legal product, alcohol, which is a legal product. And cannabis is legal in Maine, but as somebody else said, it's not legal federally. And two things that, there's a lot of statistics in the CDC's letter, but two things in particular were that research shows that exposure to marijuana sales within a person's physical environment may be associated with increased use. And they cite the study that was done on that. And then it goes on to say early use of marijuana increases the risk of developing serious mental health problems. I think selling in a store that is controlled about who can go into that store versus at some kind of open event where everything is visible, I think we can get there maybe over time, but I'm just not ready for it right now. And I just wanted to state why, and also call people's attention to go back to the CDC's letter from the public hearing. Thank you.
And just to be clear, Representative Wood, thank you for that. The CDC's data that you quoted uses the term may, correct?
It does, but it also cites the study that it comes from, and it has more specific data about research with Maine high school students.
Representative Corey, then Representative Dillingham, and Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think you bringing attention, to the fact that we're not talking about beer tents here, in a lot of ways. I hate confusing that because even within the law, and I haven't seen any bills yet this year. I wouldn't be shocked if we do see one, but that talked about opening quote social clubs, but that's something the legislature has been vehemently against, just because nobody really understands what that would look like, especially with not smoking it, and the way marijuana metabolizes when you eat it, and kind of the slow effects that happen there, that you're higher for longer. So I don't know what a beer or a marijuana eating tent or something like that looks like. So we're not dealing with that. With regard to the CDC's comments, I mean, we have a lot of alcoholism in the state of Maine, and we're certainly not shy about having bars out there, wine tents at county fairs. Even I've seen it in our local farmers market, beer and wine. I'm not into this kind of this idea of sort of normalizing marijuana, but for anybody that doesn't think that it's present at county fairs, hasn't been to a county fair. Like, when I go to a county fair, there are multiple booths and multiple vendors that are selling, t-shirts and hats and everything else with humongous pot leaves, on them, with pictures of people using, marijuana on them themselves, sometimes giant blankets hanging from the sides of those county fair booths. So, for anybody that thinks that, marijuana is not being normalized at our county fairs, hasn't been to one, because it's all over the place. We were even talking about smoking, devices, and people selling those things at county fairs. I recall people just selling them in glass cases at county fairs, probably without any kind of a license to, sell a smoking device. So it's certainly there. I think at the end of the day with this bill, what we're talking about is, potentially maybe the sale of, edibles and stuff like that. Hopefully, people follow the rules, and, they don't eat them, in public, because public intoxication certainly isn't, kind of an acceptable thing. But, I don't think that this bill is so far-fetched that, we couldn't do something with it, especially with municipal approval. I mean, this year, the committee looked at another bill where, we discussed about municipal approval, and the committee was split on that. Some people on the committee feel that, in spite of what a municipality says, we should be delivering marijuana to houses in that community, from vendors and communities that allow marijuana. So I would sort of caution us in thinking that, marijuana is not out there for people to see at these fairs. Like I said, t-shirts, blankets, people probably openly selling pipes, hats, everything else. It's there. This is not going to normalize it anymore. Thanks.
Representative Dillingham.
Thank you. I kind of have probably a lot to unpack here. I wanted to reference just a lot of what has been said, and one of the issues I wanted to point out was, I really enjoy that we are having such a robust conversation around this. But so one of the comments talking about protecting our children at these events, I would probably have to echo what Representative Corey has said. If you were concerned about what your children are being exposed to, then you probably would not want to take them to any of the events we currently have. Being a vendor at our fair, absolutely across from me is a tent with, they had their big marijuana banner flag that had the symbol on it. Along, you know, there are pipes that are sold at the fairs. We're not just talking about fairs here, but we're talking about other events. I'm just giving specifics because we seem to be honing in just on the ag fair portion. But you also have, as Senator Hickman said, you cannot publicly smoke, but yet it's happening. Just smoking tobacco. So I'm not even commenting on the smoking of marijuana that we all know happens because we can smell it, but smoking tobacco happens. And when you're talking about more enforcement at the when it's happening, you know, it's not a state, you know, it's not the Bureau of Liquor Enforcement then sending somebody to take care of that, or you know, the department that oversees tobacco. That's our local enforcement that addresses that, along with the individuals that are running, for me, the fair, because they don't want to have these sorts of things happening on their fairgrounds during the event. So they take care of that enforcement. But again, as to what Representative Corey said, if you don't think that somebody has entered the fair, maybe having an edible that's legal for them, or they're wearing a salve that is helping them to be able to walk around the fair, I think that you're misinformed. And this is what we're talking about. The amendment, if we get to an amendment, we're removing that smoking piece. So we are not going to have somebody purchasing and then lighting up as soon as they purchase at this event, but they can take a salve with them or tincture and leave, and hopefully, you know, not going to apply it right there. But if somebody's going to rub some cream on their hands, I don't think we're going to be able to go forth in our entire world and police what are they rubbing on their hands. I think we need to move away from that sort of mentality about that this is a bad thing if somebody uses this to benefit them, if they're experiencing pain, or maybe they experience anxiety and they want to be able to attend some public events, and this assists them in doing so. What I'm asking is to allow, with municipal approval, with the whoever is the organizing event board, to choose to allow to have this happen if they believe it fits their function and event, versus where it is illegal. It may be illegal at the federal level, but the people of Maine have said that we accept this to be a legal agricultural product, and it has been here for a very long time. What is new is that we are now just trying to regulate it and create a revenue from it. That's the part that's new. We're trying to bring it out of the black market and bring it into the legal market, to be able to make sure that what is out there we can verify is safe, that we're checking the levels on what's being produced, that there isn't some other byproduct that's harmful to humans that's being introduced and part of that. Checking IDs, I would say for that part, again, I've said we should mirror what's happening in the established brick and mortar. If they have to check IDs, then certainly check IDs at an off premise. It's no difference in that beer tent that we've referenced. They have to check IDs, just as if they have it at their local bar, they have to check IDs. I don't think any of this is too hard to address. Where you have your take care of your transaction, that you make sure it's not out facing into the fair, festival, farmers market alley or walkway, and it's against maybe a blank drop off where there's nobody standing behind there. I also wanted to point folks to the municipal form that currently is used. And if you saw me taking a picture, that's what I was trying to take a picture of so I could refer to it, but I was able to figure out how to have it on my background here. It does have the state of Maine municipal officers and county commissioners for municipal approval only form that's to be used for those off premise. It has the date, you have to put the date, the Maine, which is, and then the county, and then it's the undersigned being municipal officers, county commissions of whatever the city, town, plantation, unincorporated places, and then it's signature officials, and then their printed name and title. So we already have something along those form lines, as I said before, that you could look to, that it makes it very clear who's signing off on allowing this permitting piece. And, I shared my thoughts with the chairs on the CDC statement, and part of what they said was that they did not want this to be normalized, which is directly counter to what I spoke to in my testimony, that we're trying to remove the stigma. So for those individuals that are using it in a beneficial form for their health, to manage pain, or for whatever aspects, that they don't feel that there's this stigma against them and that they're doing something wrong or immoral. And it was disappointing to me to see the CDC weigh in and basically say, we still need to consider this, that this is wrong and immoral for individuals to be able to use marijuana and its derivatives in any sort of fashion that benefits their health. But yet we're going to say it's okay to go ahead and get your prescription for an opioid. I think there was even a comment that made about prescription versus distribution. And when we are already facing a prescription crisis, to use that as a negative, that if somebody can find treatment without having to take a prescription pill and become addicted to it, I don't understand why, as a society, we don't want to try to move that way. So it's frustrating. And I'd also point out, whenever we talk about the existing, changing, anything to do with our wine, spirits, malt liquor, that off premise, the CDC has never weighed in, but I'm fairly certain that we could find many reports, many statistics, and many studies that those pieces of our accepted usage of items in society cause more damage to our children, more damage to our families, more damage to even the costs associated with them, and they take more lives. So I know I've gone a little bit out of maybe what we're talking about here, but I have a sense that that's the background behind some of the concerns, and I wanted to address them. I do appreciate, again, as I said, the very robust conversation that we're having. I apologize to the chairs if I've talked too much and I've gone a little bit out of the scope of what my bill is doing, but I do believe it was important to address them. So thank you very much for the latitude.
There is a motion on the floor. It's ought not to pass on the amendment. I want to remind the committee of that. We will take a vote on that. We will move that very shortly. I'm going to hear from Senator Miramont. And then Representative Corey, is your hand up or is it up anew? Representative Corey.
I don't know what I'm doing. It's down.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of this discussion has had some of the old language about a product that was illegal and how scary it was. And again, I encourage people to read that book, Chasing the Scream, just to know what the roots of the criminalization and stuff are about it. But to listen to some of this, I don't drink. I hate the smell of wine. I hate the smell of stale alcohol. So I don't go in places where it stinks like that. I don't like it when someone drinks consistently and has a tolerance so that they're not perceived to be drunk necessarily, but they smell like a brewery. But I just avoid them. I do explain to children when they ask questions like, what's that big leak and why do they have it? In all the places that we're claiming will suddenly not have them because we passed this bill with more restrictions, I explain what it means so that they're not left with their head in the sand about something that's illegal and very beneficial product that only has a stigma because of the hysteria and ignorance that was started 100 years ago for really horrible reasons and allowed to flourish. I won't go on forever about this because we've had a lot of long talks and speeches about things, but a lot of this just I'm finding offensive, and the logic makes no sense when if there was one product that you could reliably get since I was 13 years old, it's marijuana in all forms, in varying degrees of potency. There was never a minute that any of my friends who used it didn't have all that they wanted, that their kids didn't have all they wanted. And this has been a step to getting it controlled and making it so you don't have to pretend, oh no, it's illegal, so you don't teach about it. You say, no, it fits with alcohol products that are available to adults to use. I'm all for that. I don't wear a helmet on my motorcycle. You want to kill yourself by doing something stupid and only yourself? Go for it. You'll find I support that completely, and I'd love to watch and record it because it makes good video. But don't tell adults what they can't do. Don't try to squash businesses. The original bill allows businesses to expand with permission. And the only problem I see with the original bill is that it has a 3-day permit. So it should be the length of the event that they're attending. And just like alcohol, marijuana products should be delivered to people who want them in a state where it's a legal product. That already happens in dry towns by the mail. There's no reason it shouldn't happen in any other place, but that was brought up, but that's not part of this bill. So I would love to see us move to vote this amendment down and move back to, or vote this motion down and move back to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to take a vote on the motion before us shortly. I'll go to Representative McCray and then Representative Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the conversation today, and I was very moved by our public hearing earlier today that Senator Marymount just referenced. I don't know if I can articulate this, and I appreciate the sponsor's passions very much, but I just don't want us to make, because we do this, we must do that. I don't think that's helpful. However, I do feel like we've made some real progress on this. I have expressed my concern about youth. I appreciate Senator Marymount's comment that we explain. We don't, the stuff is out there, the t-shirts, whatever it is. I feel like we can get to a place where I could support this. I do want protections for kids. I do want non-smokable restriction, because I think there is evidence that it's impactful on kids. I don't want kids exposed to opioids either. And we have to, you know, that's a different topic. But I feel like we could get to where I'd be comfortable with this. I like the municipality choosing. We've done that in earlier legislation. I think we can get there. I'm okay personally with the extent of if we're going to do it, the extent of the event. I don't know. I mean, I didn't think about one that would be a month long, but I don't know. What's the difference? But I think we're getting there. I just think the things that we've talked about are important, do need to be included, because even though we are in a mess with a lot of things like opioids, we don't have to perpetuate the mess. So the things that we do to put protections in this, I think, are so much the better, and we could do better in a lot of places. But I don't want to keep repeating past mistakes. I also don't want to perpetuate stigma. So that's where I am.
Representative Piazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also very much appreciate the robust discussion, and I'm on a fence, to be honest with you. I was very content supporting the ought not to pass. There's been some really good points made here. So I think maybe there is something we can pull out of this. But what I would request, if I could, please, I don't want to cut debate off by any stretch of the imagination, but I would love to have a brief caucus before we decide to move to the ought not to pass vote. If that's okay.
That is requested. It can be granted, requested and granted at any time. And so we will, it is 1 o'clock. We need to have lunch because we have not done that. And so I'll take the discretion to say we will ask everyone to do their caucuses. We're going to break for 45 minutes because that's just how much time we need. We're going to have a pretty long evening, perhaps, with the public hearing we have coming up. So the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs will stand at ease until 1:45. I will send out the link for our caucus momentarily. We will see you all back here at 1:45 or somewhat thereabouts. Thank you.
we have,
We are awaiting our colleagues, all of our colleagues from both sides of the aisle to return before we can finish our work session on LD 1927. And depending on how long it goes, we may take a short break before moving into our afternoon public hearing, but we will play it by ear. As committee members return, please turn on your video so that I know that one, we have a quorum, which looks like we are, well, no, not quite. Yeah, we have a quorum, but I want to make sure that everyone who would like to participate in this work session close is on screen and willing and able to participate. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Representative McCray is saying she can't hear us. Is your mic on your computer turned up? Can people hear me? Okay, I see people shaking their head. Representative McCray, can you hear me now?
I'm such a technological wizard. I didn't have these in.
There you go.
I'm so embarrassed.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for our work session on LD 1927. We have a motion on the floor of ought not to pass. And Sam, can you tell me who made that motion? I believe it was Representative McCray, and it was seconded by Representative Piazza. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, now that I can hear, and you can hear me, right? Thanks to all the discussion we've had and all the work we've done, I would request withdrawing my motion.
You would like to withdraw your motion ought not to pass? And Representative Piazza has seconded it. Will you withdraw as well? So the motion ought not to pass has been withdrawn. That means there is no motion on the floor. I would recommend that the committee consider an ought to pass as amended motion. Sam, can you please put the bullet points back up from Representative Kinney's amendment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And my caucus is going to help me get this right. I'm sure I'll get it wrong because I tend not to take notes. I try to trust my memory. So we are going to include in the ought to pass as amended motion, bullet point 1, including edibles. Bullet point 2, bullet point 3. And in bullet point 3, we are going to, for an outdoor event, and I'm saying that because there may be some indoor events, that the place where these products can be sold must be in a tent that is at least 3 sides, and that the ID must be checked before entering the tent, and that the transaction needs to be recorded with the body cam. We are going to strike number 3, the bullet point 4, excuse me. We are going to not include bullet point 5. we're going to keep bullet point 6, which means that only in a municipality that has already opted in by an ordinance to allow for retail sales of adult use cannabis. We are going to mimic Title 28A, the farmers market provision around language about how to get that municipal approval for this limited permit. Scroll down, please, sir. We are going to include the second to last bullet point to make sure there is municipal approval. That's kind of double duty. We're going to make sure that the property owner has granted written permission to have this on their property. We are also going to, if we're going to allow the department to draft rules to implement this section, and I would like to use the term may instead of shall, and those rules can talk about any differences in what these off-premises licensees need for an indoor versus an outdoor facility that are not already codified in statute. And to the extent that we can mirror the language from the liquor code on testing events at farmers markets, even though people will not be able to consume any of these items, I think that language is good. What am I missing, team? Does that cover the amendment we discussed? Sam, do you have any questions for me?
I have 2 questions.
Okay.
The first is, would you please just state again the liquor, that referencing the liquor code piece? I missed it while I was taking notes.
Basically, the way in which we constructed that part of statute that you had on your screen earlier, I would like for, and this will come back for language review, for what we're doing in the marijuana statutes, the cannabis statutes, to match that to the extent that it makes sense to match that, because that's just pretty straightforward and very easy to read and pretty clear. So if that doesn't work because we have to draft it a different way, that will be up to you to draft. But I just wanted to put it out there that we are looking for language that contains these provisions that is in similar form as in Title 28A. I see Representative Wood has her hand up to see if I've covered everything that we discussed.
Representative Corey had his hand up before me.
That's fine, but I'm gonna go to you first just to make sure that the amendment that I have asked for us to consider is what we discussed.
My memory is that you've covered it all. I did just have another question that I just realized we did not discuss at caucus. So I want me to wait.
Thank you. Representative Corey?
Sorry about that. I was wondering if you might be amendable to 2 more sort of provisions in there. One issue for me was removing the product at night or when there isn't somebody manning the booth, so that at least we cut off access to product. Then, and then the second one is just that because it doesn't sound like anybody wants people to, be publicly using this. I know we can't prevent somebody from publicly using something just by saying something, but I wonder if we should have signage that, basically says that that this is for off-premises sales being, mandatory at these locations.
You mean something that says items sold here cannot be consumed on the premises?
Yeah.
Is that something like that?
Yeah.
So I would be amenable to both of those provisions.
Okay.
In a way that our analysts could draft them and make sure that we get it right in the language, of course.
Okay.
I'm open to including those 2 provisions in this amendment, yes. Representative Wood.
I just, thank you, Mr. Chair. The very last bullet point says required that a marijuana store apply for a permit. And I think looking at the bill, I think it starts off by saying marijuana store. I just wanted to double check when we did the home residence delivery bill a few weeks ago, we were very specific that that could only be done by a place that had a brick and mortar store. So that would be the same for this, that you have to have a brick and mortar store in order to even start this process, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
That is perfectly fine that we are at least all getting clarity and on the same page. Sam, did you have any other questions?
Yes. I guess my last one is just a comment, and it's regarding, saying may or shall in the rules. The original bill, I think we said shall in the rules, and that was because there are parts of the bill, like when you set up this like application process for permits, that are going to just require rulemaking. So that's why we went with shall. But in terms of like the pieces that you are going to give the department flexibility about whether they're in the rules, we can say, those rules may include but are not limited to, and so you can kind of give them the option to not address certain things if you want. But like if you're going to require signage, that'll probably be something that's best handled by having the department set sign requirements for the permits by rule. Does that make sense?
It does. Let's get into the granularity of that as we draft the amendment. How's that?
Okay.
I know that in agricultural codes, we put things in statute that requires certain things to be on signs, especially when we're talking about agricultural tourism. The disclaimer that must be on a farm has to be where everybody can see it when you walk in. We can mimic something like that for this signage that makes sure that people understand that what they are purchasing cannot be consumed on the premises, and that needs to be visible, and we can figure out the exact language to make that work. So, and then we can figure out where the shall and the may for the rulemaking is.
Okay.
Does that work for you, Sam?
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay, great. Yeah. So that is my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So it's been moved by the chair, seconded by Representative Corey. Is there any more discussion on LD 1927 and the motion in front of us? Committee is ready for the question. Karen, whenever you are ready. I know that you are doing triple duty as we prepare for our public hearing coming up here shortly. Karen, and whenever you are ready, please call the roll. Ought to pass as amended by Senator Hickman, seconded by Representative Corey.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Mearmont.
Yay.
Senator Mearmont, yay. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 9 in favor of the motion and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With 9 members of the committee voting in favor, none voting in the opposition, and 3 members absent, the motion prevails. Members who are absent have until Friday at noon to record their vote. We will encourage them to record it as soon as possible. I will work with Sam on the language of the amendment for language review. If anybody, the bill sponsor, cares to join me in that, you're perfectly welcome to do so. And with that, if there are no other comments on this, I will close the work session. 1927.
I would just like to thank you very much for allowing me to be with you today. And I certainly enjoyed the conversation, and I miss VLA like you do not believe.
Which is why I just allowed you to act as though you were still a part of it.
Thank you. Still in my mind, best committee ever.
You sat right across from me my first term on the committee, so I remember it very well. And so with that, thank you. Thank you for bringing this bill forward and allowing our legal industry to expand its markets so that everyone can earn a living in these very challenging times. This is a business forward bill, and so I appreciate the committee's work to get this unanimous report considered by the full legislature. So thank you very much. With that, we're going to take another 5-minute break. Actually, we're going to take a 10-minute break because I've got to get organized for the public hearing coming up. I wasn't able to look at all of the incoming. So let's reconvene at 2:15, so we're not too late. The Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs will be at ease for 10 minutes. Karen, when you have a chance, if you could make me a co-host, that would be great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to have a public hearing shortly. It will probably go well into dinner hour. I'm gonna wait until I see 7 committee members' faces on the screen before we reintroduce ourselves and set the ground rules for the public hearing today. So we should begin shortly. We appreciate your patience today, and we'll begin when we have a quorum. So as committee members rejoin, please turn on your cameras so that I know that we have a quorum before we begin. Thank you all very much. We began the day with a quorum, so we can continue without one, but I just want to make sure that we have every member who is present here to introduce themselves before we start the public hearing. And if that doesn't happen in the next 2 minutes, we will go ahead and begin anyway. Okay, everyone, can you all hear me? Can the committee hear me? I know I had some trouble with my mic earlier. Welcome back and welcome to, if you are here for the first time today, to the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We have had a pretty robust morning, so some of our committee members have had to do other things. Some of them may come back, but we're going to go ahead and start the afternoon's public hearing. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County. And I see a few other members here. I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves, starting with Senator Mearmont.
Hello, Senator Dave Mearmont, District 12, which is Knox County, except for the town of Washington.
Representative McCray.
Good afternoon. I'm Jay McCray, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Representative Wood.
Good afternoon. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative Supika.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Laura Supika, and I represent District 126, a portion of the beautiful city of Bangor.
And is Representative Kinney returned yet? No. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, beautiful West Scarborough.
Representative Kinney.
Hi, I'm Representative Mary Ann Kinney from House District 99 in Western Waldo County.
We also have with us our analyst today, Sam Prower from OPLA, who will be listening in and making sure that we hear all the concerns that would be addressed in our work session. And our awesome committee clerk, Karen Montel, who is probably going to be on the phone for a good portion of this, trying to help people with their links. We have a lot of people signed up for today's public hearing on a very important issue that will probably be emotional for some, if not all. What I'm going to ask everyone who has never presented at a public hearing before is to please understand that we will do our best to hear your comments. I'm going to ask the committee to refrain from asking anything other than direct and clarifying questions. We are recording this. It will be available on YouTube later. We are live streaming it now. We are audio streaming it now. And so people all over the state who are interested in this issue will be able to see these proceedings. Typically, what we do in a public hearing is we begin with the bill sponsor, co-sponsors, and lawmakers who would like to testify on the bill from any position. We will do that. We will not keep a clock on lawmakers and bill sponsors. I'm going to ask, however, given the number of people who have signed up, that lawmakers keep their comments to some reasonable length other than the bill sponsor, because we want to hear from the public. This is an important issue. We're going to ask the public to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Chairman Chiazzo will have a clock, which he will show as time gets close to expiration. I think he usually shows it when you have 30 seconds left. There will be an opportunity for the committee to ask questions of anyone who is testifying. So when your time expires, I will ask you to wrap up. And then if the committee has any questions for you, you may be able to continue or respond directly to the question that has been asked. Let's see if there's any, oh, the chat is only for technical questions, issues, or concerns. I know that people may hear things that they want to refute, and we'll put that in the chat. I will please ask you to refrain from that. If you have not yet been called upon to speak, you will get an opportunity to address anything that you have heard as a part of your testimony. I will ask you when you are moving into the room and when you are in the room with us that you keep your mic muted and your camera off until I have called upon you to provide your testimony. That helps me see the screen. It also helps with technical issues, because sometimes when we have too many cameras on at the same time, it causes some delay and some waffling, as I say at home. So, Chairman Chiazzo, have I missed anything? Great. With that, I'm going to open up the public hearing on LD 2001, an act to fund and support the veterans' homes in Caribou and Machias, and require legislative approval for the establishment and closure of veterans' homes, presented by President Jackson of Aroostook. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you for your patience. The Zoom is yours.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Troy Jackson. I have the honor of representing the good people of Northern Aroostook County in Senate District 1 and serving as the Maine Senate President. I'm here today to introduce LD 2001, an act to fund and support the veterans' homes in Caribou and Machias and require legislative approval for the establishment and closure of veterans' homes. Just over 2 weeks ago, I received a phone call alerting me that the CEO and Board of Trustees at the Maine Veterans Home had made the decision to close the facilities in Caribou and Machias. To say that I was in complete and utter shock would be an understatement. At no point during the 3 years that I've served as Senate President has anyone from the Maine Veterans Home Board called me up or requested a meeting regarding the potential closure of either facility. It wasn't even mentioned in the organization's 2021 report to the legislature. Now, the Maine Veterans Homes is looking to relocate 57 residents in Caribou to a suitable facility of their choosing, with some floating the idea of moving residents to the brand new facility in Augusta. Now, I actually travel from Augusta to Allagash, and I know the distance, and that is simply unacceptable. To be honest, I am still really in shock at how this is all unfolded. All of this is happening so fast. I can even begin to imagine the shock, frustration, and anger that the Caribou and Machias residents, their family members, and extraordinary staff are experiencing. The stories are heartbreaking. You know, we cannot turn our backs on the brave men and women who have served our country, our military spouses, who now find themselves in need of quality, compassionate, long-term care. That's why I introduced LD 2001. This bill would require Maine Veterans Homes to seek legislative approval prior to making the decision to close one of the long-term care facilities in the state. This would allow the state to explore all available options to keep Maine Veterans Homes open and make closure the option of last resort. LD 2001 also provides a one-time funding to help the Caribou and Machias facilities continue operating while the Maine legislature, the Mills administration, and other partners work to come up with a long-term solution. And I want to deviate right here that the bill actually has a placeholder for a funding stream. Now, the amount was actually a replica of Senator Lucchini's bill back in the 129th. The amount is totally immaterial. It was a placeholder that I fully understand is more than that, but because we didn't have any discussion about keeping these facilities open, I had to have something to actually have for a placeholder for the committee. Maine's veteran homes were established by the Maine legislature in 1977 as a quasi-state, independent, nonprofit to provide quality, long-term care to Maine veterans and military spouses. At the direction of the Maine legislature, the first facility was located in Augusta. In 1986, Representative John Martin, yes, that Representative John Martin will be testifying today, Democrat from Eagle Lake, introduced and successfully passed legislation establishing a Maine Veterans Home facility in northern Maine. Maine Veterans Homes now operate 6 facilities throughout the state in Augusta, Caribou, Bangor, Machias, Scarborough, and South Paris. Each of these locations was originally determined by the Maine legislature and enshrined in that enabling statute. In 2016, the Maine legislature passed a law that stripped this language from the statute, and I referred to that, that's LD 1524. I wasn't in the legislature at the time, so I'm not clear whether that was an intentional effort to pave the way for the closures that we're talking about today, or just an unfortunate mistake that has led us here today. Now, however, I do know from reading back on it that Representative Kathleen Dillingham actually served on the committee at the time, and she had a different amendment to that bill that actually kept the names of the facilities in the statute. And I want to thank Representative Dillingham for that foresightfulness, and rightfully so. Now, reading from the testimony back then, I understand all of the sponsors, including Congressman Golden. The testimony sounds like they were led to believe that this was going to be a good thing for all the homes and that all the homes would have funding because of this legislation. So clearly it made sense to vote for it at that time. But the idea that the names of the homes came out of the state statute at that time certainly gives me pause today. As a quasi-state independent nonprofit, Maine Veterans Homes are partially funded by both state and federal, much like other long-term care facilities in the state. Maine Veterans Homes receive funding through Medicaid Maine Care reimbursement rates. So any increases in the reimbursement rates or additional allocations to long-term care facilities in the state budget support these facilities. At the same time, there have been several occasions where the Maine Veterans Homes requests additional one-time funding, and that funding is allocated in the biennial budget. This happened as recently as 2019, as I referred to in Senator Lucchini's bill. The point is that when the Maine Veterans Homes has been in trouble in the past, they've reached out for help, and the Maine legislature provided a lifeline.
Okay, I just want to get these two.
What has changed?
Thank you so much.
Why didn't the CEO or the board of trustees reach out to the Maine legislature before making this devastating decision? When I asked the CEO of the Maine Veterans Home what the Maine legislature could do to keep these facilities open back on February 18th, I was met with silence. It seemed to me like the powers that to be were intent on closing these facilities despite outcry from the federal delegation, legislative leaders, and more importantly, the community. If that is the case, we need to ask ourselves, is this how we're going to treat our servicemen and women? When the Maine legislature established the Maine Veterans Homes in 1977, I believe that we made a commitment to our veterans. That is a commitment I intend on keeping. This bill is an attempt to prevent the closure of 2 vital long-term facilities established by the state, serving our veterans and military families. It also protects Maine veterans and military families from sudden closures in the future and provides the resources to keep all these facilities open. These actions will allow the Maine legislature to take a look at what is going on at each facility, examining our options and coming up with a long-term plan to keep the facilities operating effectively and efficiently. While this news has been devastating, it's also made me incredibly proud once again to be from Mercer County in rural Maine. The way our community has sprung into action to stand up for our veterans in long-term care and fought to keep these homes open has been nothing short of inspiring. Today, the committee will get that opportunity to hear from some of the extraordinary folks from the staff of the Caribou Vets homes, to the family members of residents, and ordinary county residents. I hope you're going to join us supporting this bill and keeping this facility open. And I want to quickly read one of these to show you exactly what we're dealing with here. This was sent to me by Linda Netto, and I spoke with her on the phone today and asked her if I could read it. And Miss Netto said, by all means. She said, my mother is the last known World War II veteran in Aroostook County. I've had full-time responsibility and care of my mother in the last 3 years. Since last May, she was determined qualified for nursing home care. To this point, I've continued to care for her. My husband, Vaughn, is a long-haul truck driver at 73, and I'm 74, and an office manager for a Caribou electrical contractor. I do have a few hours a day of home care to enable me to still keep my job. However, given Mom's physical and mental condition, I can no longer meet her needs, keep my job, and maintain our home. I did submit the required paperwork and application 2 weeks ago, only to be told last Thursday they're no longer taking admissions due to the impending closure. Today, I called the VA home and I was told, sorry, I can't help you. You'll need to apply to other facilities and get on the list. Of course, there's a shortage of beds, and this recent announcement only compounds the problem. My dad, George Howe, was drafted into World War II shortly after their marriage, and off he went to serve. Because Dad was gone, Mom signed up and did her duty as well. Dad died at age 60, but she continued to work and serve in many avenues of social work. She served on Governor Brenner's council and was the first house mother at the Presque Isle Homeless Shelter. She has done her part and contributed all these years. Now at 98 years old, on August 28th, she cannot get the help that she needs at her veterans home. Something is or has gone terribly wrong. Miss Nettle lives in Wade. I know where Wade is. I know the distance to Augusta. And that's the type of thing that we're dealing with for far too many of these people. And the argument that we don't have veterans in Aroostook County, I have a hard time to understand, because I am all the time dealing with situations like that, even before this closure announcement came out. So I'm going to wrap up here and say, you know, this has been very confused in the way this has all come out for me. Typically in this office, people come in and ask for support, ask for services. Sometimes, oftentimes before we get to the crisis that we're in now. This is just the opposite. For whatever reason, I am not able to help in this regard. Wouldn't matter how much money I threw at it. For whatever reason, there seems to be a determination to shut these facilities down. And I've heard that we don't have the right as a legislature to stop this, which I find very hard to understand. I mean, the legislature created these homes. The legislature created and put in statute the 6 names of the communities that these homes would be in. And that statute said that there will be a home in Caribou, that there will be a home in Machias, and so on and so on. The homes came forward in 2016 and asked to have all those homes' names stripped out of the statute, which certainly makes me think that we do have the ability to push forward today and stop this closure. In addition to that, the homes have gone forward and asked the Department of Health and Human Services to approve their closing plan. If they have to go forward and get a closing plan from the state, then that certainly makes me think that we have the ability to hold off for some time so we can get these homes up and going and stop this unfortunate event. But, you know, I have the benefit, unfortunately, and oftentimes I dislike going first, but I have the benefit now because of the system of reading the opposition testimony. And I think you're going to hear that this bill is unconstitutional, unfortunately, which is ironic, given that these homes were set up to provide long-term care to the very people that fought to defend our Constitution. And you'll also hear efforts to say that these homes are characterized as political posturing in an election year. Now, to be honest, I'm really floored by that statement. I mean, I've tried to keep it above board, and like the people that are pushing to close these facilities are all veterans, all servicemen and women, and I respect the heck out of their service. And I am not a service member, but when you say something like that, that's pretty pretty hard to take. You know, I think that's a cold response, the visceral and emotional response that many people, including myself, have had in this closure. And this isn't about politics, it's about the people. It's about my community, the Senate district that I represent. And since this nose is broke, I fielded heartbroken calls and emails around the clock from constituents. And I get it. I know what it's like to try and find the quality care for your loved one, especially in rural Maine. I watched my mother go through it with my great-grandmother, who passed away in February. But you don't have to take my word for it. You can take the word of my constituents, who you'll hear from today. I just want to say that I don't care really what people think about me. I know this issue as far as veterans is one that I don't play politics with. Elections matter, but I don't care about losing them. And I've lost a pile of them. And I'll probably lose another one, and I don't care about that either. What I do care about a lot is delivering for the people that did elect me. And that's why this bill is important, is that something very wrong has gone forward for the communities that I represent, the communities down Washington County. And I think we're going to hear from another place that's probably on the chopping block too. And that's why I think this bill is important. Let's stop this in its tracks. Let's get the resources that they need to keep these facilities open. And let's do the right thing by our veterans.
Thank you, President Jackson, for your testimony and for presenting this legislation. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senate President Jackson, for bringing this forward. Obviously, it's a difficult issue, no question. I noticed in the bill, and I understand there may be an amendment or something coming, but in the bill, you have a dollar amount in here, and I know you said it's a placeholder. It doesn't, I don't think, from everything I've heard so far, and that could change obviously, but from what I've heard so far, it's not necessarily just a financial decision. However, just from the finances that were reported, these numbers don't seem to line up with what the losses were for the facility. So my question is do we need to do more? And how do we make sure that how do we get those resources to keep those facilities open, assuming it's just the monetary issue? Maybe this is a good start, but I know it's one-time funding, and we all know how that happens, right? And it's a one-time fix. It may help us this year, but is it just delaying the inevitable? So how do we, what kind of numbers do you think we're looking at, I guess?
Yeah. So, like I said, I mean, I drafted the bill on February 16th, and then was asked out of the blue by the Veterans Homes Board if they could come in the week after. And I said, no, come in right off. I already knew obviously why they were coming. But when we had the discussion, there was no amount that, and when I said that I had a bill in already to stop this, I was met by probably a lot of anger and frustration, and said that I couldn't do that. And my response was, well, watch me. But the response from at that point was, well, what do you propose we do? And I said, well, look, people come in here all the time asking for resources. It seems to help them. I don't know why it wouldn't help you. But my point is, I haven't been able to get a straight answer on that. And that's why the bill as it's drafted now was basically just a carbon copy of Senator Lucchini's bill from 2019 that I referred to. Since then, I've heard that 1.8 million for Caribou and 1.2 million for Machias. If that's the number, then that's the number, and I'll accept that. I mean, obviously the committee will have to. I mean, I think we are in a better spot right now in the state. And I've had great discussions with the governor's office, who I believe is very supportive. Well, I don't believe, I know it's very supportive. So, I mean, I think the number is probably not as big of a problem as you know, getting people to actually come forward and say, well, yeah, we will, you know, we will be able to fix it and we'll be able to keep it open. Long term, I mean, you know, nursing homes obviously have challenges across the state, and we've all been working on that, and feels like sometimes we keep shoveling and getting further behind. But you know, that is obviously my still intention. But working with the congressional delegation, I believe that National Guards members should be able to serve in these, or be able to be in these facilities. I think Congressman Golden, Senator Collins, I mean, all of them are going to push for that, as you know, Representative. I mean, we've used the Guard in wartime more than ever in the last 20 years. I don't know why we wouldn't want to do that. So yes, I think there's a lot of things that needs to happen to help all these facilities out. I, you know, want to work with all of you to do that. I think this is a stopgap so we can do those things. And maybe, you know, I'll take whatever responsibility someone wants to throw on me for not doing enough. But, you know, when you don't have a discussion over 3 years, you know, sometimes other things, you know, especially with the pandemic and everything, get sidetracked. But, you know, you can't fix anything unless you've had that discussion. And I did not have that discussion. And that's part of why I was probably as frustrated as I was.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President Jackson, for bringing this bill forward. It certainly is something I think we can all agree on, that our veterans deserve to have the help that they deserve at the end of their lives, or at the time of need, that these homes do provide. And I'm thankful we have the homes we do have in the state. Mm-hmm. A couple questions. One being that we do have a funding bill sitting on the appropriations table right now, LD 614 from last session, that came out of HHS unanimous, that has a much higher fiscal note. Wondering if that would be something that you would approve seeing go forward to help get, since it's already all the way through the system, just needs to come off the appropriations table. And then my other question at the moment, I've looked through LD 1524 because it was brought to my attention that it had happened. That was I was in the legislature at the time. I was a new legislator, and I was reading part of what's in that one. And if the language had stayed in place with all the different towns, a home not to exceed 40 beds located in Caribou, and it's my understanding that facility has 70 beds. I was wondering if you knew when that increased, if that, because it sounds like it could only have happened over the last few years. Just some of my curiosity.
Well, that's a great catch, Representative Kinney. And I don't know, you know, when it increased from 40 to 70 or anything like that. I mean, maybe other people will. I think the idea that the language said that the home must be in each one of those towns is what's important. If they need to change the number of the beds, then I think that would have been more appropriate. But yes, you know, and to your point, I don't want to, you know, as far as for legislators that were here, I mean, when you read the testimony, I mean, it sounds like a good thing, you know, extending the bonding capacity to $50 million, you know, making the extra money go into a non-lapsing fund for the homes. I think one part in there says spending up to $10 million on remodernizing Machias and Caribou, which didn't happen. But, you know, everything sounds really good about the legislation, except now here we are closing down 2 of them. Where, you know, and being told that we don't have the ability to stop that. I think that's pretty infuriating.
One more follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to say that throwing the money at it will fix the whole problem. I know that last year we saw, it went through the news, 3 nursing homes in the state have had to close because of staffing shortages. And I worry that just throwing the money at this without the staff available, which that seems to be the problem. We are seeing that statewide, not just in our veterans homes. We're seeing it in our hospitals. We're seeing it in other nursing homes. And going to your point of saying that we should allow the National Guard, I wholeheartedly agree with you on that, that we should be allowing them in. But if we're putting more people into a short-staffed facility, will the level of care that they're getting now diminish? And that would be something that I'd be very concerned about, because these people deserve the level of care they've been receiving in these homes, and they are getting very good care. They're getting awards for the care that is provided in these homes. And I'm not saying that it's a good thing to close them down. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to close them down. I'm just trying to figure out what we can do to make sure that level of care stays in place, especially with the fact that there is a staffing shortage in nursing type facilities statewide. And what you think keeping it open with low levels of staff will do to help the level of care.
Yeah. So you're absolutely right about the staffing issues, and I think that's part of the point. Is, you know, I deal with all the hospitals, I deal with all nursing homes in here. You know, this legislature's done things, trying to do more. Last legislature did. I mean, you know, to say that staffing problems means that Caribou Machias has to close down. Well, if that's the case, then I think every healthcare facility in the state's going to have to close down. I don't know why Machias and Caribou has to be the ones that, you know, bear the burden of what has been a long-term problem in the state and in this country. And so I just, as you just said, I mean, they've won awards. I mean, as operating the way they are, the workers that work at these facilities want them to stay open. They want to continue serving the veterans that they care for and things like that. I mean, I have a hard time to understand why two rural, farther away places has to be the ones that shut down in a time when they're struggling with staffing and struggling with keeping beds all across the state. And so I just, you know, when I look at it, I mean, there's 57 people in Caribou. There's 23 in Machias. I don't know how many people are like the 98-year-old veteran, I mean, of World War II, that can't get into that facility. I don't know how many people are out there, but what I do know is they didn't throw in the towel on us, and I'm not going to throw it in on them. So I'm going to fight like hell to keep them open.
Representative Topeka, followed by Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Jackson, it's a pretty simple question. I'm familiar with where Wade is. My husband, born and raised in Washburn, and but for those who aren't familiar, could you tell me how many hours you actually drive to get from your home to Augusta? Because I'm thinking about family. I'm thinking about family right now. So could you tell me how many hours you drive?
Well, on a normal day, I probably can get from here to my home in like 5 hours. I know Senator Miramont's been there, and Senator Hickman, probably some other people, but it's like 314 miles, something like that. Now that's Allagash. I mean, Caribou's an hour and 15 minutes, probably shorter. But a place like Wade is challenging too when you leave. As you know, going over to Washburn, then you have to go around through Parham, Wade. So, you know, that's probably, again, 4.5 hours. So that's a long ways. And not just, like I said, unacceptable for people to get, you know, thrown out like that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for knowing where Washburn is.
Sorry, Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. President. A couple things come up. I just believe that I keep hearing in our regular negotiations about different issues that it's not that they're short of people in those remote areas, it's that they're short of opportunity. Why aren't we getting them opportunities? They've got all these workers who don't want to leave the area to go work elsewhere. Hear that all the time. Get us opportunities. This is an opportunity. So I would almost guess that maybe that's what we'll hear down the road here in the testimony this afternoon. Or I want to hear what's the story? Why do you keep saying that when we're giving you opportunities to work in there? I'd also say that based on the need for it to be local, that would be a good thing. I do want to hear from people down the road here also about the interplay of this private public part. I need a good answer for that. And I also believe that we can force certain issues, and I'm not against doing that, obviously. And so those are the other things. And I guess you don't need to answer much. Those are questions that you can just punt to people who might be planning to answer them, but I want them answered today. Thanks, Mr. President.
I actually read some of the testimony that was submitted online, and hopefully there's a young gentleman that actually testifies, talk about how he did a training program, became a CNA through that. That's the type of things that we should be thinking more and more about. I don't work in the industry, so I don't know as well. But I think those type of things are important. And I think going back to Representative Kinney's question about Representative Toole's bill on the table, I don't care. What I would like to see is that those names of those towns that has the facilities put back in the statute, and that we make sure that something like this couldn't happen again without legislative oversight. But as far as the funding stream, I really don't care if it's Representative Toole's or mine.
Are there any other questions from the committee for the president? Seeing none, thank you again, Mr. President, for taking swift action to try to address this important and vital issue. I'm now going to turn to testimony from legislators. If you are a lawmaker and you are here and you wish to testify on this bill from any position, please raise your hand and I will call on you in no particular order. The first person that I know is here to testify that I'm going to promote is Representative John Martin. And after I will promote folks as your hands go up. And please, again, when you come into the room, keep your mic muted and your camera off, please, until I call upon you to provide your testimony. After that, we will turn to testimony in favor of the bill from the public, which would include the department. Because there are more people who have so far signed up to testify in favor of the bill, we will go to opposition testimony when it seems fitting to do so. We will then take testimony neither for nor against, if there is any, and then we will close with testimony in favor of the bill. So if you are here to testify and you have not signed up, you will get an opportunity to speak, even if I do not call your name on a list of people who have already signed up. So with that, Representative Martin, you may turn on your camera, if you will, at least your mic, and please offer your testimony to the committee on LD 2001.
Thank you very much, Senator Hickman and Representative Seago. I am John Martin. I represent District 151. That's a 4.5-hour trip. I do so. Let me begin with, I've been involved with the Veterans Home in its origin. And I remember a legislator asking me why are you involved? I said, well, I had 3 brothers in the Second World War. They came back and found the baby in the crib. That was me. I have a responsibility. Let me just begin by saying this, that I was shocked when I got the phone call from Caribou. I was shocked because a number of years ago, Maine Veterans Home had a monetary problem. And they came to me, and I went to the good representative from Oxford County, Representative Mellon, and together we end up putting the money they needed in order to prevent the problem at the Veterans Home. That didn't happen this time. And for that, someone is to blame for that. I have been involved in sponsoring the legislation that created the Veterans Home in Western Maine, Eastern Maine, Northern Maine. The various LDs are there. And the first trip when we went to the voters after the first enactment in 1977, we went for a bond package. with the understanding that 65% of the money to construct those facilities would come from the Veterans Administration in Washington. And they came up with it, and they came to the plate. In addition, every veteran that's there gets a monthly bonus that goes to the veteran. If the person is not a veteran, they don't get that. I have a number of requests. First, I'd like the committee to consider putting the locations in the law where it used to be, by name. We did that a number of years ago with the University of Maine system, when they were talking about merging various campuses together. Needless to say, Washington County and Aroostook were the target. And I was a member of the Senate at that point, and we got legislation and put it in the law where it is now. So if someone wants to play games with that, they have to go to the entire legislature. I would suggest that we go back to putting that in the law. I'd also believe that we need to do a better monitoring. I understand the problem that the Veterans Home are having with staff. I am a trustee of a nonprofit nursing home. Pretty hard to hire CNA, for example, when they go down to Fort Kent to McDonald's and make more money there than we can afford to give them at the nursing home. That's true in Caribou. It's true in Machias. We need to change that. And we need to make sure that we provide them adequate salary. Now, Northern Maine Community College right now is gearing up to create an LPN program, which they've done before, which would be very helpful for those of us in Northern Maine and Eastern Maine. And they're advertising now for, and I agree with Representative Marymount or Senator Marymount that is a staffing issue. But the issue of staffing issue is caused by the monetary amounts. I have a former student who's a nurse in Portland. She comes to Augusta at the hospital here to be a nurse and pay double the salary that she would be getting if she were practicing at the hospital in Portland. That is a real crisis. And so, I mean, the University of Maine at Fort Kent, where I teach part-time, we have a nursing program. And we'll be graduating another 100 this year. And they'll be hired before they leave the building. We have a nursing shortage. But at least in Aroostook, we're trying to make an effort to deal with that issue. But I suggest that we deal with the salary issue as well. I really think that it is an issue that can be solved over time. I want to, by the way, I want to also point out that I've asked the Adjutant General, for which Maine Veterans Home are under that operation, to take a look as to whether or not we can now classify the people from the National Guard, because right now they are not eligible. And that is a discussion that needs to take place between us and Washington. And as the Adjutant General said to me the other day, as more and more of our veterans are being called, National Guard members are being called overseas, they're certainly looking more like soldiers. And so that we need to consider that. We need to change the law to allow that to take place. I also want to point out that last week in HHS, as Appropriations was meeting with them, we heard a staff member from the hospital in Bangor that they have 100 people in the hospital that they can't find nursing beds for. So they're being kept in the hospital because there is no other place for them. Again, generated by the same problem. We've closed 7 nursing homes in the last year in this state. And that's getting harder and harder to find a place for someone to go to a nursing home. The need is there. How we face it is going to be up to us. So I would recommend that we increase the money for nursing staff, CNA staff, and the other staff goes into the operation of a nursing home, whether it be Machias or Caribou or my hometown of Eagle Lake. It's going to happen statewide, and it is happening. So I would be, those are my recommendations. And I think whatever money we put in, I agree with Representative Wood and Representative Kinney. It's a short-term fix, but it gives us time to get to where we need to be. And I think we're a year away from being able to start looking at the problem. I'll quit there because I could go out. Remember, I was involved in the creation, all of the homes across the state. And I sponsored the legislation that went to the voters, that the voters accepted. And the voters in Maine are the ones who made the deal with the veterans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be happy to respond to any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Representative Martin. Are there any questions from the committee for the good representative from Eagle Lake? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Martin, for testifying today. I too live in a rural area, though I'm not as far away from places like Augusta as you are. I'm only a 45-minute drive, so I go home every night, but it is still tough. I have an elderly mother who needs nursing care, and I'm having a difficult time finding anything. It is a staffing issue statewide, as I had mentioned earlier. I'm wondering if, rather than maybe putting the homes specifically back into statute, if there was something to have them working with local facilities that may have beds available but have a staff shortage, move some of that staff over, because I think that would probably help. That might allow for beds that may be empty in those facilities because of staffing issues, and put something in statute so that those veterans can keep their VA benefits to follow them into a different facility that isn't specifically a Maine Veterans Home, but maybe is in conjunction with a Maine Veterans Home. Wondering if that would be a solution that could possibly help the veterans homes today.
I do know that the executive director of the Maine Veterans Home specifically went to Cary Hospital to see if they'd be happy to take it over. I don't think you want publicly the answer. They have trouble also recruiting staff. And so it's a staff issue, not only, and I think that's where we need to, I'm hopeful that the effort by Senator King and Senator Collins in changing the federal law so that when those people come in from other countries, that they don't have a year and a half to wait before they can go find a job. And if we had those people, and most of them are more than willing to work in a nursing home and a residential facility, but the federal law says they can't do that, that all the paperwork gets done. So they sit there, they can volunteer, for which they can get no money. So it's simply not fair. But I do know that both senators are working on that, and hopefully they might be successful. And we encourage them with that as well.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Representative Martin? Thank you, Representative Kinney, for letting me know that I was on mute myself. Seeing none, thank you, Representative Martin, for being here and for your dedication and service to all of the people of the state of Maine, but most importantly to those in Aroostook County who owe you a great deal for all of the time and effort that you have spent in this building, making sure that your constituents are well served.
Thank you.
Senator Moore will be next, followed by Representative Dillingham, and I will ask one more time if there are any other lawmakers present who wish to testify on this bill from any position. Please raise your hand and I will promote you to our panel. Welcome, Senator Moore. The Zoom is yours.
Thank you very much, Senator Hickman. I really appreciate it. That's kind of a classic act to follow with Representative Martin for sure. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Joint Standing Committee. My name is Mary Ann Moore, and I proudly represent Senate District 6, which includes all of Washington County, along with Winter Harbor, Goldsboro, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well. I am here to testify neither for nor against LD 2001. On Saturday, February the 19th, I participated in a conference call with Colonel Cash and Debbie Fournier, informing me of the impending closure of the veterans' homes in Caribou and Machias. My stomach has been in knots ever since. I was told after several years of consideration, the Maine Veterans Homes Board of Trustees made the decision to close the homes. They explained about the factors affecting this difficult decision, including escalating operational losses, significant declines in the veteran population, and the growing scarcity of qualified workforce, which was threatening the financial viability of the entire Maine veterans homes system. When I asked about additional funding, while it might be a temporary Band-Aid, they felt it would not solve the problem of workforce. While I understand the board has a fiduciary responsibility to the system, these closures are still troubling since it affects 23 veterans at the Machias facility and 57 veterans at the Caribou facility. These are veterans who have provided their service to our country and deserve to be provided the care we promised them. I was assured the facilities would remain open until each resident was placed in a facility of their choice. Being most familiar with the Machias facility, my heart goes out to the staff and residents of this 4-star facility that serves as the heartstone of the community. The Washington County delegation has celebrated numerous milestones with these folks. They have become like family. Serving on the Health and Human Services Committee since 2019, I have seen several attempts to improve the funding to these two facilities. Each attempt passed out of the committee with unanimous support, yet the Maine veterans' homes continue to experience financial losses without ongoing reimbursement changes. Several attempts to convert these facilities to cost-based reimbursement rather than fee-for-service have failed, resulting in the continued losses to the Maine veterans' home systems. Most recently, the committee passed LD 614 unanimously, which Representative Kinney brought up. The bill would provide one-time appropriations as the department works to amend its rules governing Maine care reimbursement to Maine veterans' homes. However, as we've said, the bill remains on the special appropriations table today. Having shared all of this, I testify before you concerned about the legislation we're talking about today. I thank Senator Jackson for his efforts to keep these two facilities open. While I support finding the methodology to keep these facilities open, I'm quite concerned about the mandate outlined in the current amendment. We must remember the Veterans Health System is part of the overall Federal Veterans Administration. In statute, the Maine Veterans Homes Organization was established to provide public homes for veterans in Maine for the purpose of providing long-term care, support, and related services to eligible veterans and family members of the veterans. They were also authorized to provide non-nursing facility care and service to Maine veterans at facilities such as the one in Caribou and Machias. To remove the authority of the Board of Trustees of the Maine Veterans Home, requiring legislative approval for the establishment or closure of a facility managed by the board, undermines the intent of the statute in place. Is the state ready to take over the veterans' homes in Maine? I don't think so. I think the unexpected consequences could be quite involved and could place the state in some serious liabilities. In closing, I encourage the committee to carefully consider this bill and find other ways to address the issues that resulted in the Maine Veterans Home situation as of today. Thank you for your time, and I would entertain any questions that you might have of me.
Thank you, Senator Moore, for being here today and providing your testimony. Are there any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Senator. Great first name. You just spell it wrong. I actually have the same question I asked Representative Martin, but because you're Washington County, I think that it's a separate sort of question in a way. So if I'm wondering if there are facilities in the Machias area, doesn't necessarily have to be in Machias, but maybe local, you would know better than I would, that may have some empty beds because of not having the staff, that if the staff at the Maine Veterans Home moved to that location, and we could then possibly move some of these veterans and their spouses to that location, and have that relationship somehow to be able to continue to keep the veteran benefit that they get being in the veteran home. And I believe there's something with the VA with that. And I don't know if we can put something in statute. Do you know if there is a facility possibly in the area that has empty beds because of short staffing issues that could be solved possibly by the staff that's currently at the other facility, and then share that responsibility?
That's a great question, Representative Kinney, and I appreciate that. There is one other nursing facility that is in Machias. It's Marshall's. I understand that there is some consideration of being able to actually move some of the veterans to that facility. When they met with the residents and the families, they provided them, my understanding is they provided them a list of the different facilities, how far away they were from their current location. And I think Marshall's is maybe 1 mile. And so I believe there are some vacancies there. It would then become a contracted bed, where they would actually be able to move the veteran over there, provide the funding for that. There's also some conversation with the usage of the current facility by the Down East Hospital itself. And I think the CEO will be speaking about that or testifying about that a little bit later. So that's the only ones that I know of right now that are right there with it. I know that they had tried before, the hospital had tried before to open up a nursing facility, and it financially was not feasible for them to co-locate right there with the hospital itself. So this conditions of what they're looking at and some consideration of the current facility is something that is being discussed as I understand.
Thank you. Senator Miramont has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we have a complicated or interesting relationship with the University of Maine. It's a state, nothing's private, but it's run by a board of trustees as well. Yeah, we're able to tell them what we want. They pretty much ignore us, but we are able to tell them what we want. And so it's an interesting mix. So why would you be against that in another setting? Or do you see it differently? Or what do you think about that is basically what I'm asking.
And I appreciate the question, Senator Miramont. What I'm concerned about is that if it would be more than what happens with the university. To me, the way that the bill reads, it sounds like it would almost be a takeover, whether it be hostile or agreed upon or whatever. And it sounds to me like with us having legislative control or legislative oversight with that then it would become a state-run, even though there are some federal funds, it would become a state-run operations. And then I worry about the liabilities. What happens if we don't have the workforce and yet we're not able to provide the quality care that we owe our veterans? So that's where I have the angst about the legislature getting involved and deciding what can be opened, what can be closed, why, where, when, and that's my concerns.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. But the consequence of that, I mean, it is a mixed bag, but the folks in the home are contributing some, the state's contributing some. You're just talking operational, the same as anywhere else, and these folks have to go somewhere. So I'm not sure why we need to avoid this step if they're threatening to shut them down. And wouldn't it be better that we tell them, you have the tools and now we're giving you the money to manage this, which is what you're supposed to be doing. So manage it. And then it isn't shut down, which is what you're trying to do for your community. Wouldn't that be better?
Yes, it would. In theory, it would be better. You're exactly correct, Senator. But my concern is that when we start, as a legislature, start overseeing it and minding it and directing it and controlling it, just as if it were another department part of the state, that's where I get concerns about that. Because it is a combination. It's a state and federal funding. And it has all these increments that go together. And if we take over the total decision-making of the facilities, not just Caribou and Machias, but of the entire state, that's what gives me concern.
Are there any other questions for Senator Moore from the committee? Representative Chiazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, Senator Moore, I'm trying to listen more than speak, of course. So I'm curious to know what because they do receive a lot of federal funding, what is the impact of the federal government in terms of their ability to close? Do we know, do they need federal approval first? Do they need, what's the process for them on the federal level? That from the Department of Human Services perspective, do they need any other special permission to do this from them?
And I'm not positive, but I don't think that they do. They
Okay.
do have to submit their plan, their closure plan, because it is licensing under the licensure requirements. So they had to submit their plan to the state. Typically, it's 3 to 5 days that they would get a response back. My understanding is they have not received their response back yet from the department. In that plan, they have to describe, what is the organized approach? What are they going to be doing? What are they doing with the residents? How are they meeting them? I mean, it's all outlined as to what is required as part of their licensing requirement. I don't know of the federal aspect of it, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Senator Moore? Senator Moore, as a part of the process that you just described, what if the state doesn't approve their closure plan for the purposes of licensure? Then what happens?
Well, and my guess is just as good as yours, Senator Hickman. I guess they would have to remain open. And they're hurting, they're losing money. I know the total between the two facilities, $3 million. They're anticipating losing $3 million this year. But if they don't approve the plan, then I guess their only alternative would be that they would have to stay open.
Representative Kenny?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your question prompted another one for me. And this could be for Senator Moore or for anyone following. If they're forced to stay open because the plan wasn't approved, but their staff has already been kind of given the idea that they are looking to close, and those people are looking for jobs elsewhere, how can we force them to stay open if their staff leaves? This is the problem. We know the problem is staffing. So what happens if that occurs? That's something I don't think has been thought about.
No, and it would be very serious. I mean, that's going to be a serious loss. Absolutely. And as it is, and some of the descriptions they've had with the Machias location is that they've been struggling, with the current staff that they have, even before any of this announcement at all, to the point where they were afraid one day that they were going to have to do emergency closure because they didn't have enough staff to take care of the residents that were there that particular day. And when that happens, then they have to find emergency beds to place them in. And so it gets to be a very difficult situation. And you're exactly correct. I mean, if they are forced to stay open and they don't have the staff, they wouldn't be able to take care of the residents that are going to be still there in the facility.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Senator Moore? Thank you, Senator, for providing your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Gently remind the committee that we would like for you to ask direct questions because we do want to get to the general public before it's too late. Thank you very much for agreeing to participate in that way. Next up, we will hear from Representative Dillingham, the House Republican Floor Leader, Representative Dillingham.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am here. I'm Representative Kathleen Dillingham. I represent House District 72 in the towns of Oxford, Otisfield, and Mechanic Falls in Western Maine. And I am here to testify neither for nor against LD 2001. I had not planned on testifying on this piece of legislation, but reference has been made to when the bill was previously in front of Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee when I sat on the committee, and I hope to add some clarification around LD 1524 and answer some questions that have been asked already by a few of your members. Representative Kinney asked when the level on the bed levels had changed. That was actually changed in that piece of legislation that was LD 1524 and then later became public law. Let me see here. I'm trying to make my notes. Chapter 397, and was enacted on March 16, 2016, when they submitted the language that was going to strip out the designations of where our veterans homes needed to be. They also removed those bed levels in that language. So from that, when that was in front of our committee, I did offer a minority report that former Representatives Hannington and Turner joined me on, that would have allowed them to adjust their bed levels, except that I required they needed to keep certain bed levels for dementia care, but also kept the language about where the facilities needed to be. And I believe Representative Martin may have referenced the creation of Maine Veterans Homes that was actually created under Title 37B, Chapter 11. And we did state where those homes needed to be. So I don't think that any reference of saying that we don't have the ability to say where those homes should be, that was part of the originating statute under Title 37B. And that was changed, as I said, in 2016. When this came before the committee, and the reason that I felt strongly about going with a minority report was for some of the reasons that Senator Jackson had already referenced, and I think even in questioning, we've talked a little bit about, and that was my concern about the individuals that would be receiving care at our Maine Veterans Homes, and should a home close, or specifically a dementia care bed not be available anymore because they weren't going to provide that service, what that burden would place on the individuals in the community. And I believe I even remember using Machias as an example, that if they were going to have certain care there, what that travel distance would be if they had to go to Augusta or Scarborough. And for me, having a Maine Veterans Home over here in South Paris, even if folks here needed to travel to Scarborough, that's around a 45+ minute drive. And I know that there are individuals over here that they go and they visit their spouse every single day. And that creates a hardship on them. And I can understand that the board has a fiduciary responsibility in their care and in for the facilities, but at the same time, we have a responsibility to our veterans, and we have a responsibility to their families, that we have an unspoken contract to provide them care. And I believe that's important that we try to do that. I would like to see this process slow down a little bit. I wish this conversation here had been happening before an announcement was made about closure, and perhaps the Maine Veterans Home had come before the committee to have that discussion. I know that you haven't received your yearly report yet. And I don't believe that has been presented to the committee. And that's part of this conversation, I believe, could have been had. I do think the Colonel Cash, who is the executive director for Maine, I may have his title wrong, I apologize if I do, but for the Maine Veterans Homes, providing me this morning with the information that I had asked about what their annual reports were, status of upgrades that were supposed to be made to different homes, what bed counts and current bed counts are. He has sent me quite a bit of information. I apologize, since I have been with your committee most of my day, I did not have an opportunity yet to take a look through that information. I think there's a lot of information there that, and Representative Kinney, you asked about the residential care facilities and nursing home facilities around our existing veterans homes. I do have that list that I can share with you. He did provide it to me. I just haven't had an opportunity to look through it yet. But I think that it's important, that we slow this process down a little bit, have that conversation, and understand, take a look at the creating bill, chapter, and title around where this was created, and that there was a reason that we set where our facilities had to be, where they had to be to address regional kind of considerations around providing care. There was another question asked about the duality between the state and the federal. As my understanding, the state created the Maine Veterans Homes in statute, but the bulk of funding comes through reimbursement for our veterans that they're due because of their benefits for care. And the colonel told me that right now we are at 80, they receive 85% of what a Medicare rate is. So when you're speaking about ongoing financial issues, you know, that's something that I think that this committee and certainly the legislature and the governor can be having with our federal delegation about looking at those reimbursement rates, and can we get those comparable for Medicare, because our veterans can't use Medicare to make up that 15% difference. They have just their veterans benefits. Another question that I'm concerned about, and Representative Kinney has addressed that, was about VA benefits following our veteran members if they should go to a different facility. And I think that there's something still in statute about a restriction on distance from a facility. So that's something that if this moves forward, that this committee should look at and to see, is that going to be a problem for veterans that are in these facilities closing? Where can they go? How far from these existing facilities can they go? Because it's the patient's facility, and I think it has a home residence as well component to it. I apologize that I'm kind of all over the place. I didn't have prepared testimony for this. I just want to share that my knowledge and history, my experience of when this came before the committee, and that I had the concerns of exactly what is happening right now. And I do have further concerns if the Maine Veterans Home in South Paris, which is one of the other smaller homes, should close, that these individuals here are going to be looking, families would have to travel either to Augusta or to Scarborough. I understand that the wage issues, the employment issues, but I think that, and I wish we'd had this conversation before we got to the process of having to talk about what do we do if we make them stay open, that we try to address whatever issues that maybe we could prolong this to see how do we address long-term component to fix this issue here. I'm happy to take any questions anybody on the committee may have.
Thank you, Representative Dillingham. Are there any questions from the committee for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for spending your day with us.
Thank you.
I will now turn to Representative Toole to provide testimony. It looks like neither for nor against. Representative Toole, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hickman, Representative Cayazzo, distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Will Toole. I represent the communities of Cutler, East Machias, Eastport, Lubac, Machias, Machiasport, Rock Bluffs, Whiting, and Truscott Township. I'm here to testify today, neither for nor against LD 2001, with a heavy heart. For years, I've been a proud supporter of the Maine Veterans Homes. Spent countless hours visiting with residents, attending community events, helping other community members and school kids serve our elderly veterans who live at the Machias Home. The administration, staff, and residents themselves are amazing. The Machias Home is crisp, clean, professionally run, yet very community-oriented. It's not an
Representative Toole, you just went on mute. Representative Toole, can you hear me? For some reason, you just went on to mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit the button by accident.
There we are. Thank you.
That service led me to support the work of the Maine Veterans Homes here in the legislature. 3 years ago, your former chair, Senator Lucchini, sponsored a bill that would direct badly needed funding to the homes. At the time, I stated that the Machias and Caribou homes were $750,000 short based on conversations with Maine Veterans Home Administration. The Health and Human Services Committee unanimously approved legislation, and the 129th letter, that legislation, and the 129th legislature funded subsequent legislation as part of the budget. Last year, as the pandemic was raging, knowing what Maine Veterans Home and their staff was going through, I decided to put in a bill that would essentially continue that one-time funding we secured in the previous legislature. As an aside, Senator Moore has talked about that and at great length with a lot more detail. Like the previous bill, that one sailed through committee, both bodies, and found its way to the appropriations table. Unfortunately, that's where the bill sits today. It's LD 614 for those who wish to review it or reach out to colleagues on the HHS committee. I want to also add MVH staff and supporters testified for that bill like before, again stating the need their facilities face. So I will say right here that I'm not shocked or surprised with that has been an ongoing need for years and years and years. I offer all of this because I support these homes and because it deeply troubles me that we are sitting here today dealing with another piece of legislation when maybe had we been proactive in years past, we wouldn't be here. But what really bothers me about being here today is the provision in this bill that puts politicians above military veterans dedicated to caring for their fathers and grandfathers, their mothers and grandmothers. The provision that legislators, not the people who care for these men and women every day, should know how to best care for them. Were this bill about funding the veterans home or finding ways to help them stay open, I would welcome it. And I will say again, as an aside, I'm encouraged by some of the conversations from Representative Kinney and Martin about some of the underlying issues there, because I think there could be some opportunities. Instead, the provision in this bill where the legislature puts itself above all others over the objection of the very people caring for the veterans is, in my mind, a hostile takeover. It's a hostile takeover because the board, which successive chief executives and legislators have approved and confirmed for decades without fanfare or partisanship, has made a decision we all hate, a decision we all detest, but a decision we charged them with and trusted them to make independent of the politics of the day. If we're going to trust them with caring for our vets, we need to trust them with caring for our vets. We can't just say that they can't make a decision, however unpopular it may be, just because we are getting static, rightfully so, from home. And we're all getting it, so I don't discount that at all. It's a hostile takeover because we don't actually own the homes. In the case of Machias, it's lease space from the hospital it's connected to. If we say they can't close, are we saying the board must lease space? What if the hospital decides it no longer wants to lease space? What if the board decides the cost of leasing space is too high? Not unfathomable given the soaring heating, electricity, and inflationary costs. It's a hostile takeover because we are telling a third party that we know better than what their staff commitments ought to be. Yet we don't actually dig into staffing levels. If the board says the compliance with the new law means they have to do something else to address the concerns they have raised, are we ready for the fallout? Are we going to tell homes that they have to have so many beds, so many staff, provide specific care? If we do, we are being very prescriptive. If we don't, we are not giving them direction. So a provision like this, while it sounds great on the surface, has the effect of a hostile takeover. Maine Veterans Homes has roughly 1,100 employees. Are we prepared to hire them on, pay them, tell them what to do? Are we ready to expand the size and scope of state government by 8 to 10%? If we are we going to go it alone or ask the feds for help when things go south and our state coffers are not so rosy? Maine Veterans Homes has cited staffing as an issue. Talking with a family member of a resident in Machias the other day, I was informed that they couldn't get their loved one into a nursing home nearby because there are beds going unfilled because of the staffing shortage in all our nursing homes. While Maine Veterans Homes is not a nursing home, they are plagued by many of the same staffing issues. And we all know how complex the staffing shortfall is. Mandating facilities stay open without addressing the staffing concerns seems to be a recipe for disaster and/or litigation. Are we ready to pay for a medical malpractice suit if by requiring the facility to stay open, understaffed, a veteran is harmed or passes away due to the staff shortage? Are we asking our Veterans Home Board to do something that could put them and all homes in legal jeopardy? Are we unintentionally lowering the quality of care in an effort to save homes here? I think there are so many questions about this takeover provision. I've touched on a few, others will likely raise others. And it is why I am asking you to remove that provision and the retroactivity from the bill that Senator Jackson has proposed in his amendment. We all want to help. We all want to make sure that our vets have a place to go. And we should be working with our veterans homes and our federal delegation as we have in the past to help. If the solution is money, expanded care options and facilities, let's rely on the experience and expertise of the Vets Home Board to inform policy going forward, instead of passing legislation that is only going to stand in the way of that happening. Right here, I'll say that these folks run veterans homes. They're not politicians. They're not the most up to date on how things work here. Had many chats with them over the past week, and they've learned things every time. And I've learned things about how they run their homes. So I truly hope there is a way of saving these facilities and working together for the benefit of all homes. But I see the thrust of this legislation as limiting or undermining that. Maybe not intentionally, probably not, but effectively. In closing, I'll continue to support our homes and the veterans who live there, those who care for them day in and day out, their families. I encourage this committee to do the same, find an alternative, eliminate the mandate, and find other ways of addressing the issues that led MVH to the point that they are today. Because I do think we need a solution. And I think that having the conversation is good. With that, I will take any questions that folks have. Apologize for hitting the mute button unintentionally several times.
Thank you, Representative Toole. Chair recognizes Senator Miramont.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Hello, Representative Toole. Nice to see you.
How are you?
The state has oversight. That's why this committee is hearing this bill of this organization. And it's sort of a mixed control issue, as we were pointing out earlier. But I'm having a hard time seeing it as a takeover as much as we want to start not micromanaging, but managing it all. Why wouldn't the current leadership have come to the legislature and said, we're having an ongoing shortfall, we're having ongoing issues, what can you do to help us? That says to me, it's not a takeover of the whole thing and that we get all their employees. It's saying that if we're the committee of oversight and management is not doing their job, then we take over the hiring of management that does its job. And I just wanted to make sure that we are exercising our role properly. So it seems like this idea to throw out takeover and take over all the employees and all this is really not what the bill's about. It's already been said that it isn't, but it is about taking control in a role that we're already charged with. So where do you see that going towards takeovers that are way beyond the scope of what the bill proposes? And if you can do that briefly.
I'll do my best. So the management of Maine Veterans Homes has been coming to the legislature year in and year out with concerns about their situation. It's been well documented by everyone who's testified here, and regardless of what side of the fence or how folks come. So folks, the conversation has been ongoing, and I know when I got the call about this, I was surprised in the same way that someone who gets a cancer diagnosis never thinks it could be them. But looking at it objectively, I'm not surprised that they were in the spot they're in because of all the issues that folks face. And I would politely disagree with the notion that they haven't been managing their homes well. These are award-winning facilities. They've got national records, national awards for the quality of care that they provide. And they deeply care for their veterans. And if this is the first anyone has had an issue with their management style or what they've done, then that ought to be, I'm struggling to find the word for it, but there would be a long history of management issues if the management was inadequate or they weren't doing their jobs. You'd be getting complaints from family members about veterans having bed sores or being left unattended, or 15 years ago in our local hospital, we had a gentleman wander off from the hospital and pass away in a snowbank because of any number of issues. But there was a long list of issues at that time. That was just one of many. Those things don't happen in well-run facilities, and these facilities are being well-run. So I guess to answer your question, if we're going to tell them, if we're going to really say this facility has to be open, this facility has to have these number of beds, and has to offer this care, and all of this has to be done. And are we going to tell them when staff has to be on? And what if we can't find them? Or, I just think that we want to, if we're going to do that, HHS or whomever could spend their entire day dealing with all of these issues and layers. And I would argue it's a complicated issue that we, on our own level as legislators, we don't, I know, Senator, you're on marine resources, and we listen to the department, we listen to the fishermen, and that's what we all do. We try to take all these other things into account. So, but in doing that, we're not there on the ground every day running these homes, and that's I guess my big hang up. And if we want to be, and then someday somebody second guesses what we've done and says, well, we need to do more, and then we need to do more, and then we need to do more, and before we know it, we have it. And if we want it and we want to have that conversation, I guess that's what people want to do, and that's fine. But I don't think we should go down that road with the idea that we're just saving a couple of homes. And I just don't want it to be packaged in something else, is I guess where I'm at. And I'm sorry for rambling.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
As long as it is a direct question, Senator.
It is. And I heard that you said that you were as shocked as someone getting a cancer diagnosis by the announcement of this. That is the repeating story for each person who has testified. Out of the blue, I would say, I'll finish first. I would say that you're right on they've been managing it well for the patients, but part of their job is to make it stay open to continue to serve those patients. So I just wonder if you think that they have split. They're doing one job well, they're doing the other one not well for it to be such a shock to so many people.
I will answer that, and I will say that when I likened it to a cancer diagnosis, we're all aware that with our lifestyles and the way things are in the world today, any one of us could get cancer. You know, it's more than likely going to happen to some in this room. I pray not, but all that to say, you never think it's going to be you. You never think it's going to be your home or your area. And that's what I mean by that. But to your question, I think they've been doing a very good job providing care. That's what they do. I think they've been doing a good job managing their homes to keep them going the way that they have. I think they've come to the legislature and said, we need this and we need that. And I think that if we haven't fully got our arms around staffing and all of the other issues and all of the things that involve staffing, and I mean, I know there's a lot of reasons why staffing is the way it is. Let's be blunt in saying the vaccine mandate's part of it, you know, wages are part of it, inflation's part of it, people aging out is part of it. We all know what all of the reasons for staffing are. And that we haven't got those issues solved. I agree with Representative Martin that, you know, those are huge, complicated issues. And it does, and I believe it was Senator Jackson who said this, it does feel like you're digging a hole and you're only going deeper unintentionally. So I don't think anybody has got that whole situation fully managed. If we're going to give people grades, I think we got to give ourselves an F too.
Chair recognizes Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a quick question. Representative Toole, you mentioned, that's hard to say. You mentioned that in Machias, the main Veterans Home is attached to the hospital. Right. Is that the Down East Hospital?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Representative Toole from the committee? Representative Toole, the bill that you sponsored that was unanimously approved by committee and is languishing on the appropriations table, LD 614, said as a part of it that the department would write rules to determine the methodology that allocates funding in a manner that addresses Maine veteran homes shortfalls on a basis proportional to the shortfall of each Maine Veterans Homes nursing facility. Is it fair to say that when you put that bill in that you thought that your bill would, as an emergency piece of legislation, address some of the issues that bring us here today? Is that fair to say?
I hope it would, and I'm glad you brought that up, Senator, because I was under the impression Senator Moore was going to mention during her testimony, but like everything else, things are going haywire. What I would say there is there was a discussion in HHS about adding in assisted living facilities. The committee at the time weighed the decision and didn't really come to a consensus with that phraseology, so they went with nursing homes. I wouldn't mind. I think it should be expanded to that if funding is part of the solution, that it should be expanded to assisted living facilities, because it's a difficult thing, and there's no black and white with this, I guess is where I'm going. And I hope I don't come off as heartless. If I do, I do, but there's a lot that goes into this.
The bill has a general fund appropriation for each fiscal year of $1.3 million and a federal expenditure fund total from federal funds of $2.3 million in each fiscal year. As you know, in our legislature, when something is on the appropriations table, it requires the votes of each caucus in each chamber to take something off of the appropriations table for review by the full Senate. And so my question, Representative Toole, is, did you advocate for your caucus in your chamber to get this off of the appropriations table?
I advocated it with our appropriations lead, yes, and it was in our list of priorities for last session. I would also say with that, I haven't had the greatest of luck getting several bills off of the table. And there's a long story there, but yes, the short answer is yes.
So you did advocate for it, but for some
I did, and for
agree.
whatever reason, and I'm not going to fault anybody because I know everybody's advocating for a lot of different things. I certainly spoke with our House Republican lead, yes, numerous times about that bill, who actually lives in an area served by one of the veterans' homes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Representative Toole? Seeing none, I will now recognize Representative Bernard. Is she still here to provide testimony? There she is. Representative Bernard, welcome to the committee. You may begin your testimony whenever you are ready.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Piazza, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Representative Sue Bernard of District Number 149, which includes Caribou, and I'm here to testify on LD 2001. Since learning of the closure decision just last week, I've spoken to the CEO of Maine Veterans Home, the CEO of Cary Medical Center, numerous Caribou City officials, businesses, and other area nursing homes, and most importantly, veterans and their families. The parts of the problem everyone seems to agree on are: this decision will have a devastating ripple effect in the entire community. Wish we had known the depth of the problem earlier, and communication surrounding the closure decision was less than adequate. But that's looking backward. I'm far more interested in looking forward. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm not only the representative for Caribou, I'm the daughter of a World War II veteran, the wife of a veteran, and all my brothers-in-law are veterans. So this issue not only hits close to home, but actually in my home. My father-in-law had the blessing of living his final days and months at the Maine Veterans Home in Caribou, after living with my husband and me for a time. So I'm here to back the spirit of the bill, excuse me, and I will work with legislators, the governor, the congressional delegation, and perhaps most importantly, the community. While this region is very worried about the choices left for our beloved veterans, I believe in the can-do, roll-up-your-sleeves attitude of Caribou, the surrounding area, and Cary Medical Center. Are there possible opportunities for the veterans population and other seniors if the communities are given the time to explore them? We know that Maine has the oldest population in the nation at over 20% of people over 65. So homes for seniors will continue to be needed. I hope this committee will scrutinize both the long and short-term impact of the bill before you and the funding request attached. I trust that you will consider the realities, that the Maine Veterans Home is a 501c3 private nonprofit with the other complications that have been noted earlier, but to be cognizant of unintended consequences. While we may approve of legislative oversight of this entity, how much government control do we want of any nonprofit? I'll be anxious to hear the committee's deliberations. I'm sure you'll have the opportunity to hear the serious nature of the financial problem and compare it to the funds available. Please look at every possible avenue, remembering that apparently this is not only a financial problem, but also a workforce and population challenge. In short, I hope to work on a real path forward to find lasting, safe, and supportive long-term care for our brave, devoted veterans. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Representative Bernard. Are there any questions from the committee? Chair recognizes Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Bernard, for being here today and testifying. Your knowledge of the area is definitely appreciated for those of us that don't live in the county. You mentioned you had spoken to CEOs of various facilities across the area. Do you know if there are empty beds in any of the private facilities due to staff shortage? I've lost my tongue. You know what I'm saying.
I do. Yes, I did have an opportunity to speak to nursing homes. One nursing home one CEO of a nursing home who actually owns 2 of them said that he could actually accept a total of 10 veterans or veterans' wives. And by the way, the number of 57 is really 35 veterans and 22 spouses. But in any event, that he could take 10, a total, if he could have some of the staffing that's currently at the main veterans home in Caribou. The other facilities have fewer numbers, and definitely there's not enough in the county to take care of all 57. So some of the folks who are currently at the main vets home here will have to look at facilities that are not anywhere near where they or their families live. And if you want to talk about going to Bangor, for example, that would be the closest. So let's talk about Bangor. If it were from Caribou, that's a full 3 hours and 15 minutes one way. If you're talking, and when I think about that, I think of folks that will have to drive, say 3.5 hours one way, let's visit for a couple of hours. Are we going to turn around and go back, especially in the wintertime when you don't have light and you may have really poor road conditions? So the answer is probably no. So not only is the travel difficult, but then you have to usually stay overnight. And if you're lucky enough to know someone in Bangor, well, you stay overnight with them. But if not, you're going to be staying overnight at a hotel. And then you're going to have to eat and put out money for that. Or if you're like we were when we were younger and we had a big trip to go to Bangor, we would, quote, pack a little lunch, as my mother would say, and we would always be packing a little lunch to save. And that's what people still do today. We know about traveling up and down that road, but it's not easy. And if you're called in the middle of the night, or if you're called at a moment's notice because your loved one is struggling and you feel you must drop everything and go, that's a real hardship.
Are there any other questions for Representative Bernard? Representative, I'm wondering, are you going to have testimony that you submit in writing or only verbally?
I will put this in writing. I'm sorry, I was in the middle of doing other things at the time, and I actually just finished up. Thank you for putting me in the order that you did, because I needed that time.
I appreciate it. And is it fair to say that your testimony is neither for nor against LD 2001?
I don't know quite how to characterize it. I am for the spirit of the bill. I'm not sure that this is the bill that's going to be the answer to our problem. So would you call that neither for nor against?
I think so, yes.
All right, we'll go with that then. I'll take your lead. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Representative Bernard from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you. I'm now going to move to take testimony from the general public. Remember, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony once you get into the room. And I'm going to attempt to go in the order in which people signed up. I'm going to take a slew of testimony in favor of the bill, and then I'm going to turn to testimony in opposition to the bill, and then return to testimony in favor of the bill. And I believe there may be a few people who are also going to speak neither for nor against, and I'll get to them as well, just to provide some balance and fairness to the committee. So if David Keaton is here, Karen, I'm going to ask you to help me out with this just a little bit because my lists are long. So Karen, if you could find Mr. David Keaton, Cynthia Markey, and Bree Noyes, if you could promote them. And if no one is here that I've called upon, we will move to the next 3. So good afternoon. I see Cynthia Marquis is here first with her camera on. You may begin your 3-minute testimony whenever you are ready.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the members of the panel for allowing me to testify this afternoon. I think I need to start out by saying this is a very, very complicated issue, and I am not a politician, nor do I want to be. I'm going to speak from the standpoint of a daughter. My father is in the Maine Veterans Home, which as a in Caribou, and as a family, we were absolutely thrilled that he was able to be there because the care there is exemplary. These are some of the finest people and caregivers I've ever met. My dad has been serving his country. He served his country in the Korean conflict. He has served the state of Maine as an educator, as a principal of a few schools throughout the state, and as a superintendent of schools. He has had a really rough time with the transfer from his family home to the nursing home, and our concern falls with his well-being if he were forced to move again. I'm looking at this from a family standpoint and from a human standpoint. When I thought about this, we found out about this, and yes, we were shocked. I began to think about the effects that this may have on not only Dad, but the veterans, the other veterans in the home. As I said, he had a long period of adjustment when he had to move into the nursing home. But if he were to move again, I really, really feel that this would be detrimental, extremely detrimental. And in thinking of that, I began to do a little research, and I found an article in a issue of Social Work Today that talks about the effects on elderly people who, and those with dementia, when they are forced to move from one location that's familiar to them to another. These symptoms are referred to as elder transfer trauma and relocation stress trauma. These folks do not adjust well to change, and they may, when moved, exhibit psychological symptoms such as anxiety, depression, anger, along with feelings of complete loss of control, loss of choice, and loss of familiarity with their surroundings, often followed by mood and behavioral challenges. Unfortunately, the article also stresses that you may see decline in cognitive abilities and physical challenges. I say to you as committee members, if this were your parent, would you want this happening to them? And I'm pretty sure that you would say no. I thank you for hearing my testimony today. And if you have questions, feel free to express those to me.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Representative Kinney to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Marquis, for coming and testifying today. It is heart-wrenching. I have family members with dementia, and I absolutely understand that concern. And I, absolutely wouldn't want to put someone in a position that they had to do something that could reduce their cognitive health. But I also wonder what would happen, or how you would feel if we ended up having these facilities having to close because all the staff left because they found another job somewhere else. Because it is the staffing that's the issue. And I'm wondering if we can find something that works to help keep people close. And I would like to think that if this were to close, and I'm not saying that I'm in favor of it closing, I'm just saying if it were to come down to it that the facility in Caribou had to close, I would like to see someone like your father be someone that could be placed close to home, as close as possible, that your father would not be one that would have to go to Bangor, for example, so that you're able to still be close to him. Would you be and would you understand that position if it came down to that, because it does seem like it's a staffing issue mostly. So if we can find a way to help keep people close with other facilities.
Keeping them close is crucial. My father, for one, and I'm sure there's others there, depends on my mother, my sister, myself, someone being there daily. Otherwise, he becomes agitated. I think you're going to find, if you hear testimony from folk that work at the nursing home or work at the veterans home, that they are very, very willing and want to stay there. So I don't think you're going to see a lot of them leave if the veterans home were to stay open.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Ms. Markey? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here today. We will now turn to Mr. David Keaton, followed by John Nadeau. And Mr. Keaton, if you could defer 1 second. If you are still here and your name is Jack Norris, Nashali Parks, if I've pronounced that incorrectly, I apologize, and Sydnia Charnecki, please raise your hands and we will make sure that you are on next to testify. With that, Mr. Keaton, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Hickman and Representative Cazzo and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Dave Keaton, the son of Rogers and Lillian Keaton from Caribou. I am testifying on behalf of my mother in support of LD 2001, an act to fund and support the veterans' homes in Caribou and Machias and require legislative approval for establishment and closure of the veterans' home. My mother is currently a long-term resident at the main veterans home in Caribou. She's 92 years old. My siblings and I were shocked to learn that the operator of the main veterans home in Caribou had stated their intention to close the main veterans home in Caribou and Machias last week. My mom is confined to her bed and needs around-the-clock care and has come to value the level of care she receives at the main veterans home in Caribou. When I broke the news to her about what had been released, she was devastated. To move her to a southern Maine location at another Maine veterans facility would be impractical and cruel, as the majority of her family live in and around the Caribou area. I'm her point of contact. I'm also her legal guardian. And I would not be able to personally attend to her needs if she would be relocated to Bangor and Augusta on a daily basis, as I am now. At the age of 92, soon to be 93 this month, she does well coping with daily routines, but a move to another main veterans home facility would have far-reaching effects on her life. When the main veterans home in Caribou opened, I was gratified we were providing those who served our country with a level of care that they deserve in their golden years. I have serious concerns about closing a facility just a matter of months that the current main veterans home residents believe that they would stay and be cared for the remainder of their lives. I consider this proposal closure action as morally wrong and strongly support Senator Jackson's bill LD 2001. If I can provide any additional testimony, please don't hesitate to contact me, and I would be available if you deem necessary at your work session on this bill. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton, for being here today and testifying. Are there any questions from the committee?
And as a side note, I did meet with the administration at the main veterans home. I think some of the points are raised about losing staff. They have not lost any staff. They're doing fine. They're hanging on. They want to find out what happens through this, and they're committed to staying and working and doing the best they can for the veterans that they serve.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Next up, we will hear from John Nadeau. Mr. Nadeau, I'm going to ask you to turn your video on and unmute yourself. And you are able to provide testimony whenever you are ready, sir. Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman and Representative Chiazzo and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is John Netto. I am a physician and general surgeon, and I work at Cary Medical Center up in Caribou. I'm a native-born Mainer. Went to school in St. Agathe at Wisdom High School. I went to college in the state of Maine. I also was a member of the Maine Air National Guard and then retired from the Army Reserve in 2017. I had multiple deployments overseas in the recent wars, and I also have a lot of family members who were also in the military and with multiple deployments. I'm speaking more from 2 points. Mine is more personal because my parents are actually living here at the assisted living facility in Caribou. My father was an Army veteran. He served during Korea. When we tried to find placement for my parents last year, it was really limited spots in the northern Maine area, and eventually found the Maine Veterans Home, and they were luckily enough, they had a few positions available to take my parents on. They've had excellent care. There was no complaints. Everything was going very well. I found out about the closure last week by accident through some news article through a Facebook account, which I had to verify afterwards to see if this is actually true. We had no idea this was going to be occurring. And so it was very frustrating for us from the standpoint from the family, not knowing what the plan was regarding placement, especially with such short notice. Being told that the facility was going to be closed in 2 months for the facility attached to Cary Medical Center, and then Machias in 1 month, I just felt like that's not ample time to try to find adequate places for these patients or these residents. Currently, since we got notice, my sister, who's actually the one that's power of attorney, has been searching frantically throughout the northern Maine area to find possible placement for parents so they could stay local. The option that we were given, they were probably going down to southern Maine somewhere. Now, for them, we don't have any family down in southern Maine, so it would be rare for them to get visitation. It'd be hard for us to get down there. One of the important things that we're finding is with our parents, because of their issues, is the importance of staying connected to family. And that would not be occurring if they had to go someplace else. So it was a little bit disheartening to hear that this is going on because there was a lack of funding. My feeling, we had funding for all sorts of other issues in the state or the country. Why couldn't we make this at least prolong it and come up with a real plan before actually closing it as such a quick response? This is really a quick response. I work at the hospital here, and one of the big issues we had, especially during COVID, is a lot of patients would be overloaded in the hospital. And a lot of the patients couldn't go anywhere because we did not have placement in the nursing homes facilities. So these patients were staying in the hospital, overloading the hospital, that we had no more beds to take additional patients. So throwing these particular people here locally out to the public to not know where they're going to go is actually throwing another potential 70 residents into a system that already doesn't have the space. So that's very concerning. So I'm in support of LD 2001. I'm hoping that we can come up with a way to at least slow down the closures, try to work it out better. If we can keep them open, to be better, but at least come up with a reasonable plan. So this way, it's not just for these particular residents, but also for future residents, because this is not the end of it. Okay. And northern Maine is already very, very limited on placement.
Doctor, I think your time has expired. I have
Thank
my
you.
hand down. I believe that it has expired. So if you could wrap up, if you're finished, we can open it up for questions from the committee.
No, that was pretty much it. I got my say. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Yes, sir. Are there any questions for Dr. Netto from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Okay.
I will now turn to Mr. Jack Norris, followed by Sydnia Darnecki. Mr. Norris, you may turn on your video if you can hear me and begin your testimony whenever you like.
Good afternoon, Senators. I represent a veteran. I am also a nurse, and I've been in both the Caribou and the Machias nursing homes as a nurse when I worked active duty. What struck me was the rapidity that the nursing home in Caribou would be closed in the quote spring. It was the first I heard it, catching it on the news. And I was really perplexed when I started to find out that Maine Veterans Homes was not part of the VA. Because I've been getting my medical care from the VA at the Caribou in the basement. But to find out that it's a separate facility run by a nonprofit corporation, and I couldn't even begin to find out who was on the board until I called them and asked for the information about who was on the board to make the decision to close these facilities. And I have obviously come to the conclusion after watching the discussion this afternoon that to do anything in haste is going to be a problem. And it bothers me that all of this was, as Senator Jackson had pointed out, that was kind of blindsided, that they had come and asked for money before, but not now. And I want to know why, and I'd like to know that. And I just would encourage that the facilities are going to be standing if they Maine Veterans if they close them, but the buildings are still going to be there. What happens to them? Is that going to be lost money? Somebody going to be making apartments out of them? Are they going to increase bed size for the hospitals? I don't know. But it's a very complex problem. And I would encourage that something be done to prevent doing worse damage. I thank you for the opportunity to express.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Norris? Seeing none. Next up, we will hear from Sydnia Sarnecki. Please. Oh, I apologize if I have mispronounced your name. And then we will hear from the department. We will hear from a few more people in favor of, and then I will turn to opposition. So Sydnia, I will start there, and you are able, and whenever you are ready, to begin your 3-minute testimony.
I'm not sure if I'm visible, but thank you very much for allowing me. Yes, you said my name right. Thank you very much. I'm coming to you as a family member of a former patient resident of the Caribou Veterans Home. My father was there for the last 2.5 years of his life, from 2015 to 2018. It was a very kind and caring environment. It was very clean, comfortable and inviting. And even when I came unannounced, which I usually did, he was up and dressed and clean and very happy. The staff was wonderful with him. He was a jokester and they laughed with him all the time. And from the custodial staff to dietary to nursing and rehab staff and administration, everyone was kind and respectful. During his last days there was a tremendous amount of support from everyone. They made sure he was comfortable, both with pain management and personal care. They made sure I was comfortable and frequently checked on me. There seems to be always a waiting list to get into the Veterans Home in Caribou, both when my father needed to get in and 2 weeks ago when my aunt needed to be placed. She was unable to be placed there. So the numbers to me don't add up. There's a huge lack of nursing home beds in the county, and closing this would make things even worse. It is incredibly difficult for families, but especially the residents, to change if they're displaced. And going to another part of the state would be detrimental to all of them. It's a disservice to those who have served our country not to have a place to go in their later years. I am forever grateful to the people at the Caribou Veterans Home for the care my father received. I live in Gouldsboro now in Hancock County. My husband is a vet, and I have the same concerns regarding the closing of the Machias Veterans Home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we really appreciate you being here today. Next,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're from Adjutant General Douglas Farnham, Commissioner of the Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management. General Farnham, if you will turn on your camera. Thank you. There you are. Welcome to the committee. You may begin your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I'm here today to testify in support of the goals of LD 2001. Service in the United States Armed Forces has always been important in Maine. Our state has one of the highest percentages per capita in the country of veterans in our population. Maine has also always been a leader in providing care to our veterans. The first VA hospital in the country was opened here at Togus. The first VA community-based outpatient clinic in the country was opened in Caribou. The network of veterans homes in Maine delivers our nation's promise to veterans that we will stand by them, just as they have stood by us. And these homes have been exceedingly important to that effort by supporting our former service members and their families and ensuring they receive the appropriate care and dignity they deserve. A decision to open or close a veterans home impacts many generations of veterans and their families. The issues affecting such decisions should include an opportunity for all interested parties to share their concerns, ideas, and alternative suggestions. And certainly no closure should happen in the span of less than 3 months. The main veterans home in Caribou is home to 35 veterans and 22 spouses, and the Machias facility is home to 16 veterans and 7 spouses. These veterans and their spouses deserve the best available care at the facility nearby their families and the communities they call home. These homes are in areas that have very few community alternatives to the veterans home where they currently live. Assessing resources in these areas has always been hard, and it is with no doubt a chief reason that these homes were located there in the first place. Economic feasibility in these areas was a secondary consideration when the decision was made to construct these homes. The Board of Trustees for the Maine Veterans Homes are all unpaid volunteers, and they are all veterans. I have no doubt that they are acting in good faith and making the decision that they believe are in the best interests of the present and future residents of the homes. But we believe that the board would benefit from additional time and information to help inform a decision of this magnitude. We are willing to work closely with the Maine Veterans Homes leadership and the board, and are willing to invest to make these locations viable in the short run until long-term solutions on the future of these homes can be reached. We can also convene other agencies, as well as the Maine congressional delegation, that may present other solutions to the problem. We believe there is an opportunity, working closely with Senator Jackson, whom we applaud for putting forward this legislation, and the Maine Veterans Home leadership and its board to find a path forward to protect the interests of our veterans and keep these homes open. Thank you, and thanks to all of the members of the committee for your commitment to serving veterans.
Thank you, General. Are there any questions from the committee for the commissioner? Seeing none. Karen, if you could please promote Brenda Gallant, who will be testifying in favor, Joe Mishu, who will be testifying in favor, and then Director Kelly Cash from the Maine Veterans Home, who will begin testimony in opposition to the bill. I think I have found Mr. Mishu. Yep. Thank you, Karen. Joe Mishu, if you would please turn on your video and your mic and begin your testimony whenever you are ready. Can you hear me, Mr. Mishu?
Okay, I think I'm in. Senator Hickman. Okay. Senator Hickman, Representative Cayazo, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Joseph Michaud, and I'm speaking as a member of the American Legion Department of Maine. The American Legion, like other veteran leaders here that speak today with one voice to support the LD 2001. When we heard about the decision of the Maine Veterans Home Board of Directors to close the homes in Caribou and Machias, we came out against this decision. Veterans in rural communities, like many Mainers, are aging and are in need of these facilities. In Aroostook County, we have more than 5,000 veterans, 2,400 of whom are from Vietnam era, are now in their 70s and 80s and beyond. Furthermore, we have veterans from Korea and from more recent wars that will need the services provided by Maine Veterans Home. Some today, many tomorrow. I have learned that the Caribou Veterans Nursing Home is at roughly an 81% full compared to the numbers of the rest of the state, which is roughly 56%. There are many reasons why nursing homes in Caribou and Washington County are so critical. Closing these homes will impact many families who provide daily support to residents of the homes. Spouses who are living alone will be forced to travel for hours to get to visit their loved ones if they are transferred to another veterans home in Augusta or elsewhere. Maine is a huge state, and having homes located in our rural communities is important. Nursing home beds are hard to come by. There is a shortage. The decision to close the homes does not provide enough time to resettle the residents. Relocating residents will be traumatic for them and their families. Our veterans came to the aid of our nation when they were called. Many did not return home. Many returned home permanently changed due to PTSD, injuries of war, and others returning on the promise made to them that the veterans and his family would be taken care of in thanks for their service. As a member of the American Legion, I stand with all veterans, their families, and communities to support LD 2001, and we will fight to keep the veterans' homes in Caribou and Machias open. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Mishu. Are there any questions from the community?
Good job, John.
Seeing none. So we're going to take two more pieces of testimony in favor of the bill because one of the people that I called earlier, we didn't see her. She has returned, and we will allow her to testify before Brenda Gallant. Her name is Michelle Parks. If I have said that incorrectly, I apologize. Then we'll go to Brenda Gallant. Then we're going to turn to 4 pieces of testimony in opposition to the bill, 1 piece of testimony neither for nor against the bill, and then we will finish the evening with all of the people who have signed up to testify in favor. So that is what we're going to do. I announced it at the beginning, but I'm saying it again as people have definitely come in and out. I just want everyone to know that if you are here to testify in favor of the bill, even if you are hearing testimony in opposition, you will get an opportunity to speak to the committee about your support for this legislation. So with that, Michelle Parks, you may turn on your video and provide your testimony. And like I said, I apologize if I have mispronounced your name. The Zoom is yours.
You're good. Can everyone hear me okay before I start?
Yes.
Okay. So first off, I just want to thank you all for having me here. I appreciate it. My name is Michelle Parks, and I just want to answer a question before I go in with my written statement that I wrote for this. In regards to the concerns over staffing issues, I would like to make 2 points. Firstly, our staffing has not had much in the way of staffing issues in my time here. This is despite another nursing home just down the road, like 2 minutes away, offering a $20,000 sign-on bonus. Secondly, any minor staffing issues that we have had, it's only been a direct result of the intentional freezing of the hiring process at our home. This community cares heavily for its veterans and their families. Staffing is not an issue. And I will go on to my written statement that I have. I live in the city of Caribou. I'm a CNA at the Caribou Veterans Home. And I just want to say that I support the legislative document number 2001. Since the start of my employment here in June of 2021, I have bonded with several veterans and families of them. I have held hands of these brave men and women while they were in their last days of life. Many of the residents are confused, scared, angry that this is happening. Some of them even think that it's their own fault, and there's others that are wanting to give whatever money that they have to save their home. The closest veterans home is approximately 171 miles away. 171 miles away from their family, which is close to a 3-hour drive given that the road conditions are good. The residents have already faced hardship from the pandemic due to it dividing them from their loved ones for much of the beginning. Being sent further away from their families will only damage their mental health due to, once again, not being able to see their family on a regular basis. Veterans, they have sacrificed so much for this country. They shouldn't be forced out of their home too. I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of bill number 2001 so our veterans can live their last days in comfort in a place they recognize, the place that they call home. And before I end this, I just also want to make a note that the MVH in Caribou is the only facility that has not had a resident COVID case, considering that the pandemic has been going on for a little over 2 years now. I think that's pretty darn impressive. Thank you very much for having me here, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Chair recognizes Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start by saying that is very impressive, Ms. Parks, that there's not been a COVID case there, considering one of the nursing homes in my area was a source of an outbreak at one point during the pandemic. My question, you said the staffing issue is not an issue, so I like to hear that. That's great. So Caribou currently is at a level of 57 residents, but you have 70 beds from what I understand. So if the facility were to increase, because we heard that there was someone that couldn't even get into the facility recently, I'm guessing that's because there's not enough staff to handle the additional beds that are empty. But maybe you can, where you work there, maybe you can elaborate on that. Is that part of the issue why the other 13 beds are empty?
So I just want to clarify a little bit more on that. 30 of those beds actually belong on res care, which is a completely different unit from the long-term care and skilled part, which has 40 beds. Which has 33 residential residents on the nursing unit side. And then there's 24 on the res care side. So I just want to make that very clear. I've been there since June, and like I said, the only staffing issue that I've seen is the fact that we're not hiring because the place was closing and nobody told us until 2 months before they decided to shut us down and kick them out of their home.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Ms. Parks? Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you for having me.
Everyone, please be patient. We are not going anywhere. We will take testimony until the cows come home, if that is what it takes. Brenda Gallant, please turn on your video and we will welcome your testimony whenever you're ready to begin.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and committee members. My name is Brenda Gallant, and I'm the Long-Term Care Ombudsman. The Ombudsman program provides advocacy services for nursing home residents, residents in residential care and assisted living, and in long-term services and support settings across the state. When there's a closure of a long-term care home, the Ombudsman program provides information and assistance to residents and their family members. We work to assure that residents have a safe and appropriate discharge plan, and that resident needs and wishes are considered in discharge planning. Unfortunately, in the last year, 5 nursing homes and 6 PNMIs or residential care facilities have closed. As a result of these closures, 255 residents were discharged from these facilities. I'm pleased to provide support for this legislation because it is so important that the main veterans home in Caribou and Machias remain open. There are 79 residents and their family members depending upon us to find a way to keep their homes open. The closure of a long-term care home, whether it's a nursing home or residential care, is extremely difficult for residents and their families. Residents' relocation stress that may occur when a resident is moved, it is documented through a number of studies. Residents may suffer from illness, depression, an increased incidence of falls, and other adverse outcomes. The risk is especially high for individuals suffering from cognitive disorders such as Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. Both the main veterans home in Machias and Caribou have 30 residential care beds and are licensed as specialized memory care units. Both provide private rooms for residents, which is not typical at all in long-term care. Additionally, Caribou has 40 licensed nursing home beds. It is important to note that the regulations for memory care units require physical plant changes to accommodate residents with Alzheimer's and dementia that enhances their quality of life and promotes their safety. Activities must be therapeutic and designed to meet residents' needs with dementia. Staff must have additional training to provide care to residents with dementia. If Caribou and Machias are closed, it would be important for residents to have access to the same specialized care they are receiving now. The memory care homes closest to Machias are located in Brewer and Bangor and are approximately 84 to 87 miles away. The closest memory care home to Caribou is in Frenchville and is approximately 43 miles away. Otherwise, the closest is located in Bangor and is approximately 170 miles away. These distances would be would present hardships for both residents and family members as visitation is so important. I do want to point out that there are closer options for the nursing home residents in the Caribou facility that would be more local. And just lastly, I want to say that the Veterans Home do a remarkable job with care. They're excellent. And I really feel that the closure of these facilities would be a significant hardship to residents, to the communities. They do a tremendous job. I think we should do everything we can to keep them open. You have the governor that's supportive of them remaining open. You have the congressional delegation. You have the families. I think it's critical that we have an opportunity to sit down and figure out what we can do to support these facilities. And lastly, I will say that the staffing issues are not unique to these homes. Maine Healthcare Association recently did a survey of their members. 85% of their members reported crisis level staffing. 40% were limiting admissions because of staffing. So this is not unique to these homes. So I just would say, I've been doing this a long time. Closures are never good for a community. They're never good for the residents. And whatever we can do to pull together to keep these facilities open, and especially where they give excellent care, it's really critical that we do that.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gallant, for being here and testifying. You made some very interesting points, and I did a quick search because I thought it was 6 closures that occurred recently, and I was finding articles about 3, so I mentioned that in a question earlier. And you mentioned that there were 255 people that were displaced when those suddenly closed and it was staffing, and its staffing is across the board, as you said. So my question is, I know I want to do everything that we possibly can for our veterans. They wrote the blank check for protecting our nation, protecting us, and they definitely deserve to be treated with care. But some people didn't serve for whatever reason, and they were stuck in these other homes that closed. I wonder if you could tell me if they were placed in other places close by, because I think that is somewhat relative to what we're dealing with this as well. Just wondering, because that seems to be what you do. Curious.
So what we do is, when there's a closure, we send a letter to all the residents to say, and family members to say, we're here, we'll come and see you, we'll answer your questions, we'll hear what your wishes are. And so we did that, and we would work with the provider, because the provider ultimately has to provide a safe and appropriate discharge plan. And so our job is to work with them, to support their efforts, to respect the resident and family wishes, in order to find the best possible placement for the individual. The facility has to remain open till everybody's placed. It's important that people have information. If they move across the state, it should only be because that's their wish. Maybe they have a daughter or a son or a family member that they're close to. And so that would be beneficial to them to move that distance. Otherwise, we want to keep them as close to their communities, as close to family as possible. And we keep track of all this, so I could certainly share with you at the work session, where people have been placed, but there's been a lot of thought and care in discharge planning, which is so important.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, and just kind of request here, I'm trying to move one other person to testify in favor of the bill before Ash Wednesday services. If that doesn't work out, I'm going to go to Director Cash and then come back to that participant, just to ensure that she gets to her mask on time. So I don't think. So Director Kelly Cash, if you could turn on your video, please. And you may begin your testimony whenever you are ready, sir.
I can't seem to turn on my video. It looks like I'm blocked. Okay, there we go.
Try again, please.
Excellent, got it. Okay, thank you. So Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and the distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify against LE 2001. You have my written statement. I will quickly summarize and get to my points. MVH was established to operate as an independent nonprofit organization with all the authority and fiduciary responsibility of a body corporate. Over the last 4 decades, and with virtually no state assistance or funding, MVH has become a premier long-term care provider in the nation for quality, innovation, and service. All nursing homes are rated at the highest 5-star rating by CMS. 3 of our homes are in the top 50 across the nation, recognized for sustained excellence and quality over the last 25 years. Residents and families rank us in the top decile for service and satisfaction, even with the enormous challenges of the pandemic. MVH has always paid the state's share of VA construction grants, saving the state more than $70 million in the last 15 years. The organization is governed and directed by veterans for veterans. Maine is the envy of other states' state veterans homes systems. Why would you mess with that formula for success? Yet the bill proposed would curtail the board of its authority and ability to plan for veterans' needs in the future and achieve those plans that it has done so outstandingly well. All because some people didn't agree that the all-veteran decision that the all-veteran board made, albeit difficult, but it was the right decision that will preserve the mission for the future. Veterans are our top priority. I cannot help but think that this bill is political posturing in an election year. Moreover, the last-minute amendments and emergency bill status makes it clear to me that this is an attempt at hostile takeover. This bill will not best serve our veterans. Rather, it will permanently damage and impede the service and quality of care. MVH is a premier state veterans home system in the nation because of its current board structure and oversight. You cannot assign responsibility without authority. The board made a deliberative, proactive, and responsible decision based on facts. These facilities are losing multiple millions of dollars every year, which is threatening the financial viability of the entire system. The veteran population in these areas will continue to decline significantly over time, as will the demand for our services. Finally, and most urgently, the ongoing workforce crisis is making it nearly impossible to staff day-to-day operations. Again, this is a difficult but necessary decision that was courageously made and appropriately made by veterans for veterans. Make no mistake, if this bill is passed and enacted, it would set a dangerous precedent that would harm and not help our veterans in future decades. I just want to tell you again and repeat, I am not for the closure of these homes, but I am adamantly opposed to this bill. And I have been taking notes and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cash, for your testimony. I will turn to Representative McCray, who has a question, followed by Representative Kinney and Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Cash. Could you tell me if this was a unanimous board decision?
It was a unanimous board decision that was voted on initially in October.
A follow-up, please.
You may proceed.
I guess I'm surprised to hear it was October because people have continued to say they only knew a week ago. Could you talk to me about that?
Absolutely. We've been addressing these issues for several years, and it's tough to feel like you're being vilified for something that you actually have been looking at and trying to actively work for years. We have approached both the last administrations about this issue, and you'll see if you read my testimony in LD 606 and LD 618 or 614 that we have identified that this is a three-pronged problem. It's the funding, it's the reimbursement, it's the needs assessment for veterans, and it's the staffing issue. And you have heard from a lot of people that staffing is a crisis across the state. So I think that gives us credence to our argument or our case that we need to do something. But let's just talk about funding first. In 606, we identified the Medicaid gap that the Maine Veterans Homes has paid, and that is what the reimbursement is versus what our allowed costs is. And that was about $3.7 million per year just for the nursing home level, and about $5 million per year when you add in the res care as well. And those are huge, and we're not the only ones suffering that. That's a problem across the state. It's one thing for you to mandate that these homes stay open, but then you don't resource them, and you're asking us to do the impossible. And that's why you're seeing problems with staffing across the state, is because it's hard to pay these folks enough for the work that they do. Maine Veterans Homes is not unique in that situation. But when you say everybody else is having staffing problems, so you should be able to continue to operate, it's kind of a circular argument. It just doesn't, it's a non sequitur argument, I should say. So that's a challenge. And then finally, when we talk about veterans needs assessment, we operate 640 beds across the state. We only have 384 veterans. If we're not going to be resourced, then we're going to have to start looking at those. And that's a challenge. So I take some offense when people say they never knew about this, when we have for years worked at both the federal level and the state level to do this. I must tell you that the legislature has been supportive. It has been very supportive, but they haven't fully funded the needs. And it's one thing to listen, but it's another thing to hear and to act. And that's what's been missing.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Colonel, for being here today and testifying. I have a couple questions. One piece is the idea of putting back into statute the language about where the homes need to be. And I'd asked this question earlier, and you might be able to help more with the logistics of whether or not this is something that could be done. Rather than putting the specific home, Caribou Machias home, if we could put something in where the main veterans homes would be able to local facilities to be able to serve those veterans. And if they could do that, would the veterans who are in the main veterans homes now, would they be able to have benefits that they have there that if we did a co-branding type of a thing with a local facility, if that's possible?
Yeah.
And go ahead and answer that, and maybe I'll do a follow-up.
Sure. And yes, absolutely. So state veterans homes, which are, a state program, the main veterans homes is unique in that we're not owned and operated by the state, but we act as a nonprofit. They are eligible, their veterans, I should say, are eligible for VA benefits that are not necessarily available in a community nursing home. However, the VA does contract with community nursing homes across the state. And for the severely disabled veterans, those 70% or more disabled, the VA will pay for their nursing home care in its entirety, nursing home care. If they have to go elsewhere, like the hospital or so, that could be a different program. The veterans in a community nursing home, though, would not be eligible for that stipend, which helps offset the cost of their care. The majority of our veterans, certainly the veterans in Caribou and Machias, are on Medicaid, and so they would not see any difference in their out-of-pocket costs, so to speak, because that's determined by the state. Spouses are not eligible for that assistance to help offset the cost of the care, and so that's a benefit that they do not have. We have 640 beds. We treat 384 veterans. We are very fortunate that we can treat spouses on a space available basis, but we're limited to how many we can. Again, closing these homes is heartbreaking to us, but we have to be realistic here. You have to understand that it has to be resourced, and it hasn't been resourced. And the main veterans homes is unique, and you'll see if you read 606 that, again, we've accomplished some incredible things without any state assistance or funding. If you look at any other state veterans home, you'll see that the state funds entirely or in great part the state veterans home system. And that just simply doesn't happen here. And again, we've approached the administration, the last couple of administrations, to say, can we work something out that makes sense, that would work well? And we have not been able to get there. As tough as today is for us, because again, I feel like people don't have all of the information and facts, is that we have tried to work a solution, but we have truly been stymied or thwarted or just ignored by the state.
Representative Kenny, do you have a follow-up?
I do. I remembered my other question. We were hearing also about how the private facilities must remain open until the last resident is placed. Is that also the case for the main veterans homes? Do you follow under the same thing with the ombudsmans and how that goes?
Absolutely. We absolutely do. I know that our board has made it very clear, and we too, is that we are committed to our veterans. We will not, and when I say veterans, I'm including all of our residents at this point, we will not close our doors until we find a location of their choosing or a setting of their choosing, if we have to do that. I do want to clarify, we did not freeze hiring, by the way, but according to when you submit your closure plan, you have to freeze admissions, but we have not frozen hiring.
Chair recognizes Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Colonel Cash, for your testimony today. When we spoke earlier about this privately, the concern that I had, and I think that you conveyed, was the fiscal viability of the entire system. One of the things I'm hearing today is the lack of whether it's perceived or reality, the lack of communication in the community, and the feeling that this was just kind of dropped in their lap, so to speak. So I'm wondering, looking backward is never positive, I don't think. I'm sure there's plenty of blame to go around about who's responsible, including this committee, in a number of different possibilities, right? So my real question to you, Colonel, is there a short-term solution that we can keep the facilities open and come up with a comprehensive plan that either ensures the viability of those facilities, or we can collectively agree that the fiscal viability or the operational viability of those facilities are no longer possible?
I think,
before you go there, and I understand part of that includes funding on our part to bridge that gap.
Right. I hear you. We can survive a fiscal storm. We can weather a fiscal storm. What we can't weather is the workforce crisis right now. The only way that we can get workforce is to poach it from other providers in the area, which is not a solution. That is a long-term problem with that's going to require time to fix. And we are at a crisis situation in our workforce. Our chief of operations and I get emails pretty much almost every day saying we don't have adequate staff for the next shift or tomorrow. And I'll tell you, our staff has been incredible, absolutely incredible in picking it up and doing the extra shifts and doing the many hours. But that is hard to sustain over the long term. They've been doing it for 2 years now. And we are seeing, across the nation, there's been a 15% resignation from nursing home workforce. 15% in the last 2 years have left nationally. We're seeing those similar numbers. There's a mass exodus going on in the nursing home industry. And not only at the frontline level, but in the upper levels as well too. And I don't know that we can overcome that in the short term. I think if we put our heads together and worked hard, we could find a solution for the financial. But again, simply to tell us to keep this open without real solutions is really exacerbating the problem to the point where we submitted for voluntary closures. We may end up being involuntary closed because we can no longer staff and provide the safe care that we need.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I completely understand that, Colonel, and I think there might be perhaps other solutions, such as limiting enrollment or capping applicants or something to keep the facilities while we can address that workforce challenge, because I don't think this is just indicative to the main veterans homes. I think it's been very clearly pointed out. It's a regional and a state issue. So I'm looking for ways to try and maintain as much of that infrastructure and as those services to the veterans as we possibly can, while we figure out those other solutions. And I don't expect us to continue on with the status quo of saying, basically, you're on your own, just keep the lights on until we tell you you can shut them off. I think there has to be a real fiscal conversation around that as well. And I think we have a responsibility to determine that priority in our budgeting as a body as well. So I'm just asking you if there's some wiggle room in there. It sounds like from a fiscal standpoint, there might be something that can be worked out. If we can, is there a way that we can scale back that closure date so that we can continue to buy some time to work in, either with a temporary solution of no further admissions or something that at least freezes you where you're at now in terms of workforce level and patient level?
The reason I hesitate is that, we have been back and forth with this on the state, and we have yet to hear any commitment from the state on what they will do. They keep looking to us for solutions, and we keep offering solutions, and we don't get any commitment. So, I hesitate to answer your question. because we're at the point now where closing is the only option that we see available and possible to preserve the system as a whole. And so I hear you. So I'm sorry I'm roundabout about that, but the only way that I think that we can solve our problem at Caribou is to take healthcare workers from other providers in the area. And to me, do we come to state sanctioned poaching? That is a challenge. And it hasn't been for lack of effort too. We have 24 training affiliations. We have the ability to put on our own CNA classes, and we don't get students. We can't find students, and there isn't a supply. Again, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just stating fact. There is not a supply to replace our current staff that is across the state is exiting this industry.
So I appreciate your candor, but I'm going to hold out hope that there's a crack open in the door and a glimmer that we can get to work session and maybe start some of those conversations, if that's fair.
Yes.
Senator, thank you. Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. We'll just clear up one thing right off. I'm not running for re-election, nor do I talk any differently when I am, to the chagrin of many of my supporters. But the question about your coming to the legislature in February, obviously not only the Senate president, but the governor reacted with surprise, the public reacted with surprise for a decision you said you made in October. For that kind of lack of communication, it makes us doubt that there will be any veterans homes. You say that you're managing to keep the viability of the others, but if we're managing to zero, then that means there will be zero homes. I had heard nothing about the urgency that you would do an instant shutdown if a bill wasn't funded, when we are ready to help. And I'm not sure what is going on with the bill that's on the table, but I also hadn't heard anything about you getting to these dire straits that you were about to shut down. I don't remember that as testimony from when that bill was presented. Yeah. Just that you were in a tough spot and needed us to support you, and we passed the bill to support you. So a couple of those early comments just don't seem to jibe, because I did check with the Senate president about, did you come to them in October saying how urgent this was? Did you come to him in June saying that you were going to have a board meet and it was imminent and your only decision left was to shut down? And I don't think managing to be able to attract people is poaching per se. I think it's proper management. It's surprised the heck out of me when bottom of the barrel jobs like Walmart and pay, not jobs. Some of the jobs can be good. The pay was bottom of the barrel. It was minimum wage. And they went right by that, and they're getting the workers. And there are workers who would much rather do something that benefited the committee in other ways and was more fulfilling. And yet managing by saying that to increase pay would be poaching and leave it at that doesn't work either. So I'm hearing a few things that just don't make sense. I hear support from the legislature. The very points that you seem to be saying are the reason you came to only conclusion that you have. I don't see them. I don't see them because I've checked off the follow-up in as quickly as I can because of the short notice. So I don't know what, I think there's a lot of questions in there, and you've already tried to answer them in the way that has an absence of other information that's out there. But if you want to answer something, please do.
Absolutely. So let me answer the delay from October until early February. So we have learned from the experience of others who've had to go through the closure process. And our first, our first concern and responsibility was to the residents and the families and the staff. And I know that you may disagree with this, but we know from the experience of others, when you talk about the contemplation of closing, that you see some negative impacts, and they've seen that. So we wanted to make sure that we got all the planning in place for how we would do the closure plan, to make sure that we had that right before we were going to take the next step. And we needed to keep that word closed, because we know as soon as we started mentioning it to anybody, it went like wildfire, and we had to go and inform our families and residents and staff, because we wanted to tell them face to face so that they didn't hear it and think it was a rumor. So that was the reason for that. When we came back to the board in January and presented them, this is the plan. We think we have everything in place. We've talked to certain people that we know we need to do, but we've been trying to keep good operation security on this. They were ready to go. They reaffirmed their vote to proceed with closure. We do know that when we approached people and started telling them about it, that the word got out, and we had to go and notify our residents, our families, and our staff. This is our intent. And that's where we were, was doing that. So I hear you there. I tell you that LD 606 and LD 614, the legislature approved those, but they were only, the 606 was only partially funded, and 614 has not been funded yet, and that sat at the table. And while we don't talk about those closures to those facilities specifically, you also have to understand that circumstances have changed significantly during the pandemic as well. And that has exacerbated the situation, especially when it comes to the workforce. And so, and I can tell you, in my testimony this time, you'll see a listing of all the efforts we've made and the actions we've taken over the years to do that. We have, again, some people listen and some people hear.
Colonel, is the reason that you just stated, is it possible that by not wanting this word to get out, to have this deleterious effect on staff, that is why the board voted in executive session to close these facilities, or was there some other reason?
I'm sorry, can you say again? You're kind of tailing off. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, Colonel. I was wondering if you just answered a question that I was going to ask, which was, why did you take the vote to close these facilities in executive session?
We did not vote in executive session. The discussion went into executive discussion. We came out of executive session to do the vote. We would not do a vote in executive session.
Okay. Representative Kinney, do you have a question? Is that from before?
No, I have a new question. Well, it's kind of a follow-up to my question before, but I asked if there was a possibility that we can co-brand with facilities, and Representative Toole mentioned that, answered my question, that Down East Hospital and the Machias Veterans Home are connected. So I'm wondering if any staff currently overlaps there, and what we would need to do is would this require some federal approval in order to make sure that the funding stays with the veterans? I don't know how it works with the spouse exactly. You said that the spouse would not qualify in a private facility, and just trying to find some solutions that can be helpful, that everyone can maybe get behind.
Yeah, so the state veterans homes is actually a federal program, but the state veterans homes, of course, are owned and operated by the state, so to speak. So it would require federal legislation to make any changes. One of the thought about having Guard members eligible has been discussed before, and I know that our delegation has looked at that and will continue to look at that. They've also looked at the number of the percentage of the requirement that you must have 75% veterans and only 25% non-veterans at any time. They've looked at changing that. We've actually tried to do that, and we supported that legislation earlier much earlier, several years ago, that would require federal legislation. And that one, unfortunately, it looks like a long haul to make those changes. I will tell you that with the end of the Cold War, it's unusual now that a Guard member isn't federalized, so to speak, put on federal active federal military orders. And if a Guard members who are eligible to come to our home. So fortunately, their eligibility is expanding. The numbers are more, it's only those folks who really were the Cold War. And some of those folks are in our homes today. But you also might remember too, that at the end of the Cold War in 1990, and then they closed Loring Air Force Base, the military force drew down about 50%. And despite all of the ongoing operations, it's not going back up. So the supply of veterans in these areas and across the state is not going to get any greater. Even as they age out, it's going to continue to drop significantly. And that's another reason for us to look at that. Where can we do the most good for the most veterans across the state? Because the populations in Aroostook and Machias are going down and projected to go down even further significantly. So looking at that, I don't know if I answered your question. I'm sorry, I probably did more than that.
Quick follow-up, please, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. It's my understanding that I don't know if you're the ones having that meeting with the federal delegation, or where there's going to be a meeting with the federal delegation later this week. Can we get some of this addressed to see what we can do to co-mingle with private facilities and help with it? Because that would end up helping with staffing issues in the private facilities as well as the veterans home, and then make sure those residents stay where they are.
I'm sure that'll be, again, I know that'll be part of the discussion. We haven't set a date for that yet. We're waiting to see other developments with the governor and others, but again, that would require federal legislation, and that is a multi-year process, unfortunately. And so it wouldn't change the circumstances, the immediate circumstances.
Are there any other questions for the Colonel from the committee at this time? Seeing none. Thank you for being here, sir. And
thank you.
I'm sure you'll be here for our work session if we have any other questions for you. So given the time and the fact that we have been in this posture for half an hour, I'm going to turn to Betty Ann Sheets to provide her testimony in favor of the bill. I will call upon 2 more people to provide testimony in favor of the bill, and then I will return to 2 people to testify in opposition to the bill. So Betty Ann Sheets, if you are here, I'm going to allow you to turn on your video and you may begin your testimony whenever you are ready. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Actually, it's evening. Good evening, Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, and former colleagues. My name is Betty Ann Sheets from Auburn. I'm testifying in support of the bill, specifically because it will pause the proposed closings to consider other options and potential solutions. I'm an Army veteran of 8 years on active duty. I represented Auburn and Minot in the Maine House of Representatives for 4 years and worked with the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services on several issues affecting our veterans community. I'm now active with the American Legion of Maine, the Maine Military Community Network. I sit on the board of the Finance Authority of Maine and the seat reserved for a veteran. I serve on the Maine Veterans Memorial Cemetery Association and many other organizations. I mention all this because I am shocked that with all my veteran organizations, this last week's news is the first news we've received about the proposed closing. The news came after the decision had already been made, and it came as a complete surprise to numerous organizations in the veterans community, which would have eagerly reached out to find solutions to the problems the homes are facing and potentially could have avoided this current situation. You've heard about changing the rules for allowing reservists or members of the National Guard, changing the ratio of family members, which includes Gold Star family members, Gold Star parents. There's also opportunities to co-locate other veteran services in the facilities or downsizing the facilities rather than closing them. One point about increasing eligibility and allowing more veterans to come in is they would also bring some financing with them, which would help the financial situation. If they had more beds filled, that would help. The home should not be closed until all options and potential solutions are sought. Veterans have a unique experience that only other veterans can truly appreciate. Recognizing that the American Legion has several programs, buddy-to-buddy checks to check on our more senior veterans. Vet-to-Vet Maine reaches out to veterans who are struggling or lonely. We have Hire a Vet programs and Veteran Mentors of Maine because of the unique perspectives, skills, and needs of veterans. So just finding another bed for these veterans is not really the solution. The military is a family, and the veteran homes are their homes with their family members. I was actually on a call this morning with Senator Collins as part of the American Legion's Legislative Committee to talk about a variety of veterans issues. The homes were not actually on our scheduled list of items to discuss, and even the senator was dismayed that the trustees had not reached out to her or any of the Maine delegation sooner around this decision. On the call with Senator Collins, one point was made that I would very much like to stress to everyone today. We are talking about Maine veterans' homes, not facilities, not centers, not retreats. These are our veterans' homes, and the board's decision is essentially a decision to kick them out of their homes. I sincerely appreciate Senator Jackson's quick action on submitting this bill. I appreciate the committee's time for hearing all of our testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have for me.
Thank you, Betty Ann Sheets. It's good to see you, former colleague. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Next up is Randall Mishu, followed by Phyllis McIntyre.
Hey, thank you, Senator Mr. Hickman. I don't know how to do this. I did this back a couple of weeks ago and I still forgot how to do it, but I see Troy Jackson and all them. Thank you for letting me come on here. Listen, I'm just a combat veteran, right? But when I was kind of dismayed that the Caribou Veterans Home up here in Aroostook County, that's where I live at. I live in actually Mapleton. And I was actually a patient at one time that I couldn't get into the Caribou Veterans Home because supposedly there was no beds or whatever, and they sent me up to Highview Manor in Madawaska. The only reason why is, and this is a main point, is a lot of these veterans that are in these homes are elderly. So that means a lot of their wives and stuff are elderly. If you close this veterans home down, that means they're going to have to travel all the way down to Augusta or Bangor, which is a long drive for them, not to mention the cost. Look what fuel prices are right now. Look what the room for a motel is right now. A lot of these people are on Social Security. They're not going to be able to afford that. Now, I don't know what the whole ramifications is with this nursing home closing up here, and I really don't care. All I know is that when I signed my name on that dotted line, I was told by the United States government that when I needed to be taken care of, I was going to be taken care of. Okay? That means me going into a veterans home or VA hospital or whatever, I was told I was going to be taken care of, and I don't care about the money wise of it or anything else like that. That's for you guys to decide, and that's for the people that are running these homes to decide. So I'm in support of this bill, and I don't mean to be rough about it, but I'm a member of the VFW post here in Presque Isle. I'm a veteran of combat foreign wars, and I deserve to get the best care that I can. And I do. Don't get me wrong. The VA takes very good care of me. All right. But I want, myself later on in years when I get up to be 80, 90 years old, hopefully, that I've got a place to go. And if you shut these homes down on these veterans, where are they going to go? Are you going to put them into a nursing home in their regular community, or are they going to have to be situated throughout the whole state of Maine? And I think the CEO, I just listened to his rambling on and whatever. I'm not impressed with it. I think that things need to be done. I see the guy holding his phone up at me. I'm sorry. But anyway, I will say thank you. That's my take on it as a veteran. I'm coming to you guys as a veteran. And I hope that there's something that you all can do to save this veterans home up here in Aroostook County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michoud. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. We, of course, appreciate your service to our nation. Next up, we will hear from Phyllis McIntyre, followed by Lucas Cooper, followed by Don Lagasse. Phyllis McIntyre, you are able to start your video and present your testimony whenever you are ready, if you can hear me. And if not, we will come back to you. Phyllis McIntyre. Oh, there we are. I can hear you.
Hi, I appreciate you taking the time to let me do my little thing. I'm not a public speaker, but I'll do what I can for the folks that I am advocating for. I can't speak to statistics or knowledge of the origins of the Maine Veterans Home or anything like that. All I can do is speak from personal account. 10 years ago,
Ms. McIntyre, start by telling us your name and where you live, and then present your testimony. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Phyllis McIntyre. I live in Caribou, Maine, and my in-laws have been in the Veterans Home for 10 years. My father-in-law has since passed, but my mom's been there for 10 full years, my mom-in-law. She's 93. She's in a very fragile state over this news. She battles anxiety and depression. She doesn't do well with change, as most elderly folks I have found in the past few years. This will destroy her. She will shut down and become deeply depressed and introverted. The staff, all the way up to the administrator, they've all been like family to her and to us. They go out of their way to comfort and meet her unique needs. She is a unique person. All she does is cry since she's heard this news. We can't console her at times. The residents, and this disturbs me deeply, the residents were told before the family were told by Mr. Cash and I forget the other lady's name that was in that same meeting. And that to me is extremely wrong. You just can't spring news like that on elderly people. They have trouble processing. And in the best of circumstances, that would be hard to handle. Most of her friends have passed away due to age. She's 93. So we're all she has. And all she's been told is she would have to relocate downstate. And that's just not an option for her. She won't be with us long if that's what she's forced to do. She's very concerned for herself, of course, but she's also extremely devastated for the position that the staff that she loves so much have been put in. It was a sucker punch. None of us had enough notice to be able to prepare and put into action a long-term plan. This was the long-term plan. These folks should not have to worry about basically becoming homeless. This is how they see it. This is how a lot of us see it. There are always options if people are open-minded and folks are willing to fight for the cause that they believe in. Let's go to the top. Money, a lot of money is being spent on far more frivolous things in this country, and funds can always be reallocated to better serve where the most need is. Vets are the reason we are all here living the lives we are allowed to live. Let's figure it out. It is a worthy cause, and everyone will eventually be affected by this, whether in 2022 or down the road. And that means the people making these decisions as well. They don't know it yet. They will be affected. Thank you to all of those who are advocating for our loved ones and their caregivers. And I did want one more thing that I had not prepared ahead of time after listening to Mr. Cash's testimony somewhere around the 5 o'clock hour. he did say, this one really stuck out to me, he thinks they could find a solution to the financial part. He's blaming it on the workforce. We shall see. I believe the workforce part of it can be handled along with the financial, and I just think it was important. That stood out to me, and I think it's important to bring it to folks' attention again if they happen to miss it the first time around.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre, for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here for sure. Next up, we'll hear from Lucas Cooper, followed by Don Lagasse, followed by Jim Sattel. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing names. Mr. Cooper, if you are ready to turn on your video or not, turn on your mic. We are ready to hear from you. You may begin your testimony at any time.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm trying to figure out how this works because I've never done one of these before. Can everybody see me?
Yes, we can. Just
Okay.
relax. State your name, tell us where you're from, and provide your testimony, sir.
All righty. So yes, I'm Lucas Cooper. I am from Caribou, Maine. And I'm currently employed as a certified nursing assistant at Maine Veterans Homes in Caribou. I'm here to voice my support of the legislative document number 2001 that aims to provide funding and support for both Maine Veterans Homes in Caribou and Machias. My journey first began with MVH in March of 2019 when I signed on to take their Learn as You Earn course, where it's where you signed on to earn your certification as a certified nursing assistant, all while gaining invaluable experience on the floor, getting to learn the ins and outs of the nursing home while you were learning. After I completed my program and earned my certificate, I began to work on the skilled care side and formed many bonds with the residents whom I served. I learned very quickly that this isn't just a job where you feed, bathe, and change people. It's all about being their family when their real families can't or sometimes sadly won't come to visit them. So for 2 years, it was my personal mission to care the best I possibly could for our veterans. I myself was born into a military family where I have learned the values of hard work, sacrifice, and service before self. That's something I've seen over a lot over the course of my brief 22 years of life. And back in June of 2021, I decided to leave MVH Caribou for a brief amount of time. But I found myself missing the familiarity and the camaraderie of the home that I was once at. So I applied to go back and ended up getting rehired. And it was one of the best choices that I've ever made because we are a Silver Quality Award recipient, and we also have 0 COVID cases among our residents, something I think that is a big achievement. And now all of a sudden, both our homes are in grave danger of being shut down. Many of our residents and their families are county born and raised. The closest home is in Bangor, and that's at least a 170-mile drive, not factoring in weather conditions. Not to mention the many hardships our residents face from not being able to regularly visit with their friends and family. What kind of toll would this exact on the residents of both facilities? A very heavy one to say the least. Not even mentioning the cost of relocating 100+ residents, cost of care at the other facilities. So to shut down these homes will not only backlog our already direly understaffed homes and hospitals, it will just lead to greater stress and burnout, and eventually more caregivers leaving our bedside.
Mr. Cooper, you are doing a great job. Your time has come to an end. So if you could wrap up in a sentence or two, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I just want to say, I don't think that this is right, that we're trying to shut down these homes. This is where people have been born and raised their whole lives. And I just want to say, no matter what, to our residents, to our veterans, and to anybody else watching, we're fighting for you guys. You fought for us. Now it's time to fight for you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Cooper? We appreciate you for being here. Did a great job.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next up, we will hear from Jim Sattel, followed by Don Lagasse. And again, I apologize if I have mispronounced any names. So Mr. Sattel, you may turn on your video if you care to and present your 3-minute testimony. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Settlely, if that's helpful.
Settlely, thank
Yes,
you.
sir. I've got Hickman, that's easy, but I got to tell you, Representative Chiazzo, how you doing, brother? Wish we were here under some different circumstances, right? But it's good to see you all. And I tell you what, there's some tough testimonies to follow there. Some really some poignant ones, and some fellows that we have heard from as we've gone through this process. Senator Hickman and Representative Chiazzo, other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jim Settley, and I'm the chair of the Maine Veterans Homes Board of Trustees. Thank you for allowing me to speak today in opposition to LD 2001. I served for 27 years on active duty as a naval flight officer with 4 different carrier squadrons, retiring as a Navy captain in 2009. I currently serve as the executive director of UMaine's Graduate School of Policy and International Affairs and the director of the undergraduate IA program here at UMaine. I've served on the MVH board since 2016 and as chair for the past 3 years. It has been my honor and privilege to sit on the board with 10 other volunteer members, all veterans who serve their nation, including some with multiple deployments and combat tours. I'm going to try not to digress too much from my written piece, but I'm going to tell you of the boards that I have served on over the years, and I have served on several since I got out of the Navy. This has without a doubt been the highlight of my volunteer career, of my public service career past the military, taking care of our Maine veterans. But let me back to my written testimony. Likewise, the board members' credentials, the board members that we currently have, show a broad range of experience in business, healthcare, and veterans advocacy. The board includes business owners, chief financial officer, educators, a social worker, geriatric nursing, and representatives of the American Legion, AMVETS, VFW, and DAV. I know of no other group more capable, committed, or passionate about veterans. And please know that we serve all the veterans of Maine to the absolute best of our ability. As you've heard, and perhaps we'll hear more, certainly in your working session, that we are unique among the 50 state veterans home systems. MVH operates as an independent nonprofit organization. It's not funded state agency. However, the governor does appoint us all. We hold fiduciary responsibility for mission oversight and strategic planning and to help ensure the organization's long-term financial stability and fiscal responsibility. That's our charge. The board's decision to close Machias and Caribou was a multi-year deliberation of known factors in Maine, which included several years of exploration for opportunities to address the growing deficit. You know, I said I've been on the board for 6 years now, 3 as chair, and I'm going to tell you this was a discussion when I came on the board 6 years ago, not to the degree that it is today. Thank you, Representative Chiazzo. These 2 facilities have always been, from the very beginning, have relied heavily upon the financial support of the other homes. However, their combined operating deficits now threaten the economic viability of the system. I'm going to cut to the last couple of paragraphs here. This bill, as presented today, would significantly diminish the board's ability to serve our MVH residents by taking away our authority and responsibility as trustees. Just like any other nonprofit in the state, that authority and responsibility is key to allow effective management of the MVH. If this were to pass, I'd wonder what is the next board authority that folks might want to take away. I cannot overstate that the board and MVH leadership are unequivocally committed to taking care of the impacted veterans. This was not an easy decision. This was not a fun decision. It's not been gratifying, but it was a decision that needed to be made, whether it was today, a year from now, 5 years from now, or 10 years from now. We cannot manage to keep 6 homes working. At the rate that we are doing today, losing $3 million a year, it just isn't going to make it for us. Never mind the declining veteran population and the very increasing difficulty with bringing in staff. Thank you to the 7 committee members for hanging in there today. It's been a long afternoon. There's been some amazing and emotional testimony. There's more to come. There's more work to do on this. And thank you most importantly for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Setterly, for speaking today. You said that you joined the board 6 years ago?
Yeah, I think it was 2016.
6 years ago. And you said that there were discussions amongst board members about perhaps closing these homes when you joined the board?
No, I'm sorry if I misrepresented that. There were discussions about the financial difficulties in keeping these, keeping these homes active, and in the difficulty in funding not only their day to day but the long term. So we've always wrestled with how do we keep these homes viable, and how do we decrease the growing financial gap that we continue to see. And so the discussion wasn't. We didn't come on the board 6 years ago talking about closure. That's where we are today, based on those discussions about how to keep them viable. And we have exercised and talked about every option. This is not something we just came up with, in the last 6 months or so.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Piazza with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Captain Setterly, for your testimony this evening for us. I don't think it's really any of us can question the qualifications of the board, since we appointed or we voted to confirm all of you. So I think that's I don't think that's the challenge. I think what we've heard, or what I'm hearing, I should say, I shouldn't want to speak for anybody else. The communication really wasn't there, at least with the community and with the residents. So same question to you as the board chair that I asked Colonel Cash as the operations officer is, is there an opportunity for us to, rather than looking backwards, okay, obviously there's a sense of urgency now. Is there an opportunity for us to come together collectively in a work session, get a short-term bridging solution, whatever that length looks like, year, 2, something you can determine that duration is, with the understanding that this is a bigger problem that we'll all have to put our heads together, rather than taking the effort of just outright closing the facilities.
Yeah, I kind of anticipated that question, right? No, thank you for recognizing the board's abilities and qualifications. I hate to tell you, though, that there are those that are now questioning our qualifications and our interest in really helping veterans. And that's been really sad. It's kind of soured this whole volunteer experience about taking care of veterans. I digress a little bit. We met with the governor yesterday, and she asked the same question. And this is not my decision, or it certainly isn't Kelly's or Deb Fournier's decision. This is the board decision. What I told her as we left the meeting is that we would go back to the board and discuss this again. And so, I didn't make any promises. I would love to have some new information to bring to the board. I would love for the board to have some new information that they could discuss, and not just, hey, they want us to delay, and we'll have further discussion and we'll see what happens. I mean, we're already there. So what's new? So, man, I really hope that we get something new. So I'm giving you the crack, sir. I'm giving you that piece you were looking for. I don't know if it'll go anywhere. And if I was to go to the board tomorrow, based on what I have today, it would be the same information that we had a week ago, a month ago, and back, so on and so forth. So, I mean, give us something. The governor had the same message. She was looking for more. I can't do it, but we will get together as a board. Our board meets. We have a briefing from Kelly every Friday about current and what's going on. There's a lot to talk about this Friday. It's not a board meeting. It's just an update. No meetings, no minutes are kept. If we need to turn it into a meeting, we'll do that. If not this Friday, then at some other point. But hopefully I've answered it a little bit more, even though I kind of started with a little bit of a different digression. So what you're looking for?
Yes, sir. Follow up. Good, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate that crack. We'll take whatever we can get right now to hopefully get a solution in place. The question I have for you is timing. You mentioned you're going to go back to the board. What discussions with the executive, if you're willing to share, in terms of when you were planning to go back to the board and when you would need new information if you would by?
That's something that I'll have to discuss with the vice chair, who's unfortunately can't join us today, Adrian Horn. So she and I will get together, decide what we would like, how we'd like to proceed, because between yesterday afternoon and this afternoon, there's an awful lot on the plate. And I hate to admit that I don't hate to admit, but I've got a lot of teaching to do tomorrow here on campus. That takes a little bit of priority in the next 24 hours for me. But beyond that, so I don't have a good answer for you, but I do. We will get together, talk with Kelly and Deb, and we'll at least brief the board this Friday or update them on the ongoings of the past week, how we move forward. I don't know, and I'm going to have to figure that piece out pretty darn quick. But I have listened to every word that every person said today and taken it fully on board.
All right, understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Captain Satelli, for being here. I have kind of a question on the board. You did touch on the fact that you're appointed by the governor, confirmed by us, and then finally confirmed in the Senate. What I'm curious about, because it was kind of touched upon when Colonel Cash was speaking, where there was a question around an executive session. My question is, the regular board meetings outside of course, an executive session, are those available for the public to watch, to see, to attend? I know COVID messes with attend in person, of course, but wondering if that is something that residents can listen in on. And then when is your next scheduled actual board meeting that you're going to have?
Yeah, the schedule, we meet quarterly. And so like I said, we're volunteer, and it's a board that's made up of workers. They're not retirees. I think we might have one retiree on the board. The rest of us are all working stiffs, doing our best here in the state. And so we have to work around that, right? So we meet quarterly. Kelly and I speak bi-weekly. During this time frame, we decided back in January, early January, we needed to brief the board, or he needed to brief the board, depending on who has the meetings in that time frame, weekly. And that's by invitation. That's not by invitation. That's by, if you're available. So if you're available, come get an update, but it's not a board meeting, not minutes. The board minutes are public. The executive parts of that obviously are not. The board vote, I think it was asked earlier, what was the vote? And back in October, it was unanimous. More recently, when the governor gave us a letter, asked us to reconsider, the board reconvened in an official meeting, discussed the request from the governor, and then in executive session, came out of executive session, voted at that point 10-1 to continue with the closures. We didn't have additional information, and that gets to my point earlier about, I hope somebody can give us some additional. Now, I know Representative Caiazzo asked, when are you going to meet? How much time do we have? And I don't have an answer to that question, but when I do, sir, I'll let you know if you'd like.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I apologize. Chair recognizes Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I have another meeting going at the same time. I'm trying to keep it quiet. I just wanted to say thank you for clarifying the vote. Appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm also doing multitasking too. It's a little tough though. And this is a long day. And I know, thank you to the committee members that showed today, that are sticking this through and hanging in there. I'm going to hang in there, and we'll all be going home late tonight. But thank you very much. And thank you for taking this one on board. It is absolutely critical that we have this incredibly in-depth and important discussion. So much appreciated. Thank you very much.
I do have one question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
From your last question, and I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Go ahead.
You're going to answer it. So you took the vote in public, but you deliberated the question in executive session. So the public doesn't have any access to those deliberations. Can you tell me why?
Yeah, we didn't want the message getting out to the homes and the public. Just like Kelly said, we were trying to control control the message so that we could inform the staff and families first. We thought that they were the most important. We continue to think they're the most important, despite what people are saying about the board and just saying about the Maine Veterans Homes. So we wanted to ensure, do everything that we could possibly do in our power to ensure that they were notified before everyone else. And if we have a public discussion, of course, the vote, the vote gets out there, but it was trying to, control the message as best possible. And I will admit to all of you, one of the things I have learned through this process, and a good friend of mine, for any of those that are military, our comm plan probably could have been better. And I see Representative Cazzo gets that one.
Thank you.
Having said that, it doesn't change the decision. Thank you.
I understand completely. Thank you for answering my question. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here today and helping to clarify things. Next, we will go to another board member, Don Lagasse. If I have said that incorrectly, sir, please correct me when you introduce yourself. And then we will go to Cuppy Jandro and Wayne Little. Good evening, sir. The Zoom is yours.
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, good. So my name is Don Lagasse, and by way of introduction, in terms of full disclosure, I've been here before. Back in 2006 and 2009, I was a deputy commissioner for the Department of Defense Veterans Emergency Management, and used to testify before this committee back when it was called Legal and Veterans Affairs, not Veterans and Legals Affairs as it is now. I really feel uncomfortable having gone behind Major General Farnham. He asked me a year and a half ago, before I retired from the Maine National Guard, if I would like to be a member of the Maine Veterans Home. And without a doubt, I said yes right from the get-go. It's been a total great experience. So from October 2020 until now, I've been a member of this board. So I retired in December of 2020 as a Brigadier General after almost 39 years of military service in the Maine National Guard. And oh, by the way, I did deploy to Desert Storm. Because of that, I am a combat veteran and I can stay in the Maine Veterans Home. So, and I know there's an initiative to try to change it that Guard and Reservists can, perhaps without those deployments. Prior to that, I served as Maine's United States Property and Fiscal Officer for 10 years, representing the Chief of the National Guard Bureau, who's a 4-star general on the Joint Chiefs. And as I mentioned, my Deputy Commissioner service, I worked under Major General Bill Libby. General Libby was a great communicator, a wonderful guy. And for those people who might have served in the Maine legislature, then you might have been the beneficiaries of his famous butterscotch cookies that he used to bring when he would testify before any committee. Great guy, and he was his number one issue was communicating with everyone openly. And I would, as a new board member, I would say we perhaps could have done a little bit better there. I'm also president of the board on Uplift Incorporated, serving individuals with developmental disabilities. We are seeing staff issues there as well. And I am proud to serve with an incredible group of veterans on the board, as I indicated. But I'm really here today as a retired Brigadier General. I don't like to cede my place or ability to speak, but I'm here today to represent Adria Horn as she is traveling in, unable to attend. So I appreciate this opportunity. And for those of you who know Adria, probably not a lot of people could speak for Adria because she too is a great communicator. She currently serves as a vice chairperson of the Board of Trustees for the Maine Veterans Home, and she is also a former director of the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services. She undoubtedly is no stranger to many of you in that capacity. Adria has deployed 5 times, including tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. Jim Settley said it perfect. We've gone through this. For me, it's only been about 18 months. And the organization of Maine Veterans Home and in its posture of not receiving any state appropriations for the operations, it's a very difficult situation. Yes.
I know 3 minutes goes really quickly and your time has expired. So if I know that you're representing Adria Horn, if you could just wrap up a few sentences, and then we certainly can read any testimony that you have submitted or that she has submitted as well. Thank you.
Will do. Okay, closing the Caribou and Machias main Veterans Home facilities is certainly hard to hear, hard to speak, and hard to understand. But to prevent or delay closing them both is the wrong decision at this point in time. Do we have time, and maybe can we delay those? It sounds like we may go in that direction. There's ample access for veterans at other facilities, but again, the board is willing to work with the state and the legislature and the federal delegation as well. I want to thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony and speak on behalf of Adria. I'm glad she's not listening because I certainly didn't probably give it due diligence. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Legassi, for being here and speaking on behalf of Adria. Wondering, I know we mentioned on Monday that if people were unable to attend, that they'd have an opportunity to possibly speak at our work session, which is not yet scheduled. I suspect we'll schedule it at the end of the public hearing. Do you know if she would be available at another time, and if there would be a time that maybe it would, if we could possibly schedule our time so that we could possibly hear from her?
Not knowing Adria's schedule, I would say absolutely. I'm sure there'd be another opportunity to schedule something with her.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony and for your service. Next up, we will hear from Kapi Jandro. I will ask him to start his video and provide his 3-minute testimony. The floor is yours. And if I
Can you hear me?
about you incorrectly, I apologize.
Nope, it's okay, no problem.
Wrong. Now, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate letting me speak tonight, and thank you for hearing all our testimonies. My name's Kapi Jandro. I'm a Caribou resident, and I'm also an officer at the American Legion Post 15 of Caribou. I was appalled as a veteran for the first time that we heard this the other night about the main veteran home in Caribou and Machias closing. The timeline associated with the closure is just unbelievable. Maine has 103,000 veterans plus. Aroostook County of that has 6,800. 562 are veterans right here in the county, up approximately 9.7 as of September 2021. This doesn't include the spouses that are also eligible to go to the main veterans home. These vets fought for their country, many giving their lives over to the services and many bringing home the issues of war with them. Many with issues of a lifetime of PTSD and extended illnesses. Sorry, I don't know what that is. Is that you guys? Sorry. This doesn't include the spouses, like I said, so there's many more. These veterans fought for their country, many giving their lives over to the country. I spoke directly to a friend, Katie Kovacs, whose husband, Jim, is now residing at the main veterans home. Jim has been there for a couple of years. She's extremely upset at the fact that she goes every day and has established a routine for herself and her husband. Also her children, because Katie is unable to drive. Katie's never driven a day in her life. If you bring them downstate, she will be unable to see her husband. As well, if she's put into a different area, it won't be a Maine's veterans home. Katie said her family has never had issues with the home, and they're never worried about his care nor his well-being. Jim has always been clean, well-presented, happy, and his food is awesome. He's also been treated with the utmost respect and dignity. Katie is beside herself and is having a very hard time wrapping her head around this, much alone trying to explain it to her husband, who is slowly getting dementia. She cried with me last night at the mere thought of it, but the burden that you're putting on these families is not only heartless, it's absolutely cruel. Jim's son, Dennis, and family are appalled and feel this is so wrong. Dennis said that they go see their father every day, regardless of what the weather is. Putting this undue burden on them is appalling, he said. You're separating families, and this is beyond uncalled for. They deserve better. In 1994, when Loring Air Force Base closed, Loring was going to be a designated prison. The reason it wasn't was simply because it was too far for families of prisoners to go. But yet you're going to send these people downstate. So what I'm asking for is to not do this. When this country needed our veterans, they took that on willingly, either by choice or by draft. Isn't it time we stood up for them?
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
3 perfect minutes. Are there any questions from the committee for Cuppy Jandro? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a great night.
You too. Next up, we will hear from Wayne Little, followed by Matt Warner, followed by Roger Felix. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Little. I am speaking today on behalf of the United Veterans of Maine. Our organization opened the first veteran homeless shelter in Aroostook County, which has served many veterans in recent years. The UVM is an organization of veterans helping veterans. We stand with our other veterans organizations in Aroostook County to support LD 2001. I have personal experience with the Caribou, Maine Veterans Home. Transferred my brother to the facility several years ago. He was in 4 different nursing homes in the state of Connecticut. And he told me before he passed, he always talked about how well he was cared for by both the Veterans Home and their staff, as well as a hospital, Cary Medical Center. Having him so close to us allowed us to visit with him often and maintain a strong relationship. The staff at the home were sensitive to the fact that my brother was a veteran, that he had served his country, and now in his time of need, they and the home were there to take care of him. I've become very familiar with the Veterans Home as a volunteer driver for the VA. The home was a busy place, and our veterans were pleased to attend events at home, including Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and others. The Caribou Veterans Home has become part of our veterans family. The people that work there too are part of the veterans family. United Veterans of Maine is a relatively new organization, but we are strong supporters of our veterans, and we urge our legislators to support this bill and keep our veterans home open. And we support LD 2001. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for your impassioned testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your service. Have a good evening, sir. Next up, thank you. I'm sorry, we do have a question from Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not for the distinguished gentleman who was just speaking. Okay. It's for you. Just because I know how hard you're working to chair a meeting like this, I just wanted to make sure we remembered staff if they needed a break, because at least one of them can't leave. And I appreciate the reminder when it's me and Maureen. So thought I'd throw that out. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that very much. And we are going to bowl forward because we are almost finished. And then the break will be a little bit more permanent for the evening, as the case may be. So with that, I believe I said, well, I don't know what I said, but I believe Matt Warner is going to testify next, followed by Roger Felix, Ben Grant, and Troy Haney. Mr. Warner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Cazzo, members of the committee. I am a lawyer at Pretty Flaherty. I am here for Maine Veterans Homes. I understand this is obviously a complex issue with a lot of factors that you all need to take into account. Many of them quite emotional. I am here to speak to probably the least emotional of them, which is simply the legal aspects of this bill and some reasons it is legal problematically. I think it would be helpful to start by just briefly covering what the legal framework is that currently governs Maine Veteran Homes. To be clear, the Caribou and Machias facilities both hold licenses issued by DHHS, like any other facility, similar facility in the state of Maine. Under these licenses and under Maine state law and federal law, Maine Veterans Homes has the right to close the long-term care facilities in Machias and Caribou, and the state has no legal right to prevent this closure. That's the law as it currently exists. As for the nursing facility in Caribou, the state does have an important but limited role of working with Maine Veterans Homes or any other nursing facility that is closing their facility to ensure that the residents are safely placed elsewhere in another qualified facility. That again is the extent of the state's mandate and authority when a nursing home is closed in the state of Maine, including Maine Veterans Homes nursing home. LD 2001 upends this framework and fundamentally changes the rules for Maine Veterans Homes, but no one else, and changes the way Maine Veterans Homes will operate. And to be clear, through this bill, the legislature would be telling this nonprofit, MVH, that when you received your license in 2021 for Caribou and Machias, you didn't know it yet, but you were agreeing to operate these facilities indefinitely, regardless of economics, regardless of staffing shortages, regardless of what's best for your broader organization, even if it threatens the economic viability of your broader nonprofit, unless and until the legislature agrees and lets you off the hook. This is messing with, in legal terms, this is messing with Maine Veterans Homes' vested rights in a way that simply is not allowed. It is changing the rules of the game after the fact. There are two ways in particular I can point to. One of them is that LD 2001 would strip Maine Veterans Homes of its rights under its licenses that it received in 2021. The other is that LD 2001 would strip Maine Veterans Homes of substantial resources that it will continue to lose as a result of this bill. That is the losses from these facilities that the board has for some time now desperately been attempting to accommodate. The legislature cannot do this to anyone, including a Maine nonprofit in service to veterans. This is a violation of Maine Veterans Homes' constitutional rights, including its right to due process and equal protection under the laws. The bottom line here is that LD 2001 is unconstitutional, and even if it were to become law, in our view, it would be invalid and unenforceable. So thank you.
Mr. Waterfall, sorry, you finished. Thank you.
Yes, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Warner, you are representing Maine Veterans Home in your testimony. Is that what I heard you say?
I am, yes, Senator.
Yes. And for how long has Freddie Flaherty represented Maine Veterans Homes?
Freddie Flaherty has represented Maine Veterans Homes for quite some time. I can't give you the precise date.
Okay, just curious. Thank you very much. Representative Kenny has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Warner, for being here. It was brought up that there was previous language that was taken out of statute back in 2015 with LD 15-4. And that language stated that Maine's Veterans Homes would have to have homes located in Augusta, in Scarborough, in Caribou. Oh, my eyes have stopped working for the night. Bangor, and so on. So it was in statute that they had to have homes in these municipalities. And then that was withdrawn, and that I believe was put in place, or at least it was the last time that portion had been amended was in 2009. So was that unconstitutional language to say that because if it says they have to have homes in those places, then they have to have homes in those places. Whereas, and I'm not sure I like the way the language for putting it back in that they need legislative approval. I'd be more open to putting back something similar to saying that the Maine Veterans Homes in these locations would be, I'd be more apt to want to put that language back rather than the having to come to the legislature. But just wondering your thoughts on that.
Well, my response to that is that Maine Veterans Homes is a quote body corporate, as it says in statute, and like any other corporate body in the state of Maine, it's a creature of statute. It was created by the legislature within, and that had to operate within those parameters under which it was created. The legislation was amended, and then for subsequent to the legislation being amended, and that particular provision you were referencing, Representative, being removed, Maine Veterans Homes received new licenses. The constitutional analysis starts there with these new licenses. And the legislature can create this, can structure Maine Veterans Homes, or again, any other body, however it wishes, when it is creating it at its inception, but it cannot mess with those licenses received after the fact. And that is what this would essentially be doing. So the government, of course, the Maine state government retains some measure of control over Maine's veterans homes, and that remains in statute. The members of the board are appointed by the governor, for example, and then there are any number of other ways in which the state government stays in touch with Maine veterans homes. But this type of retroactive change in the law to affect currently existing licenses is simply unconstitutional.
Mr. Warner, what is your opinion? How do you describe the legislature's plenary power?
That sounds like a loaded question, Senator, with all due respect. I guess I'm certainly not trying to be evasive, but would you mind being slightly more specific?
Well, you have declared a potential action we take as unconstitutional, which only a court can do. But I'm wondering how you understand the plenary power of the legislature to pass any bill that it wants on any subject at any time.
Well, the legislature, of course, can pass any bill on any subject it wants at any time. And then, as you say, a court could later invalidate that action, or the governor could decline to sign the bill, et cetera. This is the checks and balances we have in our system. I guess my testimony is not intended to imply the legislature could not pass this bill. My testimony is simply that were this bill passed, in our view, it would not be enforceable if it came to that.
And what would happen if the department doesn't approve the closure plan?
Well, I don't think there are any legal grounds for the department not to approve the closure plan, because for the long-term care facilities, that is not within the department's rights under Maine or federal law to do. And for nursing facilities, the department's mandate is simply the narrow one to ensure that residents are safely placed in another qualified facility, something that is of the utmost importance to Maine veterans homes. And I think we've heard commitments on the record in multiple forums, including today, that these facilities would never be closed unless all residents were safely and satisfactorily placed in other facilities.
Is there a time frame upon which the department has to make a decision about approving or disapproving of a closure plan? Or because we don't tend to have this part of overview in front of our committee, and so I'm just curious about, is there statutory or federally required timeframes upon which a closure plan has to be approved when it is requested by this facility, by any facility?
I believe that the closest thing we have to a time frame is in federal regulation, and it requires, I may be paraphrasing, but something like within a reasonable amount. So there is no set number of days. I know this normally happens within 3 to 5 days.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask our analysts to make sure that we have some of those answers for our work session. Are there any other questions for Mr. Warner from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next up is Roger Felix and then Ben Grant, and I will try to promote Troy Haney at the time of his testimony so that he can continue to hear the public hearing. Mr. Felix, you may begin your
testimony. I am here. Thank you, everyone. Distinguished members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify before you on behalf of keeping the Maine Veterans Home here in Caribou and Machias. My name is Roger Felix, and I'm a 22-year combat retired Army veteran. And I hold many, many titles, just as all those board members indicated earlier. However, my biggest title that I carry that no one can ever take away from me is I am a soldier. And I will carry that to my grave. When I first heard the news of the Maine Veterans Home closing, I went through a series of emotions, from sadness, disbelief, and finally to anger. I was sad due to the fact that no matter what the justified outcomes of this, the only people that are going to suffer from it are the residents and their families. With disbelief, I asked myself, how can this happen in a community that holds the largest VFW post, which I'm the commander of in the state of Maine in Caribou? Also, a community that hosts the first VA clinic in the United States. And how can it be happening at a 30 to 60 day notice with no long-term outreach, information, or veteran organizations in which many of the home are life members of to be part of? So to the CEO and the decision makers of the Maine Veterans Home, I would like to use my time to answer questions, to get questions answered. Why such a short notice to the committee, to the community and the veterans organizations? Why did the city of Caribou not even know? Are you not wanting us to see the real reasons behind this decision? It's obvious that some of the lawmakers knew about this because I heard a testimony earlier about hospitals taking over the main veterans home in Machias. So therefore, some of this information was out there long before we knew it. You indicated the declining veteran population. If that were the case, why would the VA build a brand new CBOC clinic here in our community? The veteran population is decreasing throughout the state, but if it's decreasing throughout the state, then why would we build a brand new Maine veterans facility in Augusta? Are we proving that Maine is actually two states, as indicated by recent conversations throughout our state people? Why are no members of the board of this committee from Aroostook County? And why are those ones the only ones going to be left behind? Why, if for so many years this organization has been in the red and they use a lot of soft targets talking about staffing and COVID and so on, but they didn't even look at the fact that they're eliminating training facilities for the actual communities. So I'm going to leave it at this. My simple recommendation is to keep the place operational until we come to a conclusion and figure out a solution. Many years ago, I know that I would not want to be answered for God for the mindset of the very level who have pledged to give an oath to these Americans and care for, period, as they serve in their remaining days. So today we come together in one united voice. When they were called, they answered it. The phone's ringing. Let's answer the phone. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Felix, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your service and for being here as well. Next up, we will hear from Ben Grant, followed by Troy Haney, followed by Chris Duty. Mr. Grant, you may proceed whenever you are ready.
Awesome, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Senator Hickman, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Ben Grant, and I live in Waterville, and I'm here today to testify neither for nor against LD 2001. Many of you may recognize me from my time working in the House Republican office or as a public affairs consultant at the State House. But today I'm here in a personal capacity. After hearing about the Veterans Home in Machias and Caribou closing, I couldn't help but feel the need to share my story. I grew up in Columbia Falls, which is about 15 minutes outside of Machias. In January of this year, my grandfather, Richard Grant, passed away. He was 94 years old, a veteran of World War II, and a resident of the Maine Veterans Home in Machias. The Maine's Veterans Home was such a wonderful place for my grandfather to stay for his last years of his life, and he enjoyed it very much there. It provided him a great sense of community, camaraderie, and comfort in a time when he could not otherwise get around. There are many factors that are leading to the closure of this facility. However, is it the right thing to do? The veterans that are staying in these homes deserve the best for their sacrifices, not to be shuffled around and moved further away from their family members. These homes were opened with a promise and a purpose to serve the rural populations of Aroostook and Washington County. Closing them does not hold up to that promise, and our veterans deserve better, no matter which part of the state they're from. The bill before you has the right intent in trying to find a way to keep the facilities open, and I am thankful for that. Thankful that Senator Jackson has brought this forward. Unfortunately, I mean, obviously, there's some issues with technical funding where they're a nonprofit, and it's not an easy task. Also, will the funding attached to the bill be enough to ensure the residents that these homes stay open, or will this simply put a patch on an issue, kicking it further down the road? It will be troublesome to just throw one-time money at this issue to keep the facilities open, only to have them close in a year or two. Whether it is through this piece of legislation, another bill, or finding a solution to the problem outside of this legislation, I ask that you find a way to keep the veterans' homes open for the veterans that are there now and the veterans of the future. Our veterans and their families deserve better than this. I mean, we need to find a way to figure it out. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you for being here, for your testimony, and sorry about the loss in your family. Next up, I am now going to promote Mr. Troy Haney, and this way he will be able to speak to us and also hear the rest of the presentation. Mr. Haney, whenever you are ready. Can you hear us, Mr. Haney? You said that you could not hear once he came into the room. He might have a problem on his computer. There we are. I'm going to ask you to unmute. You are muted, sir. There we are. Perfect.
There. Thank you. Apologize for the technical difficulties,
No
and thank you
problem.
today for allowing me to speak. My name is Troy Haney. Thank you. I'm a veteran from Caribou, Maine, community board member of the Business Investment Group. And I wanted to speak today. We've heard several times today the emotional comments of the closure happened without much notice and short notices, too quick. It's not in the best interest of our veterans and our families. The distance is too far to go for a replacement home, too far away, the cost. We've heard all these things. Staffing's not adequate and the financial losses. I'd like to share a few other points that maybe are a little bit overlooked here. One was just brought up by Mr. Felix, that we don't have representation from the North on the particular board that makes these decisions. And as I understand it, that rule, it was written in the rule at one point in time that the board had somebody from the North appointed to it, and that was removed in June of last year to say that it had to be geographically diverse. I'm not sure what that means. I assume it doesn't, without the specifics, it means we don't have to have representation from where two homes were located, obviously. We hear, continue to hear if the home closes, the staff will go to work at other homes and increase bed availability. The reality is unlikely. I'm also a business owner, and I can tell you wages and benefits are different from location and business to business, and it would be the same at the homes. So this, and I would say mostly the environment is very different from a regular nursing home to a veterans home, which we've heard today. The camaraderie is very much felt due to the, obviously everybody coming together from a past life in the military. The home doesn't seem to be full. We have 70 beds and 53 people. I think I'd like to understand if the home ever did some work to find the staff or find ways to increase bed count, which would obviously increase revenue. Other local nursing homes do have veterans that are in them. And at the same time, we have a hospital housing 10 people. Currently today, there's 10 people waiting at Cary Medical Center that they can't find beds for and that they need for nursing care. Why not bring some of those patients out of the standard regular, local nursing homes that are veterans and put them in the veterans home and allow the other folks a chance to get into the local homes. This closure not only impacts, and most importantly impacts the veterans and their families, but it also impacts our community hospital. It's going to put it at a financial risk. This is a hospital that's owned by the city of Caribou. The VA, the VA clinic has recently, signed off to leave. So that would be two parts of the Veterans Center at our local hospital leaving. And they obviously both play a role in the overall viability of the hospital. Lastly, the VA, homes, or the VA home center here, it receives taxpayer dollars at the end to support their operations. And this is a service we need to support. And I ask each of you out there to open your minds to help find new solutions to save the local veterans home. If nothing else, let's extend the problem forward so we have a year or two here to work with local stakeholders, lawmakers, and we come together to find a path forward to provide these much needed services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haney, for summarizing from the end of your testimony. I think you saw the time. That was great. Representative Wood has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Haney, I just wanted to clarify what you were saying when you first started talking, because I'm interested in the fact that an earlier speaker mentioned that the board was not geographically diverse, that there was not board members from I guess, Washington County and Aroostook County. I went online and I looked up the board and it doesn't say where they live. So you were saying something at the beginning that there was somebody from Aroostook County, because I do believe that it's important to have geographic diversity on a board. So if you could just repeat that.
Sure. So as I understand it, prior to June of last year, the actual rule mandated that there was a representative from the northern half of the state to be on the board. The rule, I believe, was rewritten. It has a lot of, they've added a lot of other comments, obviously, with race, gender, sexuality, things of that nature. And at that time, the rule seems to have appeared to be rewritten to say that it needed to be geographically diverse. There need to be geographic diversity on the board instead of actually mandating somebody from the north. And at this point, to my understanding, the furthest northern representative lives or is in the area of Bangor, in the Bangor area. There are no representation for Washington or Aroostook counties on this current board today.
Okay, thank you. That
and maybe
clarify it.
Maybe the board members that are answer that. Yep.
Thank you. I will ask Sam, our analyst, to get us information on any change to the makeup of the board that was either statutory or by rule or in some other way for the work session. Are there any other questions for Mr. Haney? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. It's still early for the most part. It's dinner time, but not too late. I'm going to put you back so that you can hear the rest of our public hearing, which is almost going to come to a closure. So next up, Chris Duty. Thank you for your patience, followed by James Gehring. And then I'm going to ask if there's anyone present who wishes to testify who we missed or who didn't sign up and you'd like to, please raise your hands now so we get a feeling for how much longer we'll have for public testimony. Please raise your hand if you would like to testify on this bill before we close the public hearing. Chris Duty.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your patience and time today, folks. I know this has been a long afternoon and evening, so thank you. Well, I started off actually with good afternoon, but I think I need to change it to good evening, Senator Hickman and Representative Chiazzo and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to present on behalf of Cary Medical Center on keeping the Maine veterans' homes in Caribou and Machias open. My name is Chris Duty. I'm a registered nurse and the CEO for Cary Medical Center. Cary Medical Center is a community hospital located in Caribou, Maine. I have been an employee with Cary Medical Center for more than 40 years, and I have been the CEO for more than 2 decades. I've had the pleasure of working with the Maine Veterans Home and the VA administration my entire administrative career. I first want to acknowledge all veterans for their service, their sacrifices, and commitment to our country. I also want to thank you, Senator Jackson, for elevating this critical issue to help stop the proceedings to close these critical homes located in rural Maine. One member of my administrative team, Bill Flagg, the Director of Community Relations, has worked tirelessly for more than 40 years with the Aroostook County veterans for the Maine Veterans Home, Project Arch, the VA Clinic, and the Veterans Homeless Shelter. Since the information of the possible closures was released, I've heard from families, employees, community members, and veterans about the importance of saving these homes. Please know Cary Medical Center, its board of directors, its administrative team, and our staff appreciate the strong bonds that have been created for decades with the Maine Veterans Home that is attached to our hospital. I urge you, please help our veterans of Northern and Eastern Maine and support this bill as an effort to slow or stop the closure of these 2 homes. On behalf of our entire Cary Medical Center family, I want to thank the veterans for their sacrifices they've made for our freedom. I also would like to thank each member of the committee for hearing the testimony from so many today to support our veterans, allowing them to stay in their homes in the counties that they call home. Again, thank you for accepting this testimony today. And I also would just like to conclude, my father served in the Maine National Guard for 39 years, and he was the longest standing commander of the 152nd Field Artillery Battalion. And the flag behind me is actually of my brother who served 3 terms in the Vietnam War. So my family has strong love and support for veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duty. Are there any questions from the committee? We appreciate your testimony and your patience.
Thank
for
you.
staying out with us into the dinner hours of the evening. Next up, we have James Gehring. And I'll ask one more time, if there's anyone else present who is attending who wishes to testify, please raise your hand and I will make sure that you get an opportunity to do that. Mr. Gehring, if you can hear me, you can turn on your video and your mic and start your 3-minute testimony whenever you are comfortable. Let's see if there's some technical issue here. Mr. Gehring, can you hear me?
No, yes, I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay, good.
You may proceed.
All righty, thank you very much.
There you are. We can see you now as well. Thank you.
When you're the last guy through the door. Chairman Hickman, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is James Gehring. I am the service officer for the Aroostook Veterans Alliance, better known here in the county as AVA. AVA is a 501c3 organization serving the veterans and their families in Aroostook County. Our mission is twofold. First, we work to ensure that the veterans and their families receive the benefits they have earned, along with our program to transition homeless veterans into permanent housing here in the county. We can fully furnish and stock these new apartments so these veterans and their families can begin a new chapter in their lives. Our critical issue, I'm sorry, it's been a long day and my eyesight's beginning to go. Our critical issue for the veteran population in Aroostook County is the need for nursing home care. The VA has generally set the criteria for admittance to nursing homes for veterans rated 70% or greater for their service-connected disabilities. In reviewing AVA's membership, 95% of our group is rated at 100% permanent in total. All these veterans are Vietnam era and in their mid-70s. It's our opinion that Maine Veterans Homes has not really projected the increase in demand that most likely is coming. While the veteran population is shrinking, the demand for medical care has increased. If the VA would lower the percentage to allow more veterans into nursing homes, there would be very few empty beds. If the Caribou facility closed, veterans' families, as you've heard many times today, will be required to travel from 2 to 5 hours or longer to visit their relatives. My home is in Bridgewater, and it's 3.5 hours to Togus. While the veteran community is made up of different organizations, we do stand together in support of keeping these homes open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gehring. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your patience and your testimony. Next up is Ryan Sperry. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Sperry, and I'd like to thank everybody for allowing me to testify last moment. I do appreciate that. I don't have a prepared statement or anything, but I do have a few comments I'd like to make and other statements that were previously noted by numerous individuals. There's been a lot of talk about how we have a declining veteran population, and I just don't really see the truth in that. It's a fact that the United States has been at war for about 90% of our existence, and many of our veterans are quickly reaching the point where they're going to need more assistance. Where they're talking about Vietnam, Desert Storm, numerous proxy wars due to the Cold War, and even the War on Terror is 20 years old this year, I believe it is. And it just doesn't make sense to me that we're claiming that there isn't veterans to take spots in these homes. I know a few people my age and much younger who fought in Afghanistan and Iraq, and they've seen some stuff, and a lot of people are very upset. I won't name names or acts or anything like that, but they deserve the respect that veterans of our past have received. And I just want to know what we're telling our youth that may want to fight for their home, Aroostook County, and Maine in general, fight and defend their home, but we're not going to fight and defend for them. They've lost so much for us, but we can't lose a little bit for them. And a point I'd like to kind of go back to, somebody was mentioning the statistics of the beds and the number of beds in our homes up here and staffing issues. If we are having so few beds filled, yet so many staffing positions open, where is all the funding going? I'm just wildly curious about that. How is it that we just lack funding for these homes that have been around as long as they have? And I'm going to leave it at that. I could rant for a little while, but thank you for allowing me to kind of go on here last minute. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, and thank you for testifying. Are there any questions for Mr. Sperry from the committee? Seeing none, I do see a question in the comment, and I think this is going to be for you, Karen. There is someone who would like to call in to testify. How can she do that? I am going to ask Karen for you to reach out to Mr. Cooper and find out if that is possible. I do have one more piece of testimony to present on behalf of Congressman Golden, who wanted to present testimony but is voting and doing the people's business in Washington, D.C. So he has asked me to read this on his behalf, or I offered. And in any case, he wants this in the record. And here it is, and maybe this will buy some time for the person who would like to call in to testify to do so. Senator Hickman, Representative Piazza, and distinguished members of the committee, I write to share my strong support for LD 2001 and act to fund and support the veterans homes in Caribou and Machias and require legislative approval for the establishment and closure of veterans homes introduced by Senator Troy Jackson. As you know, the Maine veterans homes were established by the state legislature in 1977 to provide long-term care and services to Maine veterans and their families. Central to its mandate is a profound moral obligation to promote the well-being and dignity of Mainers who have served our nation, often in times of war and at great cost. I strongly suspect that the people of Maine agree that we should take every step possible to be there for our veterans when they need us most. If the facilities in Caribou and Machias are operating in the financial red, the last option should be closure. Instead, we must search for every other possible solution. You may hear it said that because Maine Veterans Homes is a nonprofit, the Maine legislature has limited opportunity to direct its operational decisions. As members of this committee, you know that is not accurate. Maine Veterans Homes has certainly come before the legislature seeking assistance in the past, and it is statutorily required to provide annual updates to your committee. One example of such assistance occurred in 2016 when Senator Roger Cates sponsored LD 1524, a bill to lift the statutory cap on revenue bonding authority for MVH from 15 million to 50 million, so that MVH could pursue federal funds to build a new state-of-the-art home in Augusta. Senator Pouliot, at the time a House member, co-sponsored the bill, as did I. There may be some discussion of that bill before your committee today, with the suggestion that it created conditions for the proposed closures today. I strongly disagree and urge committee members to go back and look at the testimony on the bill, all of which is in support of the bill and focused on the future growth of Maine Veterans Homes. The supportive testimony also mentions the bill's inclusion of routine technical changes to the statute, including the removal of references to the specific veterans homes to be operated in the state by Maine Veterans Homes. These changes were repeatedly affirmed as technical in nature, and there was no testimony indicating the possible closure of any homes in the future. LD 1524 received only supportive testimony, passed the House and the Senate unanimously, and was signed into law by former Governor Paula Page. I can assure you that it was not the intention of Senator Cates, then Representative Pouliot, myself, the 125th legislature, or then Governor LePage to give MVH the authority to close a Maine veterans' home should it choose to in the future. The Maine legislature supported the bill so that Maine Veterans Home could make an investment in a new home in Augusta, period. I am disappointed that the board considers closing any veterans home facility a responsible option. This is unquestionably the wrong thing to do. The Maine legislature created MVH to provide quality care to our veterans, and operating these homes has never been simply about the cost. I believe the board should reconsider its decision and instead seek financial support from you, the legislature, and the entire congressional delegation. I am confident that we all want to see the facilities in Caribou and Machias remain open, and that we all want MVH to be successful in the future. There is surely a solution to be found. The most important provision of Senator Jackson's bill would establish a requirement for the board to maintain all of its current facilities. Critically, the bill also proposes some financial support to ensure that the veterans in these homes receive safe and quality care. In the long run, I am confident that a longer-term financial plan can be identified, and I will fully support any effort to contribute federal support that would aid in these future operations. Time and again, members of Maine's congressional delegation have been responsive to the needs of Maine veteran homes when asked, and so has the Maine legislature. At this moment, I believe the closure decisions must be rejected for the good of our veterans living and receiving care in these facilities, and that going forward, a spirit of cooperation with the MVH board must accompany such a decision in search of financial support and regulatory relief for these facilities. While Maine has been unique in adopting the independent, not-for-profit organizational structure to support aging veterans and their families, it may be time to revisit whether that model merits a reimagining. If it becomes apparent that the MVH board continues to push back, the legislature may wish to consider assuming greater responsibility for the veterans' homes in the same way that so many other states have chosen to do. Although I understand well the challenges facing the state in taking on new financial commitments, an investment to keep the Caribou and Machias facilities in service and to prevent the displacement of more than 80 veterans and their family members would be a worthy commitment to make to those who bravely served our country. I strongly support Senator Jackson's legislation to protect and shore up these vital facilities. Respectfully, Jared Golden, Member of Congress. Karen, were you able to figure out a way for the person to call in?
Yes, Senator. They used the same link. I resent it and just asked them to identify who they'd be so we'll know who they are when they come in the meeting. And I have not heard any follow-up.
So we will give them a few minutes to do that. I will leave the public hearing open just for a few minutes. And Sam, if you are here, I'm sure you are. I know that we had a few language reviews that we did not get an opportunity to look at earlier today. And so while we still have some folks paying attention, if you don't mind, I'm willing to have the committee look at those so we can get these bills reported out and moved forward.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. Let me pull up.
Yes, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, sir. It's a little late, and I'm not sure who are on the majority reports, and I know full well we need to be pushing this stuff through, but I'm pretty much peaked out, so I'm not sure how effective I'm going to be with language review at this point.
How about this? It's a unanimous report, at least one of them is. Why don't we review those by email as early as tomorrow? And if people have any objections to that, we can move at least one of those out, and we will wait to do the divided reports if there are any until our next meeting. We don't have session this week anyway. And so we can't do much on the floor of the House and the Senate, but I do want to still get bills reported out in a pretty expeditious manner. So why don't we do language reviews then via email? I'll wait one more minute for the person to call in, and then we will close the public hearing and go have our dinner. Thank you. Representative Kenny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if this other person continues to have difficulty, if we could give that person the ability to give their testimony when we do start the work session, and maybe they could be the first person to speak before we really go into the weeds of the work session.
That is certainly possible. Because we have done this in this fashion, I'm going to just wait another 30 seconds and then we will close the public hearing. And absolutely, if that person wants to testify at that point, we can do that at the work session. Representative Wood. Are you on mute, Representative Wood?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just sent a chat to Karen. I took the message from the person that they wanted a phone number so they could call in. I'm not sure that they had the ability to go to a link. But I may be misinterpreting, but the way I read the chat.
Yep, they're here.
Oh, they're here.
Fabulous. Ashley Johnston, you are promoted to panelist. You may begin to speak. If you are not in front of a computer, if you are, there we are. Thank you for being here. You may begin your 3-minute testimony whenever you are ready.
Hi, can you see me? I can't see myself, so
yes,
I apologize. If I look bad, I'm still in my work scrubs, but my name is Ashley Johnston. I'm a CNA who is currently employed at Maine Veterans Home. I just worked at the facility today. Mostly, I just wanted to come on here and express my deep sadness for the closing of the facility. I know that the facility that we run is one of the best in the state of Maine. Arguably, I would call it the absolute best. We have a flawless state inspection. As others have announced, we are a recipient of the Silver Quality Medal, and none of our residents have contracted COVID throughout the 2 years of the pandemic. Our staff is very loving and our residents are very well cared for. But beyond the scope of our nursing home as a singular unit, I think that closing any nursing home within the state of Maine is very detrimental to the large number of Maine's elderly population. I know that they have talked about other nursing homes in the state that have recently closed down. Our nursing home, I don't think can be considered as just another nursing home. We are probably one of Maine's finest nursing homes. Sorry, I rushed to get on here and I'm trying to think of everything all at once. So you can't really consider us along with the rest of Maine's nursing homes because our nursing home is also for veterans, as everyone else has also stated. They are among the population in the United States who have sacrificed everything for us. It didn't matter what it cost. They still went to war and fought for us. It didn't matter what was going on in their lives at the time. Funds certainly weren't a consideration when they went to war. And I just want you to know that on behalf of all of the staff at Maine Veterans Home Caribou, and I'm sure the same can be true at Machias as well. Sorry, I have to go check on my kids, but of course, this would happen during my testimony. I'm also a single mom, and Maine Veterans Home Caribou provides my livelihood. Hey guys, I'm on a really important phone call. Can we just tone it down for 2 minutes? I will be right back, I promise. So I also depend on that for myself as well, as do the rest of the employees. And I just wanted to say on behalf of me and the rest of the staff, I just wanted to let you know that those who are left at Maine's Veteran Home for Staff, we aren't going anywhere. If we were going to go anywhere, we would have went up the road when we were offered that $20,000 sign-on bonus, which is now down to 10. But irregardless, we're not going anywhere. and we would pass up that money to stay and serve our veterans. Money is not a factor. A lot of us had agreed to taking pay cuts if we had to, working longer shifts, whatever it takes in the meantime for this to be sorted out. And I just want everybody on the legislature to know that we are here, we are fighting till the end, and we are here for our veterans. And we're not gonna just leave them hanging. Your current employees, we're not going anywhere. And I just want everybody to know that.
Well, thank you, Ashley Johnston, for coming in here and closing our testimony for the day. Multitasking, late, children, classes. We have no excuse to want to rush out of here. I'm so glad that we were able to be here for you. Are there any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for serving our veterans, and good luck with your children tonight.
Thank you for allowing me to jump on here. I wasn't going to testify, but my coworkers hyped me up. Woo, go MBH Caribou.
We are grateful that you decided to testify. It's exhilarated me here at 6:46 in the evening. Enjoy the rest of your evening. If there are no other members who wish to no other members of the public who wish to testify or close the public hearing, I will ask the committee if they have any clarifying questions, information requests for Sam. My computer is about to die. Seeing none?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just wondering if we need to, for the work session, obviously, do we need to hear from the AG's office on the question of constitutionality? I know it's been inferred, but it's been inferred by one particular lawyer, and that is obviously an opinion. So I'm wondering if we need to hear from the state's legal counsel.
It's a request anyone on the committee can make through the analysts.
Okay.
So if that is your request, Chairman Chiazzo, I will ask Sam to invite someone from the Office of the Attorney General to our work session to address that issue.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
You got it. Anything else from anyone? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 2001. Thank you all for your patience today. It actually went pretty well as far as I can tell. I thought we might be here till 8. So see, it's only 10 minutes of 7. Sam, did you have anything for us?
No, Senator Hickman. I'm good if you're all good, and we can handle the language reviews as you already discussed.
Great. Well, thank you all again. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. The Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs stands adjourned.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.